Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Rise of the Tau in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Time most distant, future's zenith. In tears, the star sea mourns. Isha's children lament. All is lost to arrogance, grand designs soured by success, dreams are dust. Shattered and done, the progeny set sail for the forever beyond, flight borne on the tides of shame. To dwindle and expire, forever denied. The new star burns too intense to douse, unchecked, untamed. God's despair. Tide surges, the end time is come. Future's path runs red as Cain blood, hate winter rages, the portents scream their siren song. The song of old Hanush is silent, Isha's eye closed in slumber. Asuryan's shrine light flickers and dies. The cosmic serpent reveals the truth and sheds his final skin. The rebirth is denied. The doom of Eldinesh comes to pass, the red moon rises. The Ranadandra is come, let young and old cower before the chaos of the end. The new star will rise unprecedented, all the dread despoilers of the old kingdom quail beneath its fire. Dead king shivers on his maggot throne as the tide assails his walls, his kingdom lost. Locust flees, no longer to plague creation fields, feast denied. Slave puppets, once free, now lie in chains, conquered anew, rebellion's essence bound in blood. Long dead are exhumed, tombs raised. There shall be no flight, no peace in death. Their gods shall tremble. Damned shores become bastion as dark souls return. Exodus flight before the rising swell. Denizens of Under Kingdom cower behind its gates as the tide surges. Shame can be damned in the bowels of the webway, vermin scuttling in filth and terror, afraid of the rage scream storm above. Let them gather souls in shame and desperate haste, past sins quail as the all thirst is quenched. The brightest hope may lie amongst the darkest of shadow, the learned mongrel soul exhumed to see a destiny fulfilled. Many mighty kings shall offer their swords to the tide. None shall escape. None shall escape. Skeins divided, hope defiant. Light and darkness heed, else collide, and be damned. Fractured as is death, no other path leads to hope. Existence tree be raised to its roots, bitter leaves cleansed. Then can hope's light flicker. All forgotten. To the core of creation. Then can hope's flame catch the breeze. Let the lost princes of the young gather, shoulder to shoulder they alone may weather the hate winter's wrath. Bright hope's flame still burns deep in the shadows of the dead land, too powerful to extinguish forever. Soul beacon, the horn of Kurnus will sound the call to war. They shall gather, let but some of their names be known. The Revenant. The first and ever lords of war. The lost princes. The wrathful masters. The reapers of light. The stolen giant. The prophet. The last avenger. The entombed ancient. The oracle. The blazing rebel. All these names and more shall stand ready as the Ranadandra dawns and the light of the final day casts her glow upon armor and weapon. Maelstrom, life, and death gather for war, old and young collide beneath the red moon. Origin. Revealed, too sour a taste to accept. It matters not, what is, is. God's splintered reform indeed to counter the twilight. The children rise, menagerie gather in bitter winds of division's death. Choice is murdered for all time, no longer sustainable and revealed. Irrelevance. Diversity is power, the only power left unconsumed. Youth's vigor and appetite insatiable above all else, desperation will rule the firmament. There can be no more old thought. Every shadow will shift. Writhe with hidden stirring. Life's last breath must be deep. Let them stand on the final shore as one, faces turned to the tide. I have seen future's zenith. I have seen crux and apex. Past, present, and future united. Enmity is not survival. History rewritten at its very core, primeval puzzle complete. One must tell the tale. Paths cannot be altered, only destinations revealed. Unity. When the ash wake clears, no more division, only unity. The great unity will prevail. Translation of ancient Eldar tablet found on Kadaya. Artifact thought to be the oldest example of Eldar archaeology yet discovered. Rise of the Tau. It is not the manifest destiny of man to rule, but to lead. Attributed to Pontifex Archabuz Ven, executed heretic, 553.m39. Location, Leon Ossus System +++. The Protea Washington +++. Date, 666.m42 +++. He opened his eyes slowly and a wave of nausea hit him like a wall. He dry-retched, his lungs burning, his body aching. What in Guilliman's name was happening here? He sat up, feeling his every muscle burning, his every nerve screaming. His heart's hammered in his chest, shocked into a sudden flurry of hyperactivity. His head pounded, aching with a pain so sharp, so raw he could almost hear it. Stasis dulled, his senses fought to re-establish themselves. His eyes fought to cut through the gray fog swimming before them. His ears struggled to dispel the constant pounding of his own pulses. Something was wrong. He lifted his head, shuddering as muscles that had lain dormant for centuries protested. The light of the small chamber was already starting to grow brighter, the shapes about him sharpening, taking form. He turned his head and his newfound breath was stolen once more. The empty eye sockets stared back lifelessly, two pools of shadow set into a face of mummified skin. Artemin, he whispered, his ragged voice barely more than a dry croak. Captain Artemin was dead. He had been for a long time. He released the safety harness with shaking hands and pushed himself into an upright position, his atrophied muscles protesting painfully. Memories began to come flooding back, cutting through the thick viscous soup of his addled mind. The Eldar. Guilliman's wrath. The loss. He dispelled the memories of what had passed and glanced around the cramped hold of the escape pod, feeling his scarred face harden, his eyes narrowing as he looked upon the prone bodies of the command squad. Even here, safe from the predations of the insidious and despicable aliens, the loss had continued. Captain Artemin had not been the only fatality here. Of the original 10 survivors, 5 were now little more than ceramide-encased cadavers, sitting in darkened and long-dried pools of their own body matter. He himself had led the litany of preservation as they had all entered the state of denimation. How could it be that half of them were now dead? How could the process have failed so badly? As chaplain, it would be up to him to ensure the souls of these warriors joined the immortal Emperor. There would be time enough for this later. For now, he had to see which of his brothers still lived. He made to stand, grateful of the enhancing influence of his artificer armor. Without the aid of its powerful servo motors, he imagined he would find movement near impossible, given how wasted he felt. The activation of the SUSN membrane was always a risky procedure, yet they had had little choice. The pod had no stasis capability and the Leon Ossus system was a veritable stellar wasteland, not far from the hub of the galaxy's core. Given the strange phenomenon that occurred here and the desolation of the region itself, a rescue could take years. None of us could have survived that long without sustenance, he told himself again, kneeling beside Brother Laner, the company's tech marine. That was when the realization hit. He hauled himself up onto his feet, his vest form wavering. A marine could not consciously revive himself from this state. Who had woken him? Almost as if in answer to this question, the escape hatch of the pod rumbled open, gears squealing as it retracted. He spun on his heel and tore his Crozius from its belt holster, activating the ancient weapon's power field with a swift flick of the thumb. Ah, you are awake at last. Thrungi's beard, I thought I'd never get it. He watched with amazement as something short and humanoid stepped through the open hatch, covered from head to toe in a filthy, oil-stained pressure suit. A mess of pipes spread out from the creature's domed helmet, its clouded crimson visor glowing weakly beneath the pale light. It stopped in the doorway and placed its fists on its hips, shaking its head as it did so. You stocklegs sure know how to sleep. Some of you a little too well by the looks of things. Chaplain de Locodian took a single labored step forward, the head of the Crozius out before him, the eyes of his skeletal helm glowing. You dare to mock the honored dead? I will Ah, put that down. The squat creature snapped, waving his hand dismissively. He waddled further into the small chamber and removed his helmet, releasing the pressure seals with a hiss of escaping steam. A shock of bright hair spilled from the helmet, matted and twisted by years of grime. Besides, a start or no, in your condition I would have you on your arse in the blink of an eye. He lowered his hand as he looked upon the face of the alien for the first time. A single eye stared back, glowing with all the intensity of the pulsing augmetic opposing it. Surprisingly human features met his gaze and he found himself almost too stunned to speak. What are you? The creature gave a gruff laugh and shook his head, the long orange braids of his beard and scalp lock sweeping his barreled chest and shoulders. What am I? I am your salvation, Imperial. You should thank the ancestors that it was I and not the Nikasser who found you floating out there amongst the crud of the wash. You owe your life to me. With that the flame-haired humanoid shuffled over to where the tech marine lay and began to mutter quiet but guttural obscenities under his breath, his stubby hands finding the long cables snaking into the faded leather headrest of the chair. Codian simply looked on in astonishment, his clouded mind reeling. The small man glanced up from his labors a moment later, emitting a long, frustrated sigh. If you can do anything then I suggest you try. I have no idea how I managed to wake you. I am having little success with the others. I can wake them. He answered, the weapon in his hand deactivating with a decreasing whine. The small man smiled and nodded his head. Good. The Imperials will pay well for 5 strong warriors. Codian stepped forward and knelt before the marine once more, deactivating his Crozius and placing back in its holster. He removed his helmet and took a deep breath. The air was bitter, recycled and stale. He could taste oil and rust. Pay? What do you mean by that? He asked, placing a hand upon the warrior's forehead. The small man simply gave a sharp, nasal laugh and shook his head. The chaplain leaned forward and began to whisper quietly, his eyes closing. He continued this for several minutes until the first noticeable breath passed the marine's lips. The bewildered being behind him raised his eyebrows and huffed beneath his breath. So that's how you do it? You talk to them. Bloody marvelous! He exclaimed, shaking his head once more. Codian made to rise and stepped back as the warrior began to stir, in order to give him space enough to take in his surroundings. He knew only too well that even the most level-minded marine could struggle to adjust to reanimation. Very wise. His new companion observed, folding his short arms across his chest. I see you have done this before. He exhaled slowly and turned to look at the creature, finding his tolerance levels slowly receding. The alien met his gaze without fear or apprehension, his augmetic eye twinkling. I have. He answered. And I am grateful for your assistance in rescuing us. Now, I will awaken each of the survivors and then you will take us back to Imperial space. I will ensure that you enter and leave unharmed. The small man sniggered as he heard this, emitting a sound not unlike the choking of some manger-ridden canine. I see. He chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. That is very kind of you. And of course, you can ensure that we actually reach Imperial space unharmed, I take it? You know each and every safe backroute and blockade gap from here to your system, yes? I suppose you are renowned experts in evading the Unity. Codian frowned and shook his head, turning to face the stirring tech marine once more. Perhaps it was the effects of the reanimation, but the creature seemed to be making no sense at all. Slowly, eyes drifting open, the warrior began to rise. Brother Laner. The chaplain uttered, bowing his head as the crimson-armored soldier rose. Laner blinked and glanced about him, his eyes wide with the effort of use. What happened to us? The fleet. The fleet is gone, Laner. Our brothers must have thought us lost. We were picked up by this. He turned and presented the short individual behind him. Thurgus Grungy. My name is Thurgus Grungy, Imperial. Laner's eyes narrowed as he looked upon their savior, a snarl of contempt curling his scarred lip. Demiurge. Codian threw himself around and bunched his fists, anger flaring in his eyes. Grungy remained steadfast, his arms still folded. Despite the palpable anger of the huge warrior, he never even flinched. That's right. You seem rattled, Imperial. I would suggest rest, but then again I would say that you have had more than enough of that. Hold your tongue, Xenos. If you get over yourself, Imperial. You should count yourselves lucky to be in my presence. If I hadn't found you here, then you could have drifted back into the warp and been lost for an eternity. Laner was on his feet and standing beside the chaplain, the same expression of revulsion written across his face. Where are we, Demiurge? Are we still in the Ultramar system? Grungy's smile seemed to fade slightly. He glanced between the two soldiers, a look of unsure bemusement creeping across his ruddy features. Gods, no. Not even nearly, and I very much doubt that you'd be alive if you were. This is the galactic hub, Imperials. The wash has carried you a long way from home. The silence he was met with spoke volumes. Codian and Laner simply stared back, their expressions unchanging. The Protea Washington, he continued, spreading his arms. One of the largest and most stable warp drifts in the galaxy. Whatever it scoops up, it carries here eventually. I have scavenged these tides for many years. I have to say though, this is the first time the wash has ever given up the living. Codian exhaled and turned to look at Laner. By now his mind was beginning to clear and had begun to process the information he had gleaned so far. You said that the Imperium would pay well for our return. What did you mean by that? Exactly what I said. How else do you think I make my living now? I am the only Demiurge who knows of this place. Well, the only one left alive. I have been collecting Imperial salvage now for many years. The wash is by far the best source for this. Even the Tau don't much bother with the hub. And why would they? Laner continued. You make little sense, alien. Speaking of which, how is it that you claim to trade with the Imperium? Don't your kind serve the Tau? Grungy froze, a look of utter disbelief sliding over his face. His skin seemed to take on a bright crimson glow all at once, as if he had been slapped. Imperial, I will ignore that comment but once, given your current state. Say that again and I will peel you from your armor and liquefy you. Let me make something clear. If this had been a Tau vessel, I would have dragged it on board and murdered you all without thought. I hate Tau. To hunt and slay them is my life's work. But you are Demiurge. Laner continued, unsatisfied and unafraid of the aliens' threats. I thought the Demiurge were part of the Tau Empire. Gods, Imperial. Has the space sickness taken your mind? Don't tell me you have been drifting through the warp for the last 5 centuries. 6.5. Grungy fell silent. Codian turned slowly as he heard this to find Laner standing quietly, his face deathly pale. He continued to stare at the dust-laden deck, his augmetic eye pulsing rhythmically. 666.m42. That is the date as specified by my internal chronometer. There is no malfunction. Chaplain. We have been lost for 6.5 centuries. Ah. Grungy uttered, scratching his head. Then perhaps it would be better if you returned to the warp. You would be safer there. This galaxy belongs to the Tau. Part 1. Ridiculous. Grungy shrugged. I agree. It is, however, the truth. Those treacherous gray-skinned parasites all but run this galaxy now, and no one seems to be doing a great deal about it. As more and more empires fall to their knees before the demmed Tau, the hope of ultimate victory against them diminishes. Much has changed here in the time you have slumbered. And what of the Imperium? The warriors of the Emperor would never bow down to the Tau. Codian asked, his eyes wide with troubled anticipation. Your Imperium survives still, human. It would seem that your Emperor does not wish to hand over his rule just yet. Be warned though, the realms of man are not what they once were. Codian opened his mouth in order to continue the conversation when a loud squeal began to echo through the space beyond the hatch, causing the compact alien to sigh and roll his eye. He turned to leave, muttering under his breath as he did so. Wait. We must learn more. Then you will have to follow me, Imperial. Some things are more important than answering questions. Go. Laner uttered. I will tend to the others. The chaplain nodded his head and turned to follow the departing figure, sweeping his black cloak aside. Plus. Each ceramite-weighted footfall echoed through the endless spaces about him. The deck beneath his feet hummed with the deep rumble of the ship's mighty engines, a dull resonance that seemed to perpetuate endlessly. Pipes and conduits snaked from the floors and the walls wherever he looked. Some rusting away, others slick with glistening grime. Where are we going? Questions. More damned questions. Grungy answered, throwing his hands in the air. It is about time that I asked some questions of my own. He lifted his head to look upon the warrior. You have yet to introduce yourself, Marine. My name is Codian. I am an ultramarine chaplain. He answered sullenly and after a lengthy pause. Such formality disquieted him, especially when in the presence of an alien. Well, Codian, it seems that something has come up. Don't ask me what, as I do not commune with the ancestors. Now, I believe you have questions. Try to keep them short and to the point, as I am not in the mood to be giving a sermon. Very well. He glanced down at the curious alien. Despite the fact that he towered over him, this Grungy seemed almost nonchalant to his presence. He found himself admiring the small creature's spirit. You say we are at the center of the galaxy, brought here by the Wash. How did this happen? Well, think of the Protea Wash as a strong current in the warp. From time to time it enters and exits real space, sweeping up space debris as it goes. The trick is to know when and where it spits the crud out, see? Think of the Wash as a shifting scrap pile. I have recovered many treasures in my years collecting salvage. And the Imperials pay you to do this. In a fashion. Imperials will pay for technologies and weaponry that can be restored for use against the Tau. War is a greedy thing, Codian. It consumes resources ravenously. His eyes narrowed as he heard this. He could not bring himself to imagine an Imperium that bartered with aliens, especially for its own property. You say that the Tau hold dominion over this galaxy. I simply cannot accept that. The Imperium is simply too vast and powerful to allow that. There are many empires and races that would never have allowed such an expansion. Grungy sighed and shook his head, throwing him a sideways glance. Grindel's arse. The galaxy is in a state of total war, Marine. You either fight for the Tau or against them. Many of the most powerful races opposed the expansion of the Great Unity. All have so far failed. Your Imperium is on its knees, the hands of the Tau around its throat. What remains of your once mighty fleets and vast armies are now clustered around the Segmentum Solar, fighting tooth and nail to defend your Emperor's throne. Codian felt his chest tighten as he heard this. For the first time since he could remember, he felt an unfamiliar emotion stirring deep within his heart. Fear. What of Ultramar? He whispered, hardly able to bring himself to ask the question. Grungy slowed a little, his single eye narrowing as he turned to face the towering Marine. Ultramar was the last to fall. He answered after a lengthy pause. Of all the outer systems of the Imperium, Ultramar fought the longest and the hardest. The Great Unity expended many lives conquering the Ultima Segmentum. Your Calgar is a mighty warrior, Codian. He refused to bow to the Tau for centuries, and it was only the impending advance upon Terra that saw him forced to abandon the system. He is an honorable and courageous warrior, and he holds a grudge well. Mighty Calgar still lives. As far as I am aware. I have heard tell that he wears the armor of the ancients now, as do those most celebrated amongst your kind. Even in death he refuses to die. His rancor does him credit. The duo turned a corner sharply, the sudden shift in direction throwing him off for a moment. He ducked his head as they passed beneath another doorway, the alien scaling of the craft far less than accommodating. Your kind are hunted with the utmost vigor. The demiurge continued, slamming his fist into the Access panel beside him. The door next to it opened with a serpentine hiss and they passed through, never once slowing their pace. Kodian found he had to almost bend double to enter the small room. You and your brethren are a dying breed. The Tau deplore those who cannot be swayed to their cause. They hate your kind, Kodian, and they wish for nothing more than to see you exterminated. As I remember, the Astarte homeworlds were sought out and cleansed, one by one. Your kind are few now, and yet they still fight the expansion of the Great Unity. Cleansed. Yes. As the Demiurge were. I am the last of my kind, at least as far as I know. I seek only a honorable death at the hands of the Tau. The two figures slowed as they approached a huge bank of augers and screens, each one alive with activity. Grungy stepped forward, bathed in the light of the multitudinous screens. Perhaps I will find this death sooner than I had anticipated. I am about to alter our course. Human. I will show you what it is you face here. Kodian was about to ask what he meant by that when he found himself cut off by the mournful wail of an alarm system. Gods! What is it now? The Demiurge snapped, glancing about him at the clustered screens. Are we under attack? The holding bay? He answered, finishing his course alterations as fast as he was able to do so. And I suggest we make haste. Kodian barreled through the hatch to be met with a scene of utter horror. Epistolary Crusus was awakened on his feet, roaring and screaming like a madman. His eyes were two shining balls of bright azure fire, his outstretched hands aflame with the same ethereal energies. Pulsing lightning arced around the hold of the small vessel, igniting systems, and melting whatever it touched. Laner was on his back beneath the crazed librarian, shaking like a terrified child as his augmetic systems shuddered and convulsed, sparks flashing across his prone form. Apothecary Umbras and Brother Barolinus were also awake now, fighting to bring down the flailing Psyker and bring his rampage to a halt. Crusus. Brother, can you hear me? It was no good. His mind was gone, ravaged by the centuries of slumber. He ducked as a wickering flash of energy passed by overhead, missing him by inches. He had seen it before. The risks associated with the activation of the SUSN membrane were great. For Psykers. Their bodies would shut down, but sometimes their minds would not, and so they would be left to wander, awaiting the revival of their bodies. Crusus had been all but conscious for over 6 centuries, and what he had seen in the warp had driven him utterly insane. He launched himself forward and wrapped his arms around the warrior's legs, sending both of them crashing into the bulkhead. It was to do little good. He felt himself lifted up and hurled through the air by the librarian's superhuman strength, his body aflame with burning pain. Crusus continued to roar and thrash, bellowing the same thing over and over again. Lost. We are lost. We are lost. We are all L. He glanced up through the haze of pain to see Grungy standing beside him, his teeth bared. It must be done, Kodian. Your ancestor lord is beyond help. Before he could protest, the Grungy stepped forward and something dark and heavy hit the deck. It was his own augmetic fist, thick chain rattling as it unfurled behind it. The Demiurge lifted the chain and began to twirl it around his head. Bright energies burst across its length and the fist became a thrumming, swirling ball of energy, casting a crimson hue over the small alien and the entire chamber of the small craft. Kodian looked on in horror as the alien bounded forward and took the librarian's head from his shoulders with a single blow, sending the extremity spinning away with a sickening thud. The body of Crusus fell forward, bright energy pouring from its torn neck. It was over in seconds. Kodian felt his rage building inside him. He made to rise and his hand found his Crozius, the winged skull atop it flaring with energy as it ignited. A blur of movement and a burst of energy saw the weapon knocked from his grasp to spin away across the hold, sparks raining through the air before his face. Don't be a fool. He was beyond help. The mind sickness had taken him. Barolinus and Umbras rose behind the squat killer, their fists bunched and their eyes glowing with hatred. Chest heaving, Kodian shook his head slowly. The Demiurge was right. He knew only too well that Chrysos could not have been saved. The insane epistolary would have torn them all to pieces in his madness. He could not have been helped. Umbras admitted, shaking his head. Without the facilities of the chapter to hand, we would not have been able to help him. In the long moments of silence that followed, the entire ship seemed to lurch and sway around them, a long, resonating groan echoing through the vast spaces beyond. Laner rose to his feet to stand beside the others as the lights of the small escape vessel began to flicker above them. There was no mistaking it. The ship had altered its course. Mourn your brother if you must. I know how you feel. The Tau have taken everything from me. They took my home world from me. They took my family and my brotherhood. They took the crew of the Grudge Bearer. The others watched in silence as the cooling fist retracted, the greased chain sinking back into his arm until the cooling fist locked into place once again. They even took my hand. They betrayed the Demiurge and I vowed to give my life hunting them down and destroying them. He turned to Codian, the fingers of his weapon hand flexing. You can ask me 1,000 questions and never be satisfied with the answers, human. Better that I show you what it is you face here. Let me show you what has become of the Tau. Who knows, we may even kill a few along the way. Part 2. The Xenos. This is distasteful. Berolinis snarled. Codian had to agree. He glanced at the others and he could tell they were of the same mind. We sully ourselves while ever we remain in the alien's presence. Berolinis continued. I say we kill it and take the ship as our own. And can you pilot such a ship? Perhaps Laner could. All eyes turned to the Tech Marine. The warrior shook his head slowly. As far as I am able to tell, this is a Demiurge stronghold ship. We may be the first humans ever to set foot on such a vessel. Demiurge technology has always been a mystery to the Adeptus Mechanicus. I am not even sure how he manages to pilot this vessel alone. Codian turned his attention away from the stars beyond the viewport and moved to join the others, sensing their collective discomfort. Brothers, this is a necessary evil. It is our duty to return to the Imperium in its hour of need, and the only way we can do that is to allow this creature to carry us to the Imperial borders. We are Asteroutes. And it is our duty to aid the Imperium we all swore an oath to serve. Duty must take precedence. Above all else. The others agreed bitterly. I'm not deaf. Grungy turned away from the vast control banks of the bridge, his augmetic eye twinkling. His mouth was curled into lopsided grin. Your engineer is correct about the Grudge Bearer. She's a stronghold class, the best in the galaxy. The ships of the Monka Corvatra have hunted her for years without success. As for taking her as your own, there are quicker and more effective ways of committing suicide. Berolinis's face flushed red with anger, the Demiurge's challenge producing the desired effect. Codian sighed heavily and swept his cloak aside, striding across the grilled deck to join the unapologetic Grungy. He slowed as he approached, his eyes finding the vastness of the stars beyond the huge viewport for a moment. You said that you would take us to Imperial territory, Demiurge. And I will, in time. Grungy continued to work the controls before him feverishly, and within moments the huge ship lurched as it began to slow. Several of the panels before him began to pulse and flash, suddenly alive with activity. He depressed several runes and the bridge became bathed in a deep crimson glow, the thick bulkhead around them resonating with power. What is happening? We are cloaked. The ship is now blind to Tau sensors. The Demiurge stepped back and turned to face the others, raising his hand toward the huge screen before him. Come. See how your enemy hunt. If I have calculated our position correctly, then we should have a fine view. There was a blinding emerald flash and the entire ship shook as something lit the stars beyond. Codian raised his hand and turned slowly as something impossibly huge and dark enveloped the screen, descending over the ship from above. The huge horizontal crescent stretched across the stars as far as any of them could see, a shape so vast that he found himself unable to comprehend its dimensions. A multitude of lights blinked across its underside, illuminating the many inverted spires and needles encrusting its ancient surface. Emperor's Oath. What is it? Laner joined him by the screen, his scarred face slackening. Omni's Saya. He breathed. A Necron vessel. A Cairn-class tomb ship, the biggest there is. Grungy announced, a malicious smile creeping across his face. And she's running for her life. Codian strode forward and pressed his hands against the thick glass, feeling the material shudder. Beneath the influence of the protective field, the immense vessel filled the vista beyond as far as he could see. It passed by overhead so close that the entire ship shook, the many illuminators above, their heads winking and dimming. Scores of smaller ships began to slide into view, flanking the mighty vessel like a swarm of insects. Some were ablaze, others listing or veering away, explosions tearing across their silver-gray flanks. Sickly emerald lightning poured from the mast ships and out across the void behind them, a vast carpet of pulsating power. The transfixed chaplain visibly flinched as something cold and sharp passed through his head, a silent, resonating scream that seemed to scrape at the edges of his consciousness. A low murmur of displeasure passed through the group behind him as they too felt it, if only for a fleeting second. The Nikosar. He heard Grungy snarl from somewhere behind him. Damn it. We may have to leave here sooner than I had anticipated. Codian turned away from the screen and watched as the demiurge became tense and agitated, his attention once more turned to the vast control banks of the ship. What is it? I thought you said we were shielded from detection. HNN. Not from the Nikosar, we aren't. No one is. We have to leave now or they'll bring the Monka Corvatra down on our heads. Hold on. Codian and the others felt the huge ship list as it began to turn, the flare of its neoplasma warp core quaking the deck. The chaplain glanced back through the screen, watching as the massive tomb ship itself began to slow and turn, vast glowing particle energies flaring from its crescent prow. That was the moment that would stay etched in his memory for the rest of his life. That was the moment he caught his first glimpse of the Tau. Something so incredibly vast that it cast a shadow over the ancient tomb ship, blotted out the light of the stars themselves as it moved into sight. The ship was easily twice the size of the Necron vessel. So huge it was impossible to even attempt to gauge its size. Immense lances of glowing white energy stabbed from her prow and speared the tomb ship, punching holes through the shifting metal as it were made of the flimsiest paper. More and more of the energy beams began to illuminate the scene, cutting swathes through the outclassed vessel and dissecting it with each blast. The stricken tomb ship began to come apart. Before his eyes, huge sections of the gunmetal hull spinning away into the void, the cauterized segments glowing white-hot where the beams had parted them. As the demiurge ship began to turn out of sight of the battle, he watched as glittering debris began to pour from the dying vessel, and he realized at once what he was seeing. Necrons. Necrons were spilling from the ship like rain. Another piercing psychic scream shook his head and he cried out, his teeth bared. The others fell to their knees as the sound shook the ship, unable to withstand the searing pain of the assault. Only Grungy seemed fairly unshaken by the sudden and debilitating attack, and even then it was clear that he too was not immune to its effects. Codian hauled himself to his feet and watched as a score of small, elegant ships seemed to materialize as if from nowhere, forming a growing, shimmering line as they appeared one after another. A second later the stars behind them seemed to stretch and blur. And they were gone. Part 3. Rogue Trader. He left the escape boat behind him, tilting his head as he passed through the hatch. The others had decided to stay within the confines of the Imperial craft for the rest of the journey, the abundance of Xenos technology surrounding them too much to bear. As he left the haunting empty spaces of the vast cargo hangar, he could still hear their sonorous voices, joined together in prayer. He felt guilt at his absence, for as the chaplain it was his duty to be there above anyone else. On this occasion, however, the welfare of his brothers had to take precedence. Their hearts were heavy with regret. While they had slumbered the centuries away, the Imperium had fallen to a tide of Xenos filth. They should have been there. They should have fought alongside their lost brethren. The events of the past few hours still lay heavy in his mind, and try as he might, he could not shake The feeling of disorientation. The things he had seen and experienced since his awakening were more than any loyal servant of the Imperium should ever have to bear. Demiurge, Necrons, Tau and Nicassar. The Xenos races seemed to dominate this galaxy, an observation that positively filled him with dread. He could scarcely imagine any greater crime. He passed into the wide bridge, the hiss of the opening door announcing his arrival, and stopped. Dead. Two faces turned to greet him. Two pairs of eyes watched as he stalled in his advance, his head drawing back in surprise. The Demiurge was not alone. Standing beside him was a man, a human male, tall and slender next to the alien's squat form. Most of the man's long blonde hair was drawn back and tied behind his head, leaving the rest to drape over his shoulders either loose or in braids. He wore a flight suit of deep blue velvet, his thigh-length boots and oversized cuffs finished in dusted silver. A thick leather waistcoat hung from his shoulders, partially hiding the many straps and bandoliers that crisscrossed his chest. An ornate saber hung from one hip, a curious golden firearm from the other. Ah! Gamut's moon, I still can't believe it. Grungy, you old dog. Living Space Marines, vintage ones. No less. What a find. Codian. You seem troubled. Grungy announced, his hands filthy with oil and unguents. He placed the strange tools he had been working with down on the floor and moved to meet with the Marine, wiping his hands down his bare chest as he did so. The man followed, his face a picture of awe and amusement. I am. We all are. I need to know where you intend to take us, Demiurge. I need to know now. I told you. We are heading for Imperial space. Do you doubt my word? Should we? Grungy snarled and headed back to the control banks once more, his fingers probing the multitude of indistinguishable levers and runes encrusting the many panels. I think you've upset him. The man whispered, a smile creeping across his face. He does tend to take insult very easily. You had been anything other than an Astarte, he may well have pulled your intestines out through your back passage. Codian lowered his face slowly towards that of the man, his massive armored form casting a shadow over the wiry figure before him. And who are you? He growled. Mordin Andrassi, rogue traitor. Loyal servant of the Alliance Imperialist Solar. For the right price, of course. I see. You address a chaplain of the Ultramarines, boy. He announced with a low, ominous voice. I find your tone overly familiar, and I too take insult very easily. The smile faded and the color drained from his face. He stepped back and bowed his head sharply. As Codian straightened his shoulders once again, his expression never once altering. Seconds later the air before them shimmered and distorted in a huge vertical stellar map. Thrummed into view, the hazy spiral of the galaxy instantly recognizable to the Ultramarine. We are here. Andrassi announced, pointing towards the western end of the galactic hub. The western reaches of the former Ultima Segmentum. We will round the Maelstrom to the north and slip through the Tau blockades northeast of Catachan. We should make it through to the Segmentum Solar without too much trouble. Codian strode forward to stand before the holodisplay. He raised his finger and stabbed it into the shimmering light, the image rippling and distorting where he touched it. You say we are here. I understand that we are closer to Terra, but is it not possible to journey south? East to Ultramar? We are Ultramarines and we have a duty to defend our realm. We wish to rejoin our chapter. Andrassi and Grungy glanced at one another without exchanging a word, the looks on their faces alone enough to cause concern. What is it? Grungy simply shook his head and turned his attention back to the repairs at hand. Andrassi stepped forward hesitantly, his hands clasped together. That would not be a good idea. Grungy explained your situation to me, though he is a creature of few words. It's clear he hasn't gone into the finer details on exactly what kind of state the Imperium is in now, or you wouldn't even be asking that. He glanced back towards the Demiurge, who in turn was now lost amongst the inner workings of the controls, muttering softly to himself. He sighed and turned to face the chaplain once more, his manner now clearly more respectful. Good sir, the galaxy has always been a dangerous place. These days it is lethal. Grungy told me what happened with the Necrontyr tomb ship, so I know that you have seen for yourself firsthand just how powerful the Tau are. The ships of the Monka Corvatra are the largest and most powerful in the galaxy. The extinction fleets are able to scour entire systems upon passing. No single force in this galaxy stands a chance of facing them and finding victory. Ultramar, boy. All I want to know is what has happened to Ultramar. Andrasy sighed and lowered his gaze. Please, Brother Codian, walk with me to my ship. I have much to explain to you, none of it good. Codian ascended the ramp of the cutter and entered the hold, the cold illuminators shining upon his smooth black armor. Andrasy followed him and then moved off towards a small recess, taking a bottle of violet liquid in one hand and a delicate crystal flute glass in the other. I assume you don't consume alcohol? He asked, pouring himself a large measure. Codian shook his head. The rogue trader tipped his head and then moved to sit down, offering the chaplain a seat opposite him. Codian frowned and then took the seat, the frame beneath groaning under his weight. Answers, rogue trader. Andrasy nodded and leaned back against the rest, exhaling deeply. It was clear that he was reluctant to chance the marine's wrath. Codian could sense that he was not going to be pleased by what he was about to hear. The Hellrunner may be small, but she's old, chaplain. She was my father's and his father before him. She has been out amongst these stars for a very long time. He took a long sip of the intoxicating beverage and then gestured towards the surrounding hold, an attempt to draw Codian's attention to the many artifacts scattered about the space. Like my father and my grandfather, I've always been somewhat of a historian. The past fascinates me. That is why I was so looking forward to meeting with you, honored warrior. The glorious days of the Imperium are but a distant and captivating dream to me, a time when mankind ruled the stars unopposed. A time I can only imagine with fondness. He paused then, taking another long sip from the ornate glass, baring his teeth as the burning liquid slid down his throat. My alliance with Grungy goes back years, decades even. He is a good and honorable soul, alien or not. He saved me from the Tau, however, that is a story for another time. I know you seek answers. Honored warrior. I would consider it an honor to enlighten you. Then do so. Codian answered abruptly. Tell me what you want to know. Andrasy continued, spreading his fingers. Everything. Came Codian's reply, as abrupt and certain as any could be. Andrasy sighed again. There is a legend. He began, shifting his weight uncomfortably. Of a time when the Tau were young. Some say they were naive, that they wished to expand their borders through diplomacy and unity. I can't imagine that. It was a time when other, far older races fought over the domination of the galaxy. The empire of man stretched across the stars, unrivaled in power. A time of the ancient Eldar and the green-skinned orc, when the vast swarms of the Tyrannid consumed whole worlds and the foul servants of the warp gods spilled from the eye. Codian listened in silence, his armored hands clasped together. It was strange to listen to someone speak of the galaxy he knew this way. He was still coming to terms with the fact that it was all gone. He could not bring himself to imagine it any other way, yet he had seen with his own eyes just how powerful the Tau had become. Somewhere along the line all that changed. No one knows for sure when and why it happened, but there are rumors. The legend tells of a fire warrior commander called Oshava in a dead world called Arthas Moloch. Something he found there changed him. He did what no other Tau had ever done. He broke away from the influence of the Ethereals and founded his own enclave. I know of this, Farza'ite. Codian interrupted, his lip curling with distaste. The Ultramarines fought against him many times. Andrasy paused for a moment, a look of near reverence passing over his face. He smiled and shook his head, clearly in awe of the ancient warrior. To think you were alive when my great-grandfather owned this ship. A free captain, he was known to trade with the Tau of the Farza'ite enclaves, and he did so for many years. One day, all trading ceased. Ships were turned away from Tau space without reason or explanation. It was rumored by some that a great force of Tau led by the ethereals of a planet named Endras were moving to face the renegade commander, to call him to account for his dissidence. Somewhere along the way, they found Arthas Moloch. That's where it all began. So what happened on Arthas Moloch? Andrasy shrugged his shoulders, his eyes fixed upon the gleaming crystal in his hand. No one knows. The Tau have never spoken of what they found there, and no free captain has ever dared investigate the planet. All that is known is that whatever Oshava found there changed him. What it had to do with the rest of the Tau Empire, and whether or not it was in part responsible for what happened to them, no one knows. The Eldar were the first to figure out that something was wrong. They must have known how bad things were going to get because they didn't even try to stop it. They just left. Codian frowned and shifted his considerable weight, the seat beneath him protesting audibly once again. Andrasy saw this and smiled again, then closed his eyes for a fleeting moment. The Eldar. The ancient and magnificent craft worlds of the Eldar haunt my dreams. They must have been a sight to behold. I remember my grandfather. The chaplain's stern gaze brought that particular story arc to a very abrupt end. Anyway, they got out while they could. They headed out towards the Great Void and no one has ever heard of them since. It was at this point that the Imperium sat up and began to take notice. New species began to emerge one after another, all flying the banner of the Tau Empire. The Kroot, the Demiurge, the Nisakar, and the Vespid were joined. Andrasy's explanatory drone was cut suddenly and unceremoniously short as Codian's fist came smashing down on the table, the blow shattering the antique wood into shards. The crystal decanter and glass both disappeared, consumed by the sudden explosion of fine timber. The rogue trader brought his knees up to his face and sank into the crimson leather, emitting a short and somewhat pathetic yelp of surprise. The chaplain rose to his feet and blotted out the lights of the hold, his eyes glowing with unrestrained anger. Enough! He roared, a brace of armored fists the size of Andrasy's head hovering maliciously close. This is unacceptable. I have neither the time nor the luxury to sit here and listen as you drone incessantly on. I have no interest as to how the demmed Tau came to conquer this galaxy. I want simple answers. The terrified free captain seemed to sink into his seat, his trembling hands raised up to his face. Please, whatever you want to know I will tell you. Don't kill me. Ultramar. Codian roared, punching his fist through the thick bulkhead above him. Tell me what fate has befallen Ultramar or I will tear this ship apart with my hands. Ultramar has fallen. Andrasy all but squealed, leaping from the seat and out of harm's way. War Master Calgar defended the Ultima Segmentum for almost 400 years before he was forced back to the Segmentum Solar. The region is lost. Codian withdrew his fist and lowered his gaze once more. His armored chest heaved with each colossal breath, yet the almost bestial rage that burned within his eyes seemed to dull. He stood and stared at the rogue trader for what seemed an age. Finally, he spoke again. Fallen. Even Makraj. Andrasy nodded, too terrified to speak. And the Ultramarines. I know little of the Astaroot's factions, honored warrior. All I know is that the War Master holds sway over them all, no matter their former allegiance. The Tau hunt them without mercy or hesitation because they fear them. They fear the Space Marines more than any other force in this galaxy. For 4 centuries they have led a determined campaign of extermination against the Astaroot's, cleansing home worlds, and hunting battle fleets wherever they could find them. All surviving Marines now fight under a single banner, the banner of Calgar, the banner of the Alliance. Imperialis Solar. And what of Terra? The last bastion of the Imperium, Lord. Every last remaining loyalist fights even as we speak to keep the Tau from taking the Segmentum Solar. The extinction fleets have encroached as far as the defenses of Saturn. Some say it is a matter of months before Titan and her sisters are overrun. Mars is already gone, she was lost almost 100 years ago when the Great Unity first moved against the Segmentum Solar. They sent almost 10,000 crude warspheres through the warp in an abortive attempt to capture her. The priests of the Forge detonated her core rather than allow the Unity to capture her secrets. Kodian backed away, his teeth still bared in anger despite his subtle change in mood. Impossible! He growled, unable to take on board the man's preposterous claims. How can any race rise to such power in such a short space of time, especially the Tau? The Tau are weak, they always have been. Their technology is all that has kept them alive this long. They barter and bargain, they entreat and reason. They conquer systems and races through promises of protection and equality. They do not have the stomach for all-out aggression. And yet all I tell you is true. Andrasy continued, shifting forward hesitantly. The rogue trader took a deep, lingering breath and swept his long braids over his face, composing himself as best he could. The Tau you knew are long gone, Marine. They have changed beyond all recognition into an empire of monsters and murderers, driven by an insatiable desire to conquer and enslave or else exterminate every living creature in this galaxy. He paused then, lowering his eyes for a moment as if contemplating his own words. Finally he found the chaplain's gaze once more. Sound familiar? Kodian sneered and turned away, unwilling to allow the rogue trader to see his reaction. He knew exactly what Andrasy was getting at by that remark. What troubled him was, for the first time since he could remember, he did not have an answer. So, where are we headed to? He uttered, changing the subject as tactfully as a charging Carnodon. Andrasy smiled as he slumped down onto the faded leather of his captain's chair and removed his gloves. He issued a short, sharp series of commands and the bridge crew about him began to set about their individual allotted tasks as one. Satisfied, he turned his attention back to the waiting. A start. Why, to the place we take all our Imperial salvage. Andrasy answered. To the last bastion of the Mechanikus. He opened his hands before him as he spoke the last word, almost as if the chaplain would already know the answer. Ryza. Part 4. A journey to Ryza, the Orc and the Demiurge. Ryza. Laner uttered, nodding his head slowly. At long last, we may be getting somewhere. The others simply glanced his way and then turned away. It was clear then they failed to share the same enthusiasm for the infamous Forge world. Kodian didn't particularly care whether or not their destination was a Mechanikus world. All he cared about was that they were soon to reach Imperial-held territory. All that mattered now was that they be re-established with the Imperium, and Ryza would provide this link. We have been traveling for 2 days now. I am ready to tear this damned Xenos ship apart with my bare hands. Barolinus snarled, glancing around him. Actually, seeing as you are currently on board the Hellrunner, this is a human ship. Andrasy interrupted, somewhat cautiously. My ship, actually. I would be very grateful if you and your brethren would cease to threaten her structural integrity. The Ultramarine simply glared at Andrasy as though he were about to shove his head down into his bowel for even daring to address him. The rogue trader swallowed hard and cleared his throat. As I was saying, our best chance of slipping through the Tau blockade is to take my ship. The Grudge Bearer is incredibly powerful, but she's about as subtle as a warp storm. The Hellrunner is small, but she's fast, faster than anything that's chased her yet. Even if they manage to detect us, they'll never catch us. She'd better be fast, pirate. Barolinus growled. This damned journey seems to be taking forever. Oh, she is. I told you, she's a human vessel. She's fully warp capable and I have my own navigator. We won't be skimming like the Grudge Bearer. We will slip by the shift nets once we reach the edges of the defenses and then make the short jump to Ryza. It should be pretty painless. Kodian watched as the rogue trader turned and began to head towards the door of the hold. How long, Andrasy? The man slowed, their eyes meeting for a moment. How long before we reach these defenses? Did you not feel the bulkheads shift minutes ago, Chaplain? It would seem that we are already here. The domed structures stretched across the twinkling void as far as the naked eye could see. Above and below them the countless automated detection drones hung suspended and in their millions. The silent sentries of the Segmentum solar blockade. The sleek black ship slid into the vacuum like a dart into water, giving off a single flare of thrust, before shimmering briefly and sliding beneath the stars themselves. Behind it, the hulking and desolate stronghold ship bore witness to its departure, invisible to the sensors of the alien cordon, its captain no longer aboard. Prandium's ruin, look at that. Umbras pushed his hands against the cool glass of the viewport and stared out at the inconceivable spectacle. The others couldn't help but share his reaction. The sheer volume and size of the mast Tau defenses were nothing short of overwhelming. Don't let any of that put you off. Andrasy smiled, leaning on the padded arm of his rather flamboyant captain's chair. These blockades were erected to stop battle fleets, not lone cutters. It's how the Tau think. Power is all, size matters and all that. They don't even consider a ship this size to be worth acknowledging their mistake. The Marines looked on through the deep red glow in silence as the rogue trader turned and nodded to his astropath, the hunched figure swathed in dark brown robes by his side. The psyker bowed his head and began to whisper beneath his breath, the low, incomprehensible words seeming to charge the air of the bridge with a cold, ozone tang. We just have to make sure the Nikasar aren't lurking out there, Andrasy explained. If they are and they catch our scent, then we're screwed. It's just precaution. The Nisakar, why are they so feared? Umbras asked, turning away from the porthole. The Nisakar were barely known to us in our time, and yet you seem to fear them even more than the Tau. Trust me, the Nisakar are bad. They can boil your blood and drag your intestines out through your nose with a thought. Every single Nisakar is an alpha-level psyker. The Tau use them mainly to hunt down the renegade fleets still at large in the galaxy. No one can hide from the Nisakar. Cody sighed as he watched the seemingly endless structures speeding by, merging into one continuous ivory blur. So much had changed since they had last looked upon these stars. Almost everyone he had known as a brother was gone, lost to the sands of time. He found himself unable to imagine Tau's rise to power without feeling the anger well within his breast. Every time he closed his eyes, he could see his warrior brethren fighting to halt the Xenogen tide. He could see the brave Ultramarines as they were told that they would have to abandon Ultramar, feel the despair in their hearts. Warriors he should have fought alongside. Warriors that it had been his life's duty to give spiritual guidance to. He had failed. Tell me of Ryza, Andrasy? Laner asked, interrupting his silent lamentation. How has she survived this war unscathed when this great unity you speak of has encroached so far into the hallowed Segmentum? Upon hearing this, the rogue trader smiled. You are the student of the machine god, my proud comrade. You tell me. Ryza has survived. Despite all else, though I wouldn't exactly say unscathed. As it was in the wars against the orcs, the call of war was once again answered by her sister worlds, Barak, Bilani, and Dulmalin. These worlds sacrificed themselves so as to provide Ryza with enough manpower to keep the Tau at bay. Even now her hold is a precarious one. Without sufficient aid she will fall in time. A most regrettable situation. As Laner heard this, he seemed to grow somewhat agitated, his mood darkening. How precarious? Andrasy lifted his hand and tipped his head, the lights of the bridge shifting in hue again. Let us continue this discussion in a moment. We are about to transfer. The lights shifted again as the entire ship seemed to blur around them for a second, a deep, resonating thrum accompanying the change. Every window surrounding the bridge became a blank gray wall as the warp shielding slid into place, completing the transition. We've entered the warp, Andrasy announced, taking a deep breath. We should reach Ryza soon. Dolos, send word of our arrival ahead. Cody made to rise as he felt the ship shudder and change about him once again, tired of sitting and waiting for the journey to end. He had led the others in prayer for the last 14 hours and now would normally be the time for honing his skills and his body in the chapter training complex. He still had centuries of atrophy to work off, despite the efforts of his own accelerated physique to recover from the long sleep. In truth, he found himself eager for war, his mind only too willing to goad his body on. Andrasi glanced up from the readout display before him and saw his approach, his grim face illuminated by the glow of the screens before him. "You have finished your meditations, Chaplain." Kodian nodded and moved to join him, his eyes finding the bank of screens spread out before him. "How long before we reach Ryza, Captain?" Andrasi seemed a little taken aback by this, and it was more than a few seconds before Kodian realized why he had actually addressed him as Captain. "We are about to exit the warp," he answered matter-of-factly, his voice audibly strained. The chaplain nodded again and fell silent for a while, something clearly on his mind. It was as if the rogue trader's suspicious mood had set him on edge. "You never answered Laner's question, Andrasi," he finally uttered. "Just how stable is the Forge world?" Andrasi shrugged his shoulders and turned away, his eyes narrowing. "Brother Chaplain, Ryza is a mighty world, but she is stranded. The majority of the Tau fleets are amassed around Saturn, intent on breaking her defenses. After Mars, the Tau seem understandably hesitant to aggressively attack Mechanicu's worlds. They know only too well that when the priests of the Forge decide that it's time to cut their losses, they do so in spectacular fashion. They are unwilling to take the same risks that almost saw the crew driven to extinction by the loss of Mars. Besides which, Ryza's long-range orbital defenses are legendary. The Tau are powerful, but they are unwilling and can ill afford to sacrifice their ships in the capture or destruction of a single world. The majority of the Great Unity's naval might is currently engaged in pushing through to Terra, and in truth, they simply can't meet the expense of the inevitable losses they would sustain. No, the only possible way to break Ryza would be with a massed infantry assault consisting of thousands of small, fast craft. Kodian pondered this for a moment, considering the rogue trader's words. "Is this possible? An invasion, I mean?" Andrasi smiled weakly and swiveled in his chair, depressing a number of the small, glowing runes beside him. "Before I answer that, I must first ask you a question. Are you eager to face the enemies of your Imperium once more?" Kodian frowned as he heard this, but tipped his head immediately, his immense chest seeming to expand even further. "I exist to destroy those who stand against the Emperor's realm. It is the duty of each and every Space Marine to do so." "Why do you ask?" Andrasi rubbed his forehead and glanced at the others of his crew, the line of faces that met him equally as grim and anxious. "Such an invasion is more than possible. In fact, it would seem that it is already underway." Almost immediately following this statement, the warp shielding surrounding the bridge retracted to reveal the stars beyond. It was only after several moments of silent, awestruck observation that the gathered Marines realized they weren't stars at all. They were ships. Thousands upon thousands of ships. Ugly and angular, no two were the same. "By the Codex," Umbras gasped, facing the others. "It has finally happened." "I don't believe it," Andrasi uttered, shaking his head slowly. "We have been waiting for this moment with bated breath for the last 7 years and dreading its arrival every single one of those days. The inhabitants of Solern, the only race within the Unity powerful and insane enough to even attempt such an attack." Every Marine face turned to the rogue trader as one. He stared back, the trademark smirk that seemed to have been fixed to the corners of his mouth faded and gone. "The Orcs. Plus. The sleek cutter shook as her engines were gunned to maximum, the space about her bright and burning. The guns of Ryza were now answering the massed Orc advance with extreme prejudice. Huge columns of solid blinding lance energy piercing the cold void. Ships broke apart or were simply vaporized in their hundreds as each huge blast speared through the endless armada, and yet the shifting mass bore on, closing upon the vast gunmetal gray ball with the passing of each second. Illuminated by the glow of the consoles before him, Andrasi's face was a mask of silent fear. "I've sent the signal. I've sent the signal," was all he could say, over and over again. "This is madness. We'll never survive." Laner hollered, his armored fingers closed tight around the arms of the descent seat. "We haven't a prayer of making it. Then we'll die a glorious death." Grungy roared by his side, his single eye wide and wild with anticipation. All I know is that I'll swim through the bloody void myself and make landfall if I have to. There are greyskins to be slayed, and by Thor's steel arse I'll die beneath a pile of orc corpses 1,000 high. Or I'll live forever. The cutter shuddered again, causing alarm systems to open up across the bridge. The pilot screamed curses as he wrenched the controls in all directions, fighting to keep the ship out of harm's way. Codian sat in silence, the cold eyes of his skull helm reflecting each and every explosion and blast. His bolt pistol and his Crozius sat in wait on his lap, ready to strike down the alien enemies of the Imperium. His pulses were steady, his mind calm and clear. His senses were ultra alert, his muscles tensing and relaxing automatically. It was time, and he was ready. He was ready for war. Andrasy had explained the fall and assimilation of the orcs as thoroughly and fully as he was able, considering their circumstances. The orcs, the largest and most powerful race of creatures in the galaxy of his time, were now part of the Great Unity. The Tau had managed to do what no other force or empire had ever been able to. They had conquered them. The Ethereals had discovered how the orc reproduced, and in doing so they uncovered the key to their downfall. They began to trail the great Waiox that swept through the galaxy and seek out the worlds devastated in their wake, worlds ripe with the seed of the orc. They had realized centuries ago that the orc could never be persuaded or reasoned with, and so it was that they conspired to bring down the race from within. Not even Andrasy knew every detail of how this came about, only that the Tau began to alter the genetic structure of the developing orcoid creatures, adding elements of their own DNA into the gestating alien life forms. What emerged from the dark recesses and shaded crevices were unnatural monstrosities, similar and yet as far removed from their green-skinned kin as could be, creatures with all the strength and resilience of their feral cousins, and yet completely and utterly subservient to the influence of the Ethereals. The Tau realized almost at once exactly how these creatures would be best used, and so it was that they orchestrated a long and aggressive campaign of civil war, orc against orc, using the gray-skinned hybrids to first thin and then finally exterminate their kin. It was this event that had triggered the dissension of the Demiurge. The Tau had long known of the long-standing hatred the Demiurge had of the orcs, for it was this hatred that had first persuaded the hub-dwelling race to join the Tau Empire. The same hatred that would see the Grungy and his kind all but exterminated. Realizing that the Demiurge would never accept the orcs as allies, the Tau turned on their former comrades and wiped the race from the face of the galaxy. To them, the Demiurge homeworlds were worth more to them than the race itself. The environmental conditions associated with the vast underground strongholds proved to be ideal breeding of orcs. Within a matter of years the Demiurge homeworlds were transformed into the largest collective of breeding worlds in the galaxy. For Grungy, the ultimate insult. Codian felt he now understood the depths of Grungy's suicidal madness. In truth, he too could feel the same gnawing hatred beginning to darken the edges of his soul. It is time, he uttered to himself, his fingers tightening around the weapons resting before him. To show the enemies of the Emperor how to fear once again. Part 5. The Greyskins. The Hellrunner shook as she touched down on the vast grilled landing expanse, descent engines roaring. High above the small ship the clustered defense guns tracked and fired, setting the smog-filled skies ablaze as they pummeled the following deluge of alien ships. Gah! Just be thankful they knew we were coming. Andrasy hollered as he tumbled down the opening ramp, wreathed in the escaping steam. Something huge and dark stomped through the mist behind him and out onto the metal surface, almost crushing him underfoot. Codian landed on the deck with a resounding clang and turned his eyes towards the burning skies, watching as the darkening blanket of craft continued to descend towards them. The orcs would be well met. A burning ship screamed past the edges of the elevated platform and out of sight, fragments of hull spinning away as it fell. Another followed closely behind, thrusters flaring as it slowed. It touched down clumsily on huge, angular feet only to disappear seconds later amid a blinding plume of light and noise, the automated guns of the vast forge hive as vigilant as they were unforgiving. Head towards the cargo hangar. You have to get out of the open. Andrasy yelled, gesturing towards the vast doors across the space. The rest of the Marines spread out as they left the ship, followed closely by the grinning Toslayer. "And you?" Codian asked the man, his Crozius thrumming as it crackled to life in his fist. "I have a ship to protect, Chaplain. She's the only thing that'll get us off this rock once things get too hot." The two men stared at one another for a moment, the deafening noise of the conflict shaking the air surrounding them. "Don't worry. We won't be far away. Good luck." The rogue trader turned away and disappeared as the ramp retracted and the hatch curled shut. The ship already ascending on wings of gouting flame. "He will keep his word, human. He knows I will kill him otherwise." Grungy growled, a huge smile spreading across his face. With that he turned to face the huge gaping maw of the vast Gothic archway carved into the side of the towering hive. Codian eyed the massive cogged half-skull set into the top of the arch with a mixture of relief and unease. "I suggest we make haste that way if we are to meet with our Mechanicu's allies. Anchored Soth won't keep the door open forever." The small group of allies set off towards the hive entrance amid the multitude screams of the war klaxons, sprinting no further than 30 feet or so before the first orc ship set down. Codian was angry. He was incensed, aflame with burning wrath. He wanted nothing more than to turn on his heel and wade into the Xenos scum, and yet he knew he could not. Every step forward was a link in the chain, a step closer to the Imperium he had lost. It didn't matter that the foul orcs were falling from the skies all around him. All that mattered now was that they survived to reach Terra and Calgar. The Lord of the Ultramarines had to know that he and his brothers had not abandoned the chapter. A small part of him found this notion ridiculous. Calgar would never think that, and yet he knew. Somewhere in the past centuries he and the others would have been recorded as lost in action. "We are not lost," he growled to himself, each mighty footfall shaking the thick grill underfoot. "We have returned." He reached the huge opening ahead of the others and passed beneath the vast archway, his progress tracked by the targeting beams of dozens of semi-sentient weapon turrets. The endless expanse beyond was dark and oppressive, the sensors of his helmet detecting the contaminants saturating the thick, oily atmosphere within. "Plus halt plus." The single-spoken word rumbled through the immense chasm like a peal of thunder, shaking the walls around him. He found his pace faltering. The others reached him as something began to shift in the warm darkness beyond. Small red pinpricks of light began to blink and sway in the shadows, accompanied by the almost rhythmic hiss whine of a multitude of servomotors. The darkness itself boiled, shifting as it came alive. Huge shapes lurched forth, each one twice again as tall and vast as the Space Marines. Warrior constructs, dozens upon dozens of them, began to fill the chamber all around them, artificial optics pulsing as they assessed the new arrivals. Power claws snapped ominously and loaders rattled as weapon mounts were armed. Grungy stepped forward and thrust his hand up and out over his shoulder, presenting his companions. "Anchored Soth, you old bold head. How's this for Imperial salvage?" With that the Demiurge nodded to Codian and the others as one of the constructs stomped forward. Various scanning beams stabbing forth to pass over the Marines. Codian eyed the metal beast warily. As it towered over him, its multitudinous shining eyes assessing him. "Plus explain plus." Another shape pushed forward from between the collected constructs, much shorter and swathed in black robes, each huge combat servitor moving aside as it passed. "I pulled them in from the Protea Wash. They had been adrift for centuries," Grungy explained. "They seek passage to Terra." The figure moved to join them, its augmetic eyes glowing in the dim light. It stood there for a moment, silent and rigid, and then spoke. "Plus fascinating. I am Archmagos Anchored Soth, and I welcome to Ryza, Asteroutes. I only wish we could have been more accommodating, though as you have seen, we are currently in the midst of invasion plus." With that the Mechanicu's priest moved past the others and made to stand before Laner, the squirming of the mechadendrites around him intensifying. "Plus Forge brother. It has been a long time since I last stood before one of your kind. It is an honor to Meet one who has witnessed the glory of sacred Mars. Cherish the memories of your time on the sacred orb, for she is lost to us now. You will find that the adepts of the Mechanikus now wear black, in mourning for her loss. I have a gift for you plus. Laner simply frowned and then nodded as Ankurtsoth gestured towards a small group of priests waiting in the distance, before leaving the enigmatic priest and his brethren without a word. Plus Chaplain, Ryza will fall plus Ankurtsoth announced grimly. Plus we may hold out against these invaders for weeks or even months, but she will fall in time. We are done but the Imperium may yet have a chance plus. Codian glanced behind him as the turrets surrounding the arch began to open up, a telltale sign that the enemy forces were moving ever closer. What can we do, Mugos? Plus we have developed a weapon that may help us in our fight against the Great Unity. The Tau know of it and rightly fear its potential power. That is why they have sent the orcs against us. They are an expendable breed. They wish to goad us into using the Cessus against the orcs, to expend it needlessly against the grey-skin hordes of Solern, to waste it. We cannot allow that. Many sacrifices have been made to reach this juncture. And now, this plus. The entire level seemed to shudder as something huge exploded out of sight, almost as if to highlight the tech priest's gesture. The all-encompassing alarms intensified, shaking the charged air with their collective screams. The huge Praetorian battle servitors surrounding the Mugos shifted as one, weapons systems powering up. Plus they have landed plus Ankurtsoth uttered. Codian watched as Grungy spun on his heel, his metal fist falling to the floor with a rattling clang. "Oh orcs!" he screamed, his ruddy features shaking with uncontrollable rage. There followed a brief thrum of energy and a flash of swirling light and he was gone. The others turned to the chaplain in silent anticipation and he realized that they were waiting for his word, the word to follow. "Plus it is your choice," Chaplain plus Ankurtsoth said, pulling the thick hood from over his head to reveal a bloodless face, the few scraps of atrophied skin still visible a dead, pallid gray. "Plus you can follow the Demiurge if you so wish. You were engineered to answer the call of war. Your Tech Marine comrade is being briefed as we speak and I already know that he has accepted the responsibility of this vital task. He will carry the Cessus to Terra and deliver it to the War Master. If you wish to accompany him I understand. If you wish to stay and die a glorious death then I respect that. Either way, it has been an honor to meet with a true ancient, Chaplain. You have my word that the fall of Ryza will become legend plus." He stepped back as the largest of the constructs stomped forward and loomed over the robed figure. There followed a brief whine as the Mugos' entire head detached and then rose amid a hiss of steam, a multitude of small grasping arms emerging from the servitor to retrieve the appendage. It lifted the head and slotted it securely between its vast armored shoulders before locking it in place. Ankurtsoth's face stared down upon him as the mighty machine began to unfurl power claws and gun mounts, its hulking frame alive with the activity of transformation. Plus survive this and bring the Unity to its knees. Show them what the Imperium is truly capable of plus. With that the man-slash-machine amalgamation lurched forward and out towards the enemy hordes, his army of servitors in tow. Codian watched him leave, Barolinus and Umbras by his side. "What now?" Umbras asked. Barolinus simply stood in silence, his fingers tight around the hilt of his chainsword, his armored body leaning towards the sounds of conflict. "Now we take the fight to the enemy." As one, the three warriors charged. Part 6. In his name. The entire platform shook beneath his feet as he charged out into the night, his brothers at his side. The skies above and around their elevated position were aflame, burning with the light of hundreds upon hundreds of orc vessels. It was clear what Ankurtsoth had asked of him. This fight was not about victory or honor. It was not a conflict of defense, it was a fight for time. Each moment that passed as they held the attackers at bay was a moment closer to seeing Laner prepared. It was also clear that Ankurtsoth was prepared to entrust only the Tech Marine with this Cessus. Whatever that was. In truth, he cared little what the weapon was or how it worked. All he knew was that he and his brothers had to get it to Calgar on Terra, and this was enough. He would not fail. Bright and burning tracer fire zipped across the expanse as the two forces engaged, the smog-filled air charged and alive. Codian ducked and shifted to the right as bright blue energy pulses stitched past him, blackening the thick floor beside his feet. He glanced up ahead to see the vast tide of irregular Praetorian battle. Servitors pouring into the rapidly filling space at the edges of the expanse, weapon mounts shuddering, servo limbs flailing. Many of the crude landing craft found themselves upturned and hauled over the side to spin away into the night as the charging mass slammed into them. Others were assailed by the towering creations. Hatches and doors were swiftly sealed by plasma torches, leaving the creatures within trapped and helpless. Others still were simply torn apart amid a flurry of roaring limbs. He veered sharply to the left as another lumbering Xenos craft came down hard on the platform beside him. Sparks showered his armor as the ship skidded awkwardly past, its thick hull punished by the tracking defense guns. "Forward, brothers, on to glory!" he hollered, leaping over the scattered wreckage left behind and into the fray, heading toward the listing disembarkation hatch. He lifted his bolt pistol and unleashed a storm of fire into the retracting iris before him, watching as the hulking shadows within fell back amid roars of pained anger. Several of the Mechanicus constructs lurched past, some alive with aggressive intent, others burning and breaking apart, flesh and augmatics melting as one. He ducked beneath the legs of one of the automatons and fired the pistol again, each explosion illuminating the writhing figures inside for a fleeting second. Into them he roared, driving forward into the scum. His crimson cape swirled around him as he ascended the ramp, his croziers flashing from left to right. A wall of hulking gray flesh met him, roaring and swaying in the cramped confines of the hold. Thick blades flashed towards him and he parried them with one mighty thrust, sending molten metal spraying across the walls. That was when he saw the orcs for the first time, or rather saw what had become of them. They were huge gray-skinned monstrosities, similar and yet far removed from the orcs he had known and hated. Black eyes regarded him with hatred, jagged ridges of jutting tooth cartilage bared maliciously his way. Those creatures not sporting crude helmets displayed smooth heads devoid of ears, a single ebony scalp lock swinging by their cheek. Segmented tau armor plate rattled and grated as they advanced. Dented and crud encrusted and yet instantly recognizable for what it was. The orcs as he had known them were base, detestable monsters. These creatures were abominations. For the greater good. One of the beasts roared with a voice that shook the close bulkheads of the hold. He turned in time to watch as something vast bludgeoned its way through the others of its kind, a mass of scarred gray flesh and oily armor plates sweeping everything else aside. Two black orbs glistened as they found him standing in wait, the weapon in his hand pulsing ominously. A challenge. The bull orc thundered across the space to meet with the marine, its armored shoulders throwing off sparks as they caught the walls either side of it. The mighty axe in its hand thrummed and pulsed, blue energies flashing across its pitted surface. Codian strode forward and met the beast head-on, the two shimmering weapons meeting with a resounding ring and a flash of sparks. The debased creature kept repeating the same phrase over and over again, almost as if it had been brainwashed, all the while trying its best to hack or bludgeon the chaplain to death. He did not care. He didn't give a damn if the Tau had corrupted every single orc left in the galaxy. He would still send each and every one of them to hell himself if need be, and he would start with this piece of hulking filth. The orc threw itself forward and cried out as it found itself thrown up and over the marine, its own bulk working against it. Codian spun on his heel and hammered the leering winged skull down into the creature's face, parting Xenos bone and flesh as if it were paper. For the Emperor and Guilliman, he roared, tearing the weapon free of its flesh cage. More orcs were pouring from the confines of the craft, shouting and hollering. Most if not all of them carried a firearm, though not a single shot was fired. It was clear these creatures were caught up in a state of collective, insane frenzy. He thrust his bolt pistol out before him and emptied his clip into the charging monsters, watching with satisfaction as they fell, one after another, heads and torsos shattered by the powerful rounds. The others did the same, bolt rounds thundering mercilessly into the grey mass, punching huge, ragged holes through flesh and muscle. He turned on his heel and plucked a brace of frag grenades from his belt, casting them into the groaning mess beyond. "Get back!" he hollered, pushing the other warriors out of the craft. With that he thundered back, down the ramp and out onto the expanse as the explosions thundered within, just in time to see the vast stretch of rockcrete and metal begin to flood with thousands upon thousands of roaring, charging orcs. A wall of lumbering servitors, skitarii and guardsmen were pouring from the many access points and bays across the wall of the hive to meet with them, a scene mirrored 1,000 or more times over, across the length of the vast hive city. He saw this and knew at once, there and then, that Ryza was lost. Options, Chaplain. He turned to see the two Marines standing behind him, their eyes fixed upon the sprawling combat. Both were breathing heavily, suffering for their multi-centurial inactivity. "We can't win this, can we?" Umbraz asked, his white armor slick with alien blood. "Then we die here," Barolinus roared, reloading his bolter. "We die a glorious death, an ultramarine death." Light, bright and searing flashed before his eyes. He turned on his heel, assessing his surroundings. It was almost 2 seconds before he realized that he recognized the phenomenon. He had been hit. "So be it," he uttered, feeling a short pang of pain in his side, seconds before the gland pain suppressants kicked in. He knew then with certainty that they would die here, the realization washing over him with a damning finality. They were as nothing in the face of such numbers. 3 Marines, no matter how powerful, hadn't the slightest chance of winning this battle. He turned and watched as something huge and imposing thundered out onto the plateau, its huge grey girth filling his vision. It was an orc, larger than any other he had ever seen. So large in fact that at first, he thought the creature to be a dreadnought of some kind. "Be-jello! Be-jello! Be-jello!" The horde began to chant, the sound so powerful and thunderous that each word shook the floor underfoot. The creature looked like some kind of amalgamation of Tau battlesuit and orc. Gilliman's oath. "What is that thing?" he heard Umbraz utter. "That," the demiurge growled from behind them, "is Omog Drak." Part 7. Omog Drak. The massive creature advanced like a living maelstrom, a hail of pulse fire preceding him. Kodian looked on in shocked silence as the armored orc strode through the combat as if invincible, scattering all before him. More and more orcs were landing all around them now, saturating the vista with their sheer, unopposed numbers. Huge orc dreadnoughts fell like rain from the skies and down towards the expanse on wings of fire, jetpack thrusters flaring behind him. Alien landing craft began to slow and hover, unable to find the space to alight. Orc warriors leapt from the waiting ships in their hundreds, too impatient to wait. "Ryza is doomed. We cannot win." Kodian turned to the others as he said this, expecting some form of disagreement or protest. They simply stared back, the inexpressive features of their helmets unable to disguise their heavy, shameful silence. They knew he was right. "Omog Drak!" Grungy uttered again, this time much louder and angered. His face tightened and he sprang forward, his eyes wild and burning with hatred. "Plus chap, LZZL, Itreat plus." He flinched, the sudden activation of his Vox receiver unexpected. Umbraz and Barolinus had also received the sudden burst, this much apparent by their reactions. "Plus explain." "Angst plus." The warring mass seemed to shift as a sea of metal burst from the carnage to surround the orc warboss. Stomping combat servitors smashed their way through the milling orcs to meet with the beast, anchored Soth at their head. "Plus Lskev, Chaplain leave White's Castle you still can, plus." That was when the abomination spoke. "I is Be-jello Solaren Monka Mog Drak." He roared, spreading his arms wide. "I is the prophet of the greater good. I is gonna bring Disumi world to its knees in the name of Ida unity. O's with me." A huge roar of confirmation rose up from the orc mass, so loud that it caused the very air to shudder. Kodian felt a sudden and unexplainable wave of nausea pass through him, an almost physical force. The Wa'ak. He swayed slightly, feeling a hand rest upon his shoulder. He turned to see Umbras standing there, pointing to the skies above and behind him. The Hellrunner hovered above, casting her shadow over the Marines. He looked up to see a figure hanging from the open hatch, long blonde hair blowing in the breeze. Plus Chaplain, it's Andrassi here. Your colleague is ready to leave. If you are coming, then we must leave now, otherwise we'll never break orbit. Plus. He turned away and looked out at the swirling combat once again, watching as the huge creature began to tear the Muggos apart. Ryza was lost. The words echoed through his mind again and again. Another Imperial world fallen to the foul Xenos. Another nail in the Imperium's coffin. The orcs had barely landed and it was nothing short of obvious that the Forge world was lost. Plus hurry, Chaplain. Plus he heard the rogue trader call in his ear, the concern in his voice rising steadily. Plus Ryza doesn't stand a chance. She never did. The Tech Marine has the Cessus. We have to retreat, plus. We can't. He uttered, the features hidden beneath the skull helm tightening. We can't abandon the entire surviving populations of 3 worlds to their fate. Andrassi's reply came back harsher now, his vox-altered voice firmer, more determined. Plus we can and we will. We can't save them, Chaplain. Stay if you must, we will be leaving this planet. You have to decide. Plus. With that, Kodian turned towards the scene and watched as the Demiurge hurtled headlong towards his own certain death, exultant and unafraid. A chaplain's holy task was to lead by example, to inspire those around him, to instill a sense of hope and resolve when all else seemed lost. He knew what he had to do. The brute's black eyes glistened as he turned his vast head to see the small shape hurtling towards him. He smiled, exposing the cruel, jagged edges of his cartilage tusks. Demiurge. My favorite Flava Ov enemy. The orcs around him began to advance eagerly, energy-sheathed choppa blades flashing in the gloom. Get back, ya filthy squigbo bearers. I'll smash anyone who tries to muscle in on my kill. He roared, accenting the command with a wide, sweeping lunge. The surrounding orcs quailed before the giant's anger, their reaction an immediate and physical one. The huge war boss threw a few malevolent glances about him before turning his attention back towards the advancing Taz layer once again, the huge blades of his twin choppas flaring. This one's mine. Grungy was screaming, literally screaming with rage and unfettered anger. His augmetic eye burned empathically, so bright that it left a glowing red streak in his wake. The Demiurge had torn his flight suit off and was bare at the chest, his tattooed torso a bright, glowing red, almost as if the blood boiled in his veins. Omog Draok. Killer. Murderous animal, fit for nothing but extermination. I will take your head in vengeance. I will avenge the strongholds you sacked. I will avenge the leagues you wiped out. I will. The rest of Grungy's rant was drowned out as the two forces met, a maelstrom of blurred activity. The orc lunged forward, both huge weapons slamming deep into the floor. Grungy leapt up into the air and into a rolling spin, the flashing weapon fist swirling around and about him. The Demiurge was fast, far faster than any creature of his squat size and robust build ought to be. The huge orc shifted like a mountain to engage the small spinning shape, roaring and thrashing as he attempted to connect. De great a good. Nothing can stand in the way of the unity. I wiped the flesh balls from the face of this Galaxian, I will do the same to you. Grungy's spinning fist slammed into the monster again and again, smashing armor from its fastenings with each blow. This continued until the huge monstrosity finally parried one of the Demiurge's blows and followed with an unstoppable thrust with his other axe. Grungy was gone. The Demiurge gasped as he felt a powerful hand close around his neck and haul him back, throwing him bodily away from the fight. Kodian thundered into the orc like a storm front, shouting and bellowing for all he was worth, his amplified voice shaking the ground underfoot. A single blow with the Crozius sent the orc reeling back, sparks coruscating from his chest armor. What da? In the name of the Emperor Dominant, I challenge you, monster. In the name of the Golden Throne of the Eternal Warrior, I defy you. He roared, spreading his arms out wide in challenge. Face me. Face me if you dare. The orc stared back for a moment, mystified, his cold black eyes wide with shock. It was clear he had never been challenged this way before. Oh, are you? What are you? Mog Drax spat, shifting his posture. What we got air? You supposed to be some kinda marine, skullface. I am a chaplain of the Ultramarines, alien scum. Remember that fact. Tell the filth that follow you. Tell the degenerate alien scum you serve. I am Codian, and I am the harbinger of your apocalypse. I vow this by all that I am. Codian sprinted forward and emptied his bolt pistol into the orc's chest, the screaming shells exploding across the wide expanse. Even as the war boss staggered back, he leapt high into the air and smashed the Crozius into the flailing behemoth, splitting the armor in two with a single blow. Mog Drax slammed into the ground, sparks showering from beneath him. Codian threw himself onto the creature's chest and smashed his flailing limbs aside, unstoppable and without quarter. He lowered his face towards that of his enemy, so close that the smooth features of the skull were almost touching the monster's gray, scarred skin. Tell them. The chaplain growled. Tell them that I am coming for them. Warn them that their doom hunts for them. Tell your ethereal masters that I am a messenger of the immortal Emperor, that I am his wrath, his anger given form. I will not be stopped. I will not falter. I will hunt them one by one and slay them like animals. I am coming for them. I will let you live for now, alien. Live with the shame of your defeat, you weak, feeble piece of filth. Remember. Mog Drax screamed his rage long into the burning night. He looked on helplessly as the armored warrior and the struggling fleshball were lifted into the belly of the hovering ship, his anger at being denied retribution a searing, living force. He would remember. He would remember. Part 8. At the Gates. Syllabus binary, terraformed garden world segmentum solar 2 weeks after the destruction of RYZA the grey morning skies of Syllabus binary burned. The ancient stone labyrinth city of Gehesta stretched for miles in every direction, the clouds of rubble dust drifting like fog through the vast archways and towering, vine-encrusted villas. Guards scurried through the broken buildings like vermin, shuddering beneath each relentless bombardment. Vast columns of armor flooded the broken flagged highways, pushing forward in masse, guns thundering and smoking. Syllabus had once been a jewel. Now she was a ruin. Marnus Augustus Calgar, Supreme Grand Master of the Alliance Imperialis Solar, looked out at the ruination about him and felt his ancient soul ache. Like Prandium before her, Syllabus was lost to the scourge of the Xenos. My lord. He turned to see ancient Ventress kneeling behind him, arms folded around the gilded pole of the almost prehistoric standard. Standing by the genuflecting marine was Lord Inquisitor Arthas, his campaign tactician. Side by side, the aging Ordo Xenos lord stood shoulder to shoulder with the kneeling warrior. Ventress's eyes were hooded and gray. His thin white hair and scarred, lined face showed his age now more than ever. There were some that claimed an Astarte never physically aged. Anyone who looked upon Ventress would contest that theory. When he spoke, his once sonorous voice wavered. Prometheus descends in its entirety upon this world. We cannot hold the unity at bay. Calgar said nothing at first. The hissing servos of his sarcophagus whined as he rotated back around to face the raging battle before him once more, Dreadnought paws flexing. Status report. He growled, his augmented voice rumbling ominously. Of course. Master Solari has assumed command of the Asteroot's push as per your orders. He has spread kill teams around the central plazas, an even mix of ranged and assault. Thunderhawk. Support is on standby, with a reserve force of 30 10-man assault teams waiting within teleport range. Guard and PDF forces are holding along the northwest of the city, though any advances into enemy-held territory have been swiftly turned aside. Commander Gorth of the 15th Throne Guard has taken charge of the Sil interior and Arbits as a whole. They are holding for the moment, but we cannot expect to gain headway at this stage. Marine and Guard armor have been steadily pushing up from behind to bolster them these past few hours. Who knows, their sacrifice may provide the populace with enough time to organize an evac. I sincerely doubt that. The Tau will not allow the citizens of this world to leave. If they can't convert them, then they will destroy them, you know that. Yes, Lord. I have sent word out to the commanders. They will be with us shortly. The War Master's tone had changed, his augmetic voice taking on a more hardened tone. Ultramar fell, and we retreated. I will retreat no further. Fully half of Tau fleet Prometheus is engaged with the defenses of Saturn, the other half hunt for us. The Alliance Stratagem reports that several factions of Leviathan are even as we speak leaving orbit of Kadaya and are headed towards the conflict around Saturn. They also confirm that the scattered elements of Kraken are converging upon the edges of the Ultima Segmentum. Now that the region is conquered, they seek to join the war here. 3 fleets, Lord? So it is true then. The Unity intends to make the final push for Terra soon. Yes, this much has been predicted by the Tarot. We cannot allow the Emperor to fall. We cannot fail. He turned to face the centuries-old Marine, watching as the warrior rose to his feet slowly. They have us running scared, Ventress. The Alliance Imperialis Solar is the single most powerful force. The Imperium has left, and yet they have us scattered and disparate, unable to unify against them. We are reduced to a militia. We are Ultramarines, my lord. No matter what we have lost, we do not despair. The Ancient uttered softly, lifting his eyes to the burning skies above. Dark shapes had begun to appear, darkening the clouds as they seemed to grow larger and larger. In our hearts only, Ventress. In our hearts we will always be sons of Guilliman. The chapters themselves no longer hold precedence. We are the Emperor's Grand Honor Guard, and we will live up to that title. That we will, Lord. Until death claims us. The 2 warriors turned in time to hear the scream of thrusters and the rise of voices as the commanders began to return. One by one, the leaders of the Imperial forces upon Syllabus Binary converged upon his position. Commander Murnach Gorth of the 15th Terran Throne Guard was the first to meet with him face to face. His personal Aquila lander set down amongst the Greystone rubble, kicking up a storm of choking dust as it alighted. The commander jogged down the ramp and out to meet the 2 warriors, his thick black plate armor rattling, his golden cape billowing in the breeze. The 10-strong carapace armored storm troop guard slowed to a halt behind him, allowing him to approach the War Master alone. Lord Calgar, he uttered, sweeping his cloak aside with the back of his power fist as he fell to one knee, his shaven head bowed. Speak, Commander. My lord, it is as we feared. It would seem the Unity has chosen Gehesta as the landing site for the invasion of this world. Scouts report a massed drone landing northwest of the city. At least 3 Corvi ESA factory ships have touched down and begun to unfold. Coordinates have been sent to the fleet, but I assume it's unlikely they will be in any position to provide orbital support. I felt it prudent to order the Sil field guns up to try and do some damage while the ships are still establishing themselves, supported by elements of the Throne Armor Division. I have had to commit the Earthshaker emplacements to this quadrant. I have placed elements of Throne Storm troop on standby should the need arise for a swift armor withdrawal. A sound plan, Commander. I want you to return to your forces and lead a push deeper into this city. I want you to meet the drones head on should they break through past the artillery, which I am almost certain they will. My lord. By the grace of the Emperor I will do my duty. The commander rose to his feet and bowed again, his eyes shifting as the whine of jump pack thrusters filled the air. By the time the soldier and his honor guard had marched up the ramp of the waiting craft, Grand Master Solari of the Raven Guard stood before the War Master, Dreadnought 2. Dreadnought. Well met, War Master. Solari growled, the huge jump pack built into the back of his sarcophagus, smoldering as it cooled. The huge claws fixed to his fists whispered as he shifted his bulk, the ground beneath creaking and cracking. Solari. The guard report a massive drone element northwest of here. I have witnessed the descent of the Tau ships with my own eyes. What do we face? It is worse than we could have imagined. The Raven Guard Ancient uttered, raising one huge fist towards the north. Vespid hives have touched down in the gardens of Calris region. The hunter-cotters themselves have made planetfall and masse via Orca. Fire warriors, crisis suits, and broadsides, supported by hammerhead and megalodon armor. Over half of our armor is tied in with the guard push. War Master. The Death Watch will hold the Plaza district for as long as it takes for the Tau to annihilate them, if that is your wish. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Keep your eyes and your ears open, Solari. Today may be the day we push for a counter-assault. Calgar and Ventress watched as the warrior took to the skies once again, billowing contrails following in his wake, marking his progress out into the depths of the crumbling city. He is afraid, my lord. I know, Ancient. I sense his fear. He is afraid that we are losing more warriors than we can afford. Each and every conflict sees our numbers diminish further. I agree, War Master. The gray-haired Thorian uttered, stepping forward. Lord Solari's fears are well-founded. The combined research of the Inquisition is moving forward in leaps and bounds, but still, these things take time. The Tau themselves seem to have advanced in the field of genetics above and beyond all our expectations. It's not only the fire warriors that are tempered, now. Preliminary scans of the Vespid here on Syllabus indicate they too have seen a marked genetic improvement. This situation is dire. The aging man stepped forward to look out over the city, his hands clasped tightly behind his back. The Tau have us on the back foot, and they know it. It is my estimation that they will advance the drones and the Vespid ahead of the warrior squads. This will force us to reveal our intentions, thus allowing the armor to pinpoint the position of our forces. The armor will follow the advance in, supported by the Tau infantry. By the time we have finished with the cannon fodder, the Tau will move in for the kill. What would you suggest we do, Arthas? We cannot face them head-on and win. I suggest a tactical redeployment. Send the guard against the Vespid. Their neutron weaponry is specifically designed to degrade the Astaroot's gene seed, we know that now. Send the armor to counter the Vespid, thin their numbers before the arrival of the Tau elements. Hold those kill teams already in the field back and send in the reserve forces against the factory ships. If they are able to teleport in, they could cause. The Inquisitor paused and tipped his head slightly, the rune set into his lapel shimmering. Calgar looked on as the man received a coded message, his face creasing as he listened. God Emperor, he whispered, releasing his grip on the small rune slowly. He turned to face the War Master, his hands visibly shaking. Arthas. That was the Alliance stratagem. They have just received an astropathic communique. Ryza has finally fallen, Lord. He uttered. Behind the War Master, Ventress let out a quiet gasp. Damn. Now we have little left to do but pray. Calgar growled. And pray we must. The Inquisitor continued, barely able to speak. For Ankertsoth and his priests were successful. The Cessus is ready, and it is headed our way. Part 9. Telepathica. Damn. I knew it. I just bloody knew it. Andrassi cursed again as the Hellrunner rocked, warning sirens screaming in protest. Somewhere beyond the bridge, beyond the veil of true reality itself, something screamed. What is happening, Captain? Andrassi turned to see Codian standing at the door of the bridge, the fingers of his armored hand dug deep into the thick frame. They tracked us. The BS tracked us. The station's gone. We have to get out of here. The sleek ship shuddered around them as it gained speed. Codian looked on as the bridge crew continued to work frantically, fear visibly etched upon each face. The ship's astropath was crawling on his hands and knees towards a small chamber, crimson blood dotting the floor in his wake. He reached the small door and slammed it shut behind him, the low thrum of psychic shielding resonating as it activated. The chaplain strode across the bridge to meet with the anxious rogue trader, his huge frame casting shadows over the milling men and women. The station is gone. How can this be? The Nikosar. Andrasi answered, sweeping his long hair up over his head. The damned Nikosar have our scent. They must have followed us from Ryza. We have to try and lose them. Rollins. Where the hell is Rollins? Kodian turned and felt a shiver run down his spine as a short, balding man ran through the door and onto the bridge, discarding a half-full cup of steaming kaf as he made his way to the center of the chamber. Though the man was far from threatening appearance-wise, he found himself somehow disturbed by his presence. Screamers, boss? He asked, with a voice that made Kodian want to reach out and tear his throat out for no discernible reason. Screamers, Mert, and they're on our tail. Stay close. The man nodded and lowered himself onto the deck, folding his legs beneath him. It took Kodian several moments to realize that the terrible, grating noise had abated. What now, Andrasi? Can we outrun them? The captain turned his attention away from the frantic efforts of the crew and shook his head slowly. If you mean can we jump, then no, the navigator's chamber goes into automatic lockdown the moment the Nikosar arrive, otherwise he'd be dead within moments. We have to be well clear of them before we can try. Our best chance of losing them would be to head towards the nearest planet and somehow lose ourselves amongst the population. That was when the entire ship suddenly ground to a halt. Damn. Andrasi whispered. They have us. The rest of the bridge crew fell deathly silent. Kodian's hand slid over the weapons hanging from his belt. What has happened? They've cut the engines with their minds, chaplain. They have us dead. So what can we do? Andrasi glanced around him at the nervous faces lining the bridge. Okay, we've done this before and we can do it again. Remember the Feta belt? A low murmur of recognition ran through the gathered bodies. Andrasi nodded slowly. Right. Weapons drawn and ready. They are cocky sons of bitches, so we'll probably only see one at first. Someone get that sulking demiurge up here. Chaplain, we may need your brothers to help one. This one, the sooner the better. Rollins, activate your limiter. Kodian dipped his head and sub-vocalist a call to the others, sliding his Crozius free of its strap as he did so. At the center of them all, the short man reached up to his throat and clasped his hands around the pendant hanging there. Within seconds the sickly feeling returned to the pit of everyone's stomach. The air began to shimmer, particles of frost forming before them. All the lights of the bridge flickered and dulled as one, and a keening whine began to vibrate every surface. Steady. Andrasi whispered, his breath streaming from his mouth like smoke. The bulkheads around them began to creak and whine, almost as if they were being pushed outwards. Instrumentation started to fail or otherwise go haywire, dials and readouts making no sense. Andrasi glanced at the Marine. Be ready for this, chaplain. It isn't pretty. Kodian frowned, feeling hot blood begin to congeal on his top lip. By his side, the glass screen of a small readout dial frosted and then cracked. Someone sighed and then shivered, like a sleeper disturbed by a nightmare. It came. Kodian gasped and stepped back, physically pushed by the sheer change in pressure. The air at the center of the bridge shimmered and then ignited, flaring like a supernova, the light brilliant and white and yet so utterly cold. Something spoke, the single word thunderous and unintelligible, reverberating again and again as if caught in some perpetual loop. Rollins. Now. Now. Andrasi's voice seemed far away, almost as if carried on the breeze. The dark shapes surrounding the living white light began to shift and disperse, mere after images set against the indescribable luminescence. And then it faded. The light extinguished itself with a loud, booming rumble, so suddenly that the shift was barely possible for the naked eye to observe. The startled creature stood at the center of the gathered crew, its smooth, pallid features wide with shock. Rollins stood by it, his round chin lifted in defiance, his serious expression almost comical to those unaware of his hidden potency. He was a blank, and no psyker alive was a match for his influence, not even a Nisakar. Before anyone present had time to react, the small man lifted his arm and unloaded a full clip of ammo into the alien's head, the autogun clutched in his fist, bucking until it fell silent. The creature screamed once and then unraveled, coming apart as if its body consisted of no more than black, oily smoke. Kodian shook his head and stepped forward as the lights of the bridge increased to full capacity. Around him once more, all traces of the being gone. Somewhere to his left, Andrasy breathed a sigh of relief. They die easily enough. Tell me, what happened to the creature's body? I don't know. I don't think anyone does. The captain uttered, taking a cautious step forward. The Nisakar are a complete enigma. We know less than nothing about them. They are potently psychic. More so than any other race in this galaxy. Beyond that, who can say? We're not even sure what they look like. Kodian opened his mouth to rebuke that statement and then faltered. Less than a minute had passed since he had laid eyes on the creature, and he realized that he couldn't even remember the alien's face. He found this fact to be quite unnerving. So, what happened? How did we manage to kill it so easily? We have Rollins. Andrasy answered, patting the man gratefully on the shoulder. Now, I hope the others aren't going to be too long in getting their backsides up here. He's going to be missed. Within moments the others started to appear, confusion etched across their faces. Grungy thundered out onto the bridge, his face red with vengeful anger. Nikosar? Where is it? I'll tear its treacherous bloody head off. It's gone, Thurgus. Rollins killed it. Grungy glared at the squat man, his augmetic eye glowing beneath the lank red dreadlocks hanging across his face. HNNN. Save the next one for me, blank boy. I'm itching to bag me another screamer. Kodian's eyes widened and he threw himself around, a look of utter hatred distorting his features. It isn't over. Grungy gave a curt, sarcastic laugh. Nikosar. They are overwhelmed by their own arrogance. As soon as they realize that their friend isn't coming back, they'll come looking for him. That's when the fun will begin. Then we'll do the same to them. Kodian answered, racking his bold pistol. We will show them that. The enemies of the Emperor. There was a flash of light and a loud rumbling bang of changing pressure as the second screamer flared into being right at the center of the gathered figures. Kodian's arm snapped rigid and he fired off a brace of screaming bolt rounds, his homed reactions taking charge. Something at the center of the light uttered a long and shrill shriek, and the rounds spread before it like quicksilver, the molten fluid spiraling away until totally absorbed. The blinding luminescence shifted like a cloud, scattering everyone before it. He watched as a terror-stricken crewman ignited from the inside, his eyes and mouth streaming a brilliant blue light before he disappeared in a flash of shuddering energy, skin blackening and crumbling to soot. An unfortunate bridge servitor unraveled itself like a rope before the phenomenon, spinning faster and faster until it collapsed in on itself, metal and flesh turning to protoplasm. RROOOLLLENNNNSSSS. The living psychic storm surged towards Kodian, scattering all other in its way. Chairs were torn from their moorings and charts were sent into a dizzying aerial pirouette as the entity burned its way across the bridge, pulsing and flaring brighter and brighter as it closed. Kodian gasped and fell back, all the air flooding from his lungs as if he was caught in a vacuum. A single word shattered the very air all around them, so indescribably loud and violent that no mortal being should ever have been logically able to hear it and survive. Avatar. He shuddered, feeling his body begin to seize up, to shut down in the presence of the creature. The shapeless Nisakar loomed over him, icy tendrils clawing at his soul, the word reverberating around his head again and again. It was a single moment in time, a single fleeting heartbeat of a moment, and yet he felt it and understood it as clear as anything he had ever experienced. It was inside him, deep inside his mind. Its unseen eyes staring deep into the darkest secrets of his being. It recognized him. God Emperor, it recognized him. The alien reared back, its mass shifting like a shoal of glowing, shimmering fish through the air, and it screamed. It screamed so loud that the very walls around them seemed to buckle and distort, and it continued to do so until the blinding light that surrounded it suddenly snuffed out, the terrible, ethereal noise ending as abruptly as it had begun. The flesh and blood creature stood before him, suddenly albeit naked without its vast psychic presence. Codian was barely aware of the small man called Rollins, no more than a silhouette behind the tall, indistinct alien form. He let out a scream of his own and lunged forward, the violation of his being igniting in an explosion of pure, incensed rage. He swung the bolt pistol and connected with a blow so powerful it took the Nisakar's head from its shoulders. Within moments the creatures had dissolved, its hold on the material universe broken. The lights returned to their normal hue once more as the chaplain dropped to his knees, each breath coming in great, ragged gasps. The noises of the crew began to filter through once more as the bridge began to return to normal, voices merging into an uneasy drone. Andrasy appeared by his side and placed a hand upon his shoulder, his own voice tinged with uneasy relief. "Are you okay, chaplain?" "Damn good effort." Codian shook his head, sweat pouring from his face in rivulets. "Gah. What was that?" "I told you, that was a Nikasar, a screamer. Emperor only knows what they are, or rather, what they've become. Now perhaps you can begin to understand why we fear them so bloody much." "And no," Codian interrupted, pushing himself upright. "I mean the word. It spoke. I heard it. Avatar. What did it mean?" Andrasy frowned and shook his head. "You've got me there. Whatever it meant it seemed rather taken by you. I thought you were a gunner." Codian pushed the rogue trader aside and staggered over to the bridge controls, his advance observed cautiously by the flustered crew. "We aren't moving. Why aren't we underway?" Andrasy smiled weakly and rubbed his neck, clearly unsure of what to say next. "Ah yes, we do seem to have a problem in that area. Whenever we've encountered the Nisakar, before we have managed to escape by killing the first one to board us, the resultant psychic shock usually causes them to let go, so to speak, giving us time to make an exit. It looks like they've finally got wise to us. So what do we do now?" Andrasy sighed, glancing around at the scared faces of his crew. "I asked you a question, Captain. How do we break free now?" "Well, we don't. We've kind of reached the end of the road here. Look." He nodded and the large monitor before them fired to life, activating with a resonating thrum. Codian watched as something huge and bullet-shaped filled the screen, growing larger by the second. "It looks like we made some powerful enemies back on Ryza, chaplain. The screamers hunt, and they follow. The Tau are here." Part 10. A first glimpse. "Oh crud. It's a Larshi class," Andrasy uttered. Grungy snorted in disdain. "Only one? I'm offended." The entire ship shook around them, a low thrum resonating through the bulkheads. "Well, that's it," Andrasy groaned. "They've deployed gravitic hooks. We're snared. Damn. Damn. Damn damn. So, what now?" Codian asked, glancing as the lights about his head began to flicker and dim once more. Grungy appeared and shuffled over to his side, removing his padded flight jacket as he did so to reveal the tight bare skin of his barrel chest beneath. "First they'll send the boarding drones. They can't shift like the Nisakar, so they have to cut their way through. Once the drones have done their job, that's when the Shaskaon will come. I suspect you will find them very worthy adversaries. I will try to save some of them for you." Codian frowned and turned his attention to the doorway of the bridge for a moment, searching for any sign of his brothers. Somewhere to his side, he heard Andrasy's chilling warning as he activated the ship's Vox system. "Why do you do that?" Grungy frowned, peering up at the towering warrior. "Do what?" "You strip to your waist before a fight, Demiurge." "Why do you do that?" The short alien smiled. "I let them see my scars. I show them that I am not afraid of death, that I have faced it many times, and still stand before them. I offer my flesh to their guns and their blades. That way, they may mark their own passing upon my skin. I will not hide behind armor. Kodian frowned as he heard this. He retrieved the skull-faced helm hanging from his belt and slid it over his head, locking it in place with a slight twist. I hide behind nothing, alien. My armor will show them what I am. I am death personified, the Emperor's wrath given form. I want them to see that as I relieve them of their debased lives. That was when the first screeching shudder ran through the ship. The aft airlock. Andrasy hissed, leaning towards the flashing display before him. He turned towards the Space Marine, a look of foreboding spreading across his face. You had better hope your tech priest brother is on his way up here, Chaplain. The dim drones are coming in right next to him. At the end of the darkened corridor, the airlock shook. The thick metal rumbled as it began to glow. The edges shimmering as they changed in hue from gray to crimson and then orange. Bright blue. Sparks began to spill from the affected areas and patter across the deck like water in a keening wail grew steadily louder, its scream playing herald to the arrival of the attackers. Within moments, the rough circular hunk of metal at the center of the ring of glowing fire burst inwards and the Tau automatons flooded through in silence, multiple searchlights piercing the gloom. Large, heavy creations, built for smashing their way through reinforced steel, the tri-legged drones thundered out into the corridor, the glowing blue teeth of their twin pulse cutters buzzing menacingly. Servos whined and footfalls thumped as they lurched forward, their smooth, domed sensor arrays turning from side to side as they hunted for any opposition. They found Laner waiting. Laner. This is Kodian. Answer me. He hurtled around the corner, the deck quaking beneath his heavy boots. Sounds of conflict began to filter through to him, echoing along the seemingly endless corridors beyond. There was conflict up ahead. He turned another corner and ground to a halt, skidding over the smooth deck. A storm of alien metal swirled about the space, the Tau-forged technology illuminated by flashes and sparks as it came apart. Laner stood at the center of the maelstrom, a vast shadow of black carapace, the huge arms of his newly acquired servo harness flailing about him. The plasma cutter crackled as it bisected one of the automatons, the two servo arms tearing another apart as if it were paper. The Cessus. He growled dispassionately, his voice more alien and inhuman than it had ever been. We cannot allow its capture. Kodian thundered into the fray like a force of nature, his sacred weapon flashing as it cleaved the air in two. More of the machines fell, unable to defend themselves in such a small space. For the Imperium. For Macrage and for Terra. He hollered, the words spilling from his mouth. Unbidden. He pushed past the tech marine and sprinted onwards, decapitating another drone with a fierce upwards swing. His other hand found his bolt pistol and he thrust it forward, firing as he ran. The machines ahead began to stall and turn as he approached, only to shudder and break apart under the relentless assault. Kodian, come in. Chaplain. Berlinus's voice barked over the vox, the sounds of the fight that accompanied it giving away the Marine's proximity. Kodian ignored it. Up ahead he could see the breach. Beyond that, the enemy ship. Part 11. The face of the enemy. The escape boat shook again, the thick bulkheads thrumming as they shuddered beneath the explosion. He threw himself back into the seat, the curves of his power pack sliding into the recess behind him. The restraint harness slid over his shoulders and fastened with a thick clunk by his hips, securing him in place. Captain Arteman thundered through the door and into the small ship, his features alight with rage. Damned Eldar! Treacherous alien scum! They will pay for this, every last one of them. Laner was busy at the controls, the smooth flesh of his head illuminated by the many flashing runes before him. We must secure ourselves as quickly as possible. The Wrath's core is about to go critical. The deep red of the Tech Marine's armor disappeared for a moment as the space before him was thrown into shadow. He looked up to see the cold skull helm of Kodian towering above him. The chaplain lowered his hand and placed it on his shoulder. When he spoke, his voice was deep and calm. This is not retreat, Marine. An Ultramarine's first duty is to the Imperium. To die here and now would be to end that duty prematurely. We will live on to fight another day. With that he moved on to the next warrior, repeating the very same words over again. The champion. Maximus nodded, his mighty sword clutched to his chest with both hands. As Codion moved away he turned to face him, the gold artifice of his magnificent armor sparkling in the light. Duty is all, brother. Death is only a worthy sacrifice if it counts for something. To die needlessly is not but waste. Survive long enough, and perhaps one day you will be the one to wear this armor. Marine. He shook himself and glanced up to see the towering form of Laner staring back, the eyes of his helm glowing red against the sheer blackness of his armor. He has gone, warrior. Codion has taken the fight to the Tau. Lurum Barolinus was by far the youngest Marine among them, fresh out of the scout companies. The intended boarding action against the Eldar was to have been his first mission as a fully fledged battle brother. The others had thought him headstrong and perhaps a little over-eager, much to his annoyance. Surely they could understand that this came from a simple desire to prove himself, to honor his chapter and his brothers. He thought back to the desperate escape from the dying cruiser, the Guilliman's Wrath. Taking his place in the escape seat, the faces of the venerated warriors around him. Captain Arteman, the mighty epistolary Chryseus, Chaplain Codion. Maximus, the company champion, had taken his seat beside him. How he had longed to wear that armor, to honor that position. And now the others ground to a halt behind him, their eyes falling upon the ruination about them. Umbras. The demiurge and a small number of the ship's crew, encased in thick carapace armor. Gone. The apothecary uttered, glancing around him. He's boarded the Tau ship. Barolinus answered, turning to peer beyond the tech marine. He would risk his life to guard this demmed Mechanicu's artifact. Grungy smiled. He has a warrior's heart, and a warrior's greed for glory. I will not allow him to steal my thunder. Again. Nor will I. The marine whispered, feeling his fingers tighten around the grip of his bolter. Plus. Codion thundered across the alien bridge, his soul aflame. He crossed the expanse in 7 mighty strides, throwing himself through the gap and into the Tau ship without a second thought. Straight into the path of the oncoming Tau. He ground to a halt, his eyes finding the shifting mass before him. The alien creatures mirrored his actions, their boots grinding on the smooth surface as they slowed as one, alien features widening in surprise. Blessed sanctity, he breathed. They were nothing like the Tau he had known. They had the same smooth, gray skin, the same obsidian eyes. They sported the same armor, only vastly larger and more bulky. That was where all similarities ended. These were huge creatures, almost simian in their build. Each one more than matched the chaplain. In size and bulk, their shoulders and arms seeming almost comically oversized. Each of the creatures carried a long, crackling staff, the tip glowing with coruscating blue energy. The twin-gun drones, slaved to each of the 6 monstrosities, turned as they detected the warrior's presence, pulse rifles humming as they powered up. Gula Marine. Something huge pushed its way through the gathered aliens, larger still than the rest of them. The creature stomped towards him, each footfall shaking the smooth ground. One arm was dominated by the unmistakable elongated barrel and bulk of a railgun, one of the most potent of all the Tau's ballistic weapons. In its other hand was a huge curved blade, decorated and crackling with arcane energy. The alien turned its head to look at him, the thick augmetic welded over its left eye flaring briefly. It raised the gun in his direction and fired. Codion leapt to the side as the screaming shell punched its way through the air, a glowing corkscrew contrail shimmering in its wake. The projectile drove itself into the thick bulkhead by his head, punching a wide hole through the alien steel as if it were made of paper. He fell to one knee and fired out at the warrior in retaliation. The 2 thick drones hovering above it shifted forward and the shells shattered one by one amid a flash of blue light, almost as if they had struck some invisible wall. The creature was shielded. Shaskeon. Destroy it. The towering Shaso roared. Kodian reared up and started forward as the alien leveled its massive gun once more and fired. Another shell. The powerful shot slammed into his chest with such force that it lifted him clear off his feet and threw him back through the airlock and onto the bridge. He landed hard on his back, his weapons skittering away across the smooth surface. As one, the hulking Tau advanced. Something large and fast thundered past the downed chaplain and through the open iris, a blur of blue armor. Alien murderers. Berolinis roared, his bolter shuddering as he fired from the hip. Two of the warriors fell, their armor shattering like glass as the bolt rounds exploded inside them. The rest charged, their slaved gun drones unleashing a storm of pulse fire so thick that it was impossible to avoid. Berolinis lowered his head and strode on, his massive frame shuddering as the alien fire shattered against it. Still the bolter in his hands continued to fire until it was torn from his grasp amid a flash of sparks. "You will not stop me, filth. I am an ultramarine," he roared, tearing a frag grenade from his belt. He primed the device and charged, finding the first of the attackers within seconds. He jammed the grenade into the groove of the alien's neck armor and pushed it away, feeling the intense backwash of heat behind him as it detonated. He fell to one knee and snatched the warrior's fallen weapon from the floor. He rose again sharply, twirling the staff around his head, fragments of armor falling like rain about him as the drones above came apart. Pulse fire continued to slam into him, tearing great chunks from his armor. Sharp pangs of pain coursed through him and he sagged, feeling one of his hearts burst in his chest. They were killing him. He roared in anger and charged forward, taking the head of another of the attackers with a powerful lunge. The gathered gun drones began to shudder and sway, disconnected from their masters. Indiscriminate pulse fire filled the corridor as they wheeled and spun, hardwired synaptic overrides struggling to assert themselves. The massive Shaso lurched forward and smashed the crackling staff from his hand, shattering it with a single blow. Berolinis staggered back, stunned by the ferocity of the attack. The alien thrust its hoof forward and smashed it into his head, knocking him to the ground. His vision began to dim. He could feel the blood gushing from his damaged organ, congealing within his chest. His left hand was all but useless, the armor that encased it blackened and smoldering. The Tau raised the huge gun in its hand. The Marine tore his combat knife from its case and rammed it into the alien's exposed neck, driving the blade right to the hilt. The Tau gargled and dropped its staff, its fingers clutching at its throat. Berolinis saw his opening and thrust his fist into the Tau's stomach, buckling the thick armor there. He snatched the barrel of the railgun and spun, throwing the Tau into his back and ripping the weapon free of its grasp. "Run!" he growled, hefting the huge rifle up before him. Blood gushing from its neck, the Tau turned on its heel, a look of horror spreading across its gray face. It had taken no more than 3 striding steps before a piercing scream spilt the air and it fell to the ground, the shield drones above it convulsing and falling in a shower of sparks, their generators overloaded. The gun shrieked again and the Shaso came apart at the midriff in a wash of violet blood, its limbs scattering violently as its torso disintegrated. Kneeling, the ultramarine lowered the huge gun, hissing blue smoke curling from its long barrel. "The wrath of Ultramar has found you, Xenos," he whispered, the eyes of his helm glowing scarlet in the half-gloom. He staggered to his feet, the sounds of hurried footsteps filling the bridge behind him. He dropped the gun to the floor and spread his arms wide, his head falling back, and he screamed. "The wrath of Ultramar has found you all." Part 12. Counter-Strike. "Brother, let me tend to your wounds," Umbras uttered, holding out his hand to steady the punished Marine. Berolinis swept his hand away fiercely. "Leave me, apothecary. Our chaplain is in greater need of your attention. I go to finish this." Grungy ground to a halt by his side, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he looked upon the huge alien weapon in the warrior's hands. "You heard him. The lad hungers for retribution. Let us seek it together." The apothecary watched as the two figures turned and thundered out into the alien ship, defiant and unafraid. Part of him longed to join them, though his duty was to tend to the fallen. He continued to stare out into the ship for a moment longer before turning his attention back towards the smoldering body of the chaplain. "Fallen brother," he whispered solemnly, staring at the distorted skull set into the center of Codian's chest armor. "To fall before the enemy is no dishonor. To give your life in the service of the Imperium is to honor he who sits in judgment. Rest well, and know that your seed will be preserved." The small chain blade attached to his arm began to buzz angrily, and he lowered himself onto one knee, gazing at the huge blackened dent before him. "Brother Umbras." Umbras leapt to his feet so suddenly that he almost fell back, a long gasp of disbelief hissing from the grill of his rebreather. "Blessed Guilliman." The chaplain sat bolt upright, faint smoke curling from his between the joints below his neck. He hauled himself to his feet and glanced around, soon spying his scattered weapons. "Brother Codian, you live?" Umbras uttered, unable to believe his own eyes. Codian said nothing. He glanced down to where the blackened rosary was hanging forlornly across his chest, its bejeweled center shattered and smoking. "The Emperor protects." Umbras nodded slowly and then bowed his head, one arm laid across his chest. The chaplain slid his bolt pistol back into its holster and then wrapped his hand around the small cross, ripping the chain from his neck. "This has saved my life many times," he declared, handing the relic to Umbras. "Now it is all down to faith and resolve. The Emperor will be my shield now. The others? I take it they have advanced into the enemy ship." "Yes, chaplain. They thirst for vengeance." "So do I." He replied. "And I will find it yet." Barolinus threw himself around the corner and smashed the barrel of the huge gun into the face of the Tau warrior heading their way, crushing his head into the smooth walls. The alien grunted and fell with a thud, the impact shaking the floor. The Marine frowned. He had put all his strength into the blow, and such an attack would normally have near decapitated an opponent. These Tau were much stronger and robust than anything he had encountered before. He heft the gun up and out before him, firing off a single round into the advancing squad. The charging aliens froze as one, the screeching projectile punching its way through the packed flesh as if it were cutting through fresh air. Torsos disintegrated and bodies fell apart as what was left of the creatures crashed to the floor amid a fine spray of dark blood. Grungy barreled past him and tore into the survivors, a blur of flailing, spinning death. The glowing weapon fist twirled about him, and the staggering warriors came apart violently, unable to defend themselves from such an aggressive attack. "Never give the enemy any quarter." The grinning demiurge snarled, his scarred face glistening with the dark fluids of his enemies. "Always finish what you start. It takes a lot to keep a fire warrior down for good." Barolinus checked the reservoir of the weapon and then nodded at the scattered and bloody mess. "What happened to them?" "Those abominations are far removed from the Tau warriors of my time." Grungy grinned again, his augmetic shining malevolently. "The Tau didn't conquer this galaxy with ignorance, human. They recognize strength wherever it may lie. If it is effective, then they absorb it. If it cannot be absorbed, they emulate it. I will leave you to piece the rest together." With that, the squat warrior turned and pointed down the corridor, his other smoldering fist retracting back into his arm. "You hear those sirens? The whole damn ship will soon be coming to greet us. It is all very well taking on the vessel's entire complement of Shaskaon, but if we are to make this little jaunt count, then we need to maximize the advantage of surprise. We should head this way, and we should get there as soon as we are able." "Why? What do you have planned?" Grungy flicked his head back, throwing the lank crimson dreadlocks up over his face. "You will see. You had better pray to your emperor that these gray-skinned orc trucklers have been busy. .. Codian's rage burned fiercer than ever now. Each lunging stride shook the floor beneath, almost as if the ship itself quaked at his passing. He threw himself around the corner, the barrel of his bolt pistol hunting the space beyond. More scattered bodies, their blood painting the walls. Barolinus and the demiurge had certainly come this way. The sounds of gunfire drifted through the charnel-heavy air from somewhere up ahead. Good, he thought to himself. They were still alive, still causing havoc amongst the Xenos scum. Halt! Lay down your weapons and surrender. He froze. He turned slowly to see a number of armed warriors converging at the mouth of the access way to his side. I mean it, Marine. Do as I say or we'll cut you down where you stand. He looked on at the gathering, feeling the bile rise in his throat. They were human. The leader of the squad turned to the others and muttered something before turning his attention back towards the Marine. The others raised their pulse rifles his way, the tiny red pinpricks of their targeter swimming across his black armor. Imperial filth. You are all the same, too stubborn and stupid to realize the absolute authority of the Great Unity. Dead or alive, you will serve our masters. Phi. The Guvesaui lurched back, his chest disintegrating beneath the detonation of the bolter shell. The rest of the soldiers scattered almost immediately, firing as they went. Pulse fire tore into Codian's armor from all angles, tearing ceramite away in strips. He felt his body being jolted violently under each blast, the ancient armor groaning as it was compressed and seared. He swung the pistol out, took another 3 of the traitors clean off their feet in the space of a second, and by the time they had hit the ground he was into them, roaring in anger as he took them apart. The single surviving soldier turned his rifle around and smashed it into the giant's helmet, only to look on helplessly as the weapon shattered and spun away, his opponent never even flinching. The man sighed and he cast the remainder of the gun aside, his shoulders sagging. He looked up into the blazing eyes of his would-be killer. Go on then, do it. Kill me. Codian holstered his pistol, reached out and plucked the man from the floor, the fingers of his gauntlet tightening around his neck. Worthless, traitorous scum. Death is too good a fate for you. Death is my escape, Marine. The man spat, his hard, lined features creasing in pain. My release. My absolution. I deserve to die by your hand, so kill me and be done. I will not resist. Codian released his grip and the soldier fell to the floor, a tangle of limbs. He looked on as the defeated man removed the alien helmet and cast it aside, a look of disgust etched upon his weathered face. His cropped hair was flecked with gray and thinning, indicating his advancing years. You are guard. Codian snarled, towering over the dejected figure. Kasrkin, Kadian 415th. The worst kind of traitor, Marine, so serve me the Emperor's justice and be done with it. The chaplain did not answer. He lowered himself slowly onto his haunches so that the snarling skull of his helm was almost touching the traitor's glistening skin. Not a chance, filth. You seek atonement for your defection by offering your life to me. You believe that the Emperor will see this as repentance and grant you forgiveness. I will not give you this satisfaction. With that he rose once more, the wailing alarms still screeching about him. No. The former Kadian shouted, leaping to his feet. He snatched one of his fallen comrade's rifles up from the floor and thrust it towards the chaplain, his face a mask of rage. Kill me. Kill me or I swear that I will shoot you. I will not die a traitor. Codian shook his head and drew his bolt pistol once more, turning to follow the trial of death and destruction. Then shoot, turncoat. Compound your sins. He uttered, his back to the man. The Kadian spat and lowered the gun, his anger draining away. You don't understand, Marine. You weren't on Kadia when the Tau came. They would have killed them all if we hadn't complied. They would have murdered the populace, even the children. We had to. This way. Where does it lead? The soldier looked up to see the Marine pointing out down the corridor with his hand weapon. I don't. Where does it lead? He repeated again, firmer this time. Death is not always the most fitting way to gain repentance. I know of the Kasrkin, Kadian. I know of their fierce honor. You have sullied the memory of that honor. Why not join me and find your honorable death while you still can? The soldier's face slowly changed, his expression hardening. He retrieved his open-faced helmet and slid it back onto his head, gathering as many pulse power cells as he was able to carry. The holding pens, Marine. That is where your captive brethren lie in wait. Kodian froze as he heard this, taken aback by the Kadian's words. My captive brethren? What do you mean? The soldier pushed past him and paused, a look of bemusement etched upon his face. Marines, warrior. Dozens of them. You are here to rescue them, yes? Why else would you board a Larshi? With that the soldier flicked his head in the direction he intended them to take and moved out, leaving Kodian frozen to the spot. Marines. Dozens of them. Part 13. Death Watch. The Kadian lowered himself slowly and peered around the corner, his pulse rifle shouldered. Moments later he slipped out into the corridor and began to feign a stagger, the sound of footsteps growing louder. Marine intruders. Marine intruders have infiltrated sectors 5 through 7. He shouted, thrusting a finger out past the opening and towards the chambers beyond. The large UVESA squad thundered past him, a mass of stomping boots and swinging guns. He waited for a moment more and then followed them to the nearby doorway, where he slowed and then stopped, allowing the automated hatch to close. Once it had, he raised his gun and fired point blank at an area close to the hatch's recess, buckling the smooth metal sufficiently enough to prevent it opening again. It is safe, Marine. He uttered, turning and passing the huge shadow. Kodian emerged from his concealment and followed, his brisk stride more than enough to keep up with the jogging man. Within minutes the two figures had reached a large doorway. The soldier slowed, creeping up to the opening with his gun at the ready, stepping over the scattered Tau bodies strewn about the corridor. We are here. The holding pens. From here on in we must exercise caution. It sounds as if there is a fight ahead. Kodian was about to answer him when something huge thundered through the doorway, scattering the startled soldier. The fleeing Tau warrior had sprinted no more than 2 paces when he came apart, his entire torso vaporizing. The chaplain raised his arms and the creature's remains bounced off his armor, leaving a bloody residue where they had connected. What the hell was that? The Kadian cried, springing to his feet. The advance party. Kodian answered, turning on his heel as the space behind them came alive. The first salvo smashed against his punished armor, knocking him to the floor. By the time he realized what was happening, the entire corridor had come alive, the overhead lights sliding over the mass of smooth armor filling his vision. The heavy gun drones filled the air with their pulsing drone as they veered into sight, the twin barrels of their pulse cannons spinning a web of glowing death out at the two figures. The Kadian cursed loudly and threw himself through the entrance, pulse fire tearing up the walls around him. He emerged seconds later, his own alien rifle flashing as it returned the malicious attack. Kodian hauled himself to his feet as drones began to crash into the walls and fall to the floor, picked off by the expert aim of his newfound colleague. He added his own firepower to the exchange, dropping another 3 of the automatons in quick succession. Move it, Marine. There are too many of them to face and more will follow. He found himself responding without hesitation, ignoring the many wounds strewn about his body. As he turned and threw himself through the opening, enemy fire exploding all around him. He threw himself into a forward roll and came up onto his feet, blue death zipping all around him. Then he saw it. The chamber was in total chaos. More Tau bodies lay scattered all around, bloodied and broken. These creatures were somehow different, smaller, and stockier, with none of the armor of a Tau warrior. They were the workers and technicians of the Earth caste, and it was clear that they had not expected their fate. Fire warriors and drones lay in heaps around the many entrances lining the chamber, cut down where they had tried in vain to enter. There are more of them than ever, Marine. I cannot hold them back. The Kadian called behind him. Then fall back and follow me. He turned and began to run deeper into the chamber, the Kadian hot on his heels. There was a low, booming clap and a flash of light seconds later, followed by the sounds of crackling electrical discharge. Haywire grenade. He heard the soldier utter, his voice fraught with effort. The two warriors sprinted further into the vast chamber, chased by the sounds of the advancing enemy. Kodian could almost feel the ship shifting around him, the many and varied forces of the enemy steadily mobilizing as they began to realize what was happening. A handful of warriors could only fight an entire ship for so long. The Kodian slowed beside another hatch, turning to wave him through. "In here, quickly." Kodian ducked through the opening and the hatch closed behind him. The soldier tapped in quick code and the door hummed, sealed tightly in place. "Okay, Marine, we do not have long," he warned, turning to the small console station in front of him. He worked quickly, his efforts producing a glowing holographic representation of the surrounding sectors. "Patrols are closing on our position," he announced, working the console once again. "I'm going to try and redirect them, but I can't guarantee success. Your comrades are located within the main holding cell block and most of the response units are converging there. I'll see if I can delay the reinforcements long enough for your friends to open the cells. I do not understand. Who do these cells hold?" The Kodian glanced his way and frowned, as if Kodian had just asked him the most foolish question he had ever heard. "I told you before. Your brothers. This is a hunter ship, Marine." He tapped another few keys and the display changed again, this time expanding, small human-shaped representations spreading and multiplying in the air before him in neat lines, fringed with strange alien symbols. 32 in total. Living, that is. I do not know how many have already been processed before them. Kodian gasped, his eyes fixed upon the shimmering picture. "I don't understand." The soldier shook his head and retrieved the rifle from beside him, his scarred features twisted with confusion. "This ship is a marine hunter, surely you know that already? I assumed that you and your colleagues had boarded it intending to rescue those captured." "No. The ship found us. We had no choice but to counterattack." Upon hearing this, the soldier tipped his head to one side. "The ship was hunting for you? Let me get this straight, are you the Marines who escaped Omog Drak on Ryza? If you mean the Grey Orc, then yes. The next time we meet I will finish him." The Kodian gasped quietly and then smiled, falling to one knee before the astonished chaplain. "It is you. It is an honor to meet the warrior who bested Omog Drak. We didn't even know if the rumors were true, and now, Emperor's Light, I fight alongside you. It has to be destiny, warrior. I believe the Emperor himself guided me to you." Kodian turned away from the man and found the display once more. "You say that there are captive Marines on board this vessel, and that my colleagues fight to free them?" "Yes, Lord. Then we will join that fight. If the drones have passed us by, then they are heading towards the others and we can't allow that. Plus. Barolinus fell to one knee, his shoulder guard spinning away amid a flash of neon blue. He fired again. And another Tau warrior came apart with a thunderous wet clap. "Marine." Above the doorway. Grungy barked. He glanced up and saw the walkway above, suspended by a number of thick cables. He lifted the railgun and fired, severing one of them. The entire walkway groaned and then swung down, smashing into the opening and scattering the warriors trying to push through. Grungy nodded his head in gruff acknowledgement and then nodded towards a large iris set into the center of the chamber's largest wall, the hulking Shas warriors that had stood guard around it sprawled lifelessly across the floor. Barolinus shouldered the huge gun and jogged over to where the demiurge stood in wait, glancing at the dead creatures as he closed. "Shas Kaon Marine Hunters." Grungy growled, shrugging his shoulders nonchalantly. "OKIR law's best. Lumbering oafs at best, every one of them." The Marine found himself intrigued by the dead alien warriors. Huge creatures, they seemed as far removed again from the rest of the Tau he had faced here on board the ship. They were clad in thick, blood-red armor and sported a golden cape draped around one shoulder, giving them an almost regal appearance. Each of them carried a long ceremonial staff ending in a thick blue crystal blade. And it was clear that this weapon was used for both ranged and close-quarter fighting. He stooped low and picked one of the fallen weapons up, swinging the strap around his shoulder. Grungy smiled. You seem to be amassing quite a collection of trophies, Marine. This OKIR Law. Who is he? Barolinus asked, ignoring the demiurge's comments. Chassauvir la KIR la Montrikeon. He is the Unity's greatest marine hunter, a hero among his people. This is his ship, Marine. Then perhaps you had better show me why he feels the need to keep whatever lies beyond that door guarded. Grungy turned and stepped aside, holding out a hand towards the thick iris. He nodded at the railgun, leaning against the Marine's shoulder. There was a thunderous boom and the door disintegrated, sending blackened metal clattering out into the room. The two figures stepped through the opening, wreathed in smoke. Blessed Ultramar, Barolinus gasped, stepping into the dimly lit chamber. Grungy smiled again. Plus. Codian thundered into the terrified GUVESA squad like a vengeful wraith, a living, roiling mass of murderous shadow. The soldiers scattered, dropping their rifles as they fled the roaring warrior. One or two of the older men stood their ground, falling to one knee, their rifles shouldered. Hissing. Pulse fire picked them off, one by one, each single shot killing its target cleanly and without quarter. The Kadian sprinted out from behind cover and disappeared once again, more pulse fire zipping from his new position seconds later. Within moments it was done, and Codian sealed the door by jamming the head of his Crozius into the control panel, causing the small metal box to smolder and run like quicksilver. We are almost there. The entrance is Creed's Lament. Look at that. Codian turned and glanced out to where the soldier was pointing, his voice heavy with disbelief. A shattered metal iris was set into the wall at the other end of the chamber, the circular hole, blackened and smoldering. Dead Tau were scattered about it like fallen leaves, slaughtered without hesitation. He looked on in disbelief as armored bodies began to stride through the opening, one after another, faltering slightly as they laid eyes on the two figures. After what seemed an age the line dwindled and then stopped, Barolinus and Grungy the last two bodies to emerge. Brother Chaplain! Barolinus called, breaking into a jog. He reached the astonished chaplain and slowed, dropping the alien rifle to the ground as he did so. He removed his helmet and bowed his head, congealed blood streaked across his face. Marines, brother. We have found Marines here. He gasped, his breathing labored. Codian placed a hand on the warrior's shoulder and then stepped past him, deactivating and sheathing his Crozius as he did so. He stopped before the assembled warriors, the crimson eyes of his helm shining as he glanced at each one of them in turn. Warriors of the Emperor. I am Chaplain Dalo Codian of the Ultramarines, and I salute you. Part 14. Fallen Sun. The Shrine World of Gehenna Segmentum Solar 3 days after the fall of Syllabus Binary Ventress opened his eyes and turned as the light beyond the small chamber spilled through the open doorway. You disturb my meditation. What is it? The Marine bowed his head and entered unbidden, falling to one knee before the Ancient. Ultramarine. Forgive me, Ancient. I have been sent to bring you to the War Master. He needs your counsel. Immediately. Very well. Ventress rose slowly, bowing his head one last time before the golden statue of the Emperor before him. The robed Sororitas attendant beside him passed the folded banner to him and bowed her head before turning to extinguish the scented candles laid about the effigy, making her own silent blessing before the sacred image as she did so. He stepped out of the small chapel and into the harsh sunlight, closing his eyes for a moment as he felt the warm sun hit his lined face. The sounds of distant explosions filtered through his ears and he opened his eyes once more. The chapel overlooked a huge, sprawling valley, the endless fields stretching out beyond as far as the eye could see. On the furthest reaches of the horizon the skies were black with smoke, the very mountains themselves seeming to shimmer and distort. Damn them! He uttered, his azure eyes fixed upon the distant conflict. They snap at out heels. Wherever we go. Syllabus is lost, and now they are here, almost at the gates of Terra herself. We will not falter, my lord. The Marine beside him uttered, banging his bolt gun against his chest. They can beat us back to Terra but she will not fall. Ventress sighed and turned away from the distant scene, feeling the weight of the long centuries settle heavy on his shoulders. We are losing, warrior. It pains my heart to speak so, but it is the cold, hard truth. If we lose Gehenna, then we will be forced back beyond Pluto to where the rest of the Prometheus fleet fights to conquer Saturn. We will be confined to a single system. We are running out of options, Marine. If we join the fight for Saturn, then we will leave Terra wide open. If we fall back to Terra, Saturn will be consumed. Either way, we will bring the elements of Prometheus back together. Our greatest hope lies in the retrieval of the Cessus and the brave warriors that fight to deliver it to us. The Marine beside him did not answer. Ventress turned as he realized that something was wrong. You seem troubled. Tell me, why does the War Master request my audience so desperately? Finally, the warrior spoke. The war, Ancient. It seems that the war advances faster than we had anticipated. Explain. Kraken, my lord. It now seems that elements of the fleet left the Ultima Segmentum sooner than was first thought. That is why we are struggling to slow the Tau advance here. The Alliance Stratagem now believes that almost half of Kraken has merged with Prometheus in their fight to take the Segmentum Solar. Damn. Ventress whispered, baring his teeth. Little wonder then that we are struggling to keep them at bay. Our entire forces are distributed unevenly. It is all beginning to make sense now. The Alliance Stratagem had calculated that we should have had the strength to destroy the elements of Prometheus that were hunting us and fall back in time to crush the other half against Saturn's defenses, denying Leviathan's attempts to join the fight. This should have been straightforward, and yet the Unity played us for fools. Damn it, they outsmarted us. Is the War Master aware of all this? Yes, Ancient. Good. Take me to him, warrior. We must plan our next move if we are to keep the Unity from the Emperor's seat. It is not as simple as that. Ventress frowned as he heard this, his eyes narrowing. The advance elements of Kraken brought something with them. Something we had all hoped to be no more than a rumor, a lie spread by the Tau. The Ancient emitted a soft, choking gasp, his massive form visibly swaying, almost as if pushed by some physical force. No. Blessed Makraj, no. Tell me that you are mistaken. The Marine removed his helmet and folded it under one arm. Hot tears ran down his face, a face creased with pain and agony. He was visibly shaking. My lord, I swear to you that I speak the truth. It has been confirmed. Damn the Tau, it has been confirmed. They have done it. They have done what we could not. Ventress sagged and fell to his knees, slamming the pole of the banner deep into the earth. The Ancient standard unfurled and caught the breeze, unfolding to reveal the sacred image of the Ultramarines. The BS have brought the Primarch to Gehenna, my lord. Guilliman fights for the Tau. Ventress did not answer. He released his hold on the banner, threw his head back, and roared. No. Part 15. Brothers in arms. Never. The other Shasla cowered before the mighty commander, fearful of his wrath. Shas Ovir La Kir La. Monrikeon bunched his fists in anger and then punched the wall, buckling the thick metal. He turned and stared accusingly at the gathered faces, his single eye a bottomless pool of obsidian. Ragnar Blackmane, the only Marine ever to escape his clutches, had put out his other eye long ago, leaving a milky white orb set into a face-long scar. He still wore the ancient warrior's severed hand around his neck as both a trophy and a reminder. How dare they? How dare they board my vessel and make war with me? I will take the head of this Marine myself. Okir La was a huge beast, larger than any other Tau. His thick crimson armor lent him even more girth and size. The twin barrels of his shoulder-mounted pulse cannons protruded high above his head when they were at rest, ready to slide over his shoulder guards when activated. His full-length golden cloak was swept back over his arms, revealing fists the size of a man's head. His scalp lock hung by the side of his scarred face, longer than any of those around him, a clear indicator of his rank. Mobiliza every available unit we have. Shoskaon, UVESA, and drones. He commanded, sliding his own huge pulse staff from over his shoulder. We will annihilate them all. Plus. Kodian found himself facing a wall of silent, inexpressive faces. Some were battered and bloody. Others caked in grime. All seemed quite unmoved to have been saved from incarceration. The Marines were all members of the Death Watch. This much was apparent by the black-painted ceramite they wore, accompanied by the ornate silver shoulder guard and gauntlet that were part of the faction's identity. They were all thankfully armed, their weapons no doubt retrieved from whatever passed for a munitions impound on this alien vessel. "Who is in charge here?" he ordered, striding along the assembled throng. "I suppose I am." The gathering parted and the figure pushed his way through to stand before the chaplain, the multiple blades of his lightning claws glinting under the chamber's lights as he advanced. Kodian saw almost at once that this warrior was a member of the Librarium a heartbeat before he became aware of the individual's potent psychic presence. "I am Ligur, brother Marine, and it would seem that I hold the highest rank amongst these men. We are grateful for your aid." Kodian glanced at the warrior psyker's opposing shoulder guard and frowned, his eyes finding the unfamiliar markings there. In place of the usual chapter insignia was a depiction of the imperial eagle, the symbol of the Tau torn in two and held in its claws. He was about to query this when he noticed that the warrior seemed to be staring at his own chapter markings, a look of dubious confusion spreading across his face. Some of the others around him had begun to notice this too and were starting to shift uneasily, passing quiet comments amongst themselves. "Is there a problem? You wear the colors of the Ultramarines, chaplain. When we first laid eyes on your battle brother, we assumed that he had merely liberated his armor from some moldering battlefield corpse, an act born of desperation that is all too common amongst the Astaroths now. Now I can see that this is not the case. Why do you still bear the markings of an Ultramarine?" "Because that is what I am, and I am proud to do so, librarian. Just because Makridge is lost to us doesn't mean that I would readily abandon all that I am. I am surprised that you would even quest." Grungy sighed and pushed his way between the two Marines, shaking his head. "By the mighty League of Thor, we don't have time for all this. The entire damned ship will be dropping in on us soon." He turned to the librarian and held up his hands, shaking his lank mane from his eyes as he did so. "Listen, we don't have time for lengthy introductions, so here it is. This is Kodian. He has just spent the last 600 years in stasis and so he missed the whole fall of the galaxy thing. He's an original Grak, he's a genuine ancestor lord in the flesh. He doesn't know about the Alliance Solar or the Grand Honor Guard. He has barely had his eyes open for a week and he has already brought OKIR law down on our heads." Ligur waved one huge paw at the short alien and stepped forward, a look of surprise replacing his frown. "You are the warrior that bested Omog Drak on Ryza? Blessed Makridge. I thought you nothing more than a rumor." Kodian glanced at the soldier beside him and then back at the librarian. "It would certainly seem that my reputation precedes me. Good. I am the one who spared the Xenos creature's life, if only to send the message back to the Tau. We have a mission to fulfill, Ligur. We took possession of an artifact on Ryza. The Cessus." "You have the Cessus?" the warrior gasped, his eyes glowing brightly for a fleeting second. "Then it is true. By all that is sacred, it is true. Yes, we have this relic on board our vessel. It is imperative that we deliver it to Calgar. That is all we know." Ligur did not answer. He turned on his heel and began barking orders at the gathered warriors, sending a ripple of activity through the assembled throng. "Form up, brothers. 5-man teams, standard arms displacement. 1 heavy bolter per team and at least 1 combat specialist." The warriors began to shift and disperse, quickly reforming into small groups. Ligur saw this and turned back to face the chaplain. "I assume the ship you were traveling on is currently held fast by the Larshi's gravitic hooks." "The ship was seized, yes." Ligur nodded and turned back to face the assembled Marines once again, his lightning claws igniting. "Brothers, Our original mission still stands. We have been given a chance and we will not waste it. As before, we need one squad to head for the reactor chambers, another to disable the ship's gravity generators. Our mission here is now more important than ever, for we have a chance to deliver the salvation of the Imperium into the hands of the Emperor, who will give their lives for our cause. Without hesitation or thought, two of the Marines stepped forward, their heads bowed. Ligure nodded. Die well, my brothers. Make them pay for every drop of your blood that they spill. With that, the two warriors and their teams headed off into the bowels of the ship, their selfless task underway. It is the way of the Death Watch, Chaplain, Ligure uttered, sensing Codian's thoughts. Death is inevitable amongst our kind. The best any of us can hope for is to die with honor. Now we must leave this ship. OKIR Law will be hunting for us even as we speak. We will accompany you back to your vessel and ensure that the Cessus escapes the clutches of the Tau. Codian bowed his head sharply and made to turn. That was when OKIR Law found them. Muriaini. A thunderous voice roared, causing the gathered warriors to freeze. Something huge and fast hurtled into the far end of the chamber, a vision of burning anger. The beast has found us. He heard Ligure growl, and seconds later two of the warriors fell, searing pulse fire punching holes through their armor. Codian caught a glancing hit to the shoulder and went down, the integrity and artifice of his ancient ceramite armor saving him from serious injury. More Tau warriors began to filter through into the chamber, their pulse staffs alive and thrumming. A hail of glowing death slammed into the Marines, felling more of the armored giants. Codian felt thick hands wrap around his arm and haul him to his feet roughly. Ligure's gnarled face appeared before him, his ethereal eyes glowing with an ominous fire. Fall back to your ship, Codian. Fulfill your task. We will hold the enemy as long as we can. The librarian pushed him aside and spun around to face the threat, his fists bunched in his claws, thrumming as they powered up. He roared something unintelligible and the light around his head seemed to shimmer and distort. A huge shimmering blue fireball of screaming light burst from his armored form and roared across the open space, spreading and growing until it hit the advancing aliens, bowling them bodily off their feet as it passed by. A number of the warriors screamed and shuddered, armor peeling from their bodies as their skin turned black, a ghostly light spilling from their open mouths and eyes. OKIR Law crossed his huge arms before him and weathered the psychic blow, the phenomenon nonetheless causing him to slide back several feet. Ha! Pathetic, Ligure, as always. I will take your head this time, Marine filth. The aging librarian snarled and sprang forward, bolter fire zipping through the air past him. The huge Tau commander lowered his arms and wheeled to face him, his twin pulse cannons spinning out a hail of glowing fire at his hurtling form. Ligure danced around the stitching fire, displaying a speed and agility that greatly belied his towering form. He landed on his haunches and sprang forward, twisting in the air, his claws flashing. The first blow separated one of the pulse cannon's barrels cleanly amid a shower of sparks, sending it twisting away. The second was parried by the alien's staff, likewise the third and the fourth. Ligure landed and the hulking alien smashed the weapon's haft into the back of his psychic hood, sending him rolling on his shoulder to land upright on one knee, his arms out by his side. So slow, Ligure. So inadequate. OKIR Law mocked, his gray features contorting into the equivalent of a Tau smile. You are a shadow of the warrior you used to be. Perhaps it is fitting that I end your life here and now, while you still have the respect of your subordinates. The librarian frowned, rising slowly to his full height. Arrogant Xenos scum. I took an oath that I would be the one to destroy you. That oath still stands. Sooner or later you will fall before me. The last thing you ever see will be my face, OKIR Law. It is as I have seen. The commander emitted a sharp, rasping clacking sound, mocking the defiant warrior. He gestured around him at the rising conflict, Marine against Shaskaon. I grow tired of such claims, Marine. You have vowed to kill me again and yet I still live. I know of your powers all too well. Tell me, Ligure, is this the day I die? The psyker sneered again and closed his eyes, a shimmering mist playing about his head. His entire body seemed to quiver and distort for less than a second, and then he vanished and reappeared once more, almost as if reality itself had blinked. He smiled. The veil of time has spoken, Xenos, was all he had to say. Then we shall see, came Okir Law's reply. Ligure pounced, his lightning claws pulsing. Okir Law countered, sweeping the crackling staff before him with a blow that should have taken the marine's head from his shoulders. The librarian raised one claw and batted the blow aside, a look of calm softening his craggy face. The Tau swung again, only to have his attack turned aside by the silent warrior, sparks coruscating from the two weapons. I have seen, he announced, smashing aside another fearsome blow. I have seen how this conflict ends. I have seen all I need to see, Xenos. I know how this ends. Ligure stepped back and thrust his arm out, turning at the hip. A hulking shape loomed over his shoulder, its progress halted in the blink of an eye. The Tau warrior ground to a halt, its midriff impaled upon the librarian's blades. He dropped his staff to the floor and folded, his intended attack thwarted. Ligure withdrew his hand and the dead warrior fell to the floor in a heap, broken and done. You see, he uttered, a smile spreading across his scarred face. The Emperor reveals the truth to those he favors. This fight is already over and done. Part 16. A desperate flight. Kodian looked on as the two warriors entered into combat once more, trading blows powerful enough to shatter the stars. The librarian seemed different now, his every move blocking the Tau's murderous efforts the split second they were made. Around the mighty conflict the two sides fought, a furious exchange of fire filling the air. Brother Kodian. He felt a hand on his shoulder and turned, finding Barolinus standing there, his armor torn open in a dozen places. We must fall back while there is still time. Kodian nodded and turned to leave, only to hesitate almost immediately. This isn't right, he uttered, bunching his fists. We cannot leave these warriors to their fate. Somewhere in the distance a thunderous explosion rocked the ship, causing the lights to flicker and dim. Feel that, Tau? Ligure uttered, his cold eyes flaring briefly. That was your vessel's heart being torn out. Okir Law did not answer. The look upon his face did that perfectly for him. The Death Watch were slowly starting to gain the upper hand in the conflict, now that they had moved close enough to the enemy to bring the fight face to face. Ligure's eyes flickered briefly, shifting so as to glance behind the chasseur for a moment. The huge commander suddenly brought his staff around and rammed it through the chest of a charging marine, the head of the weapon flashing with azure light as it impaled the unfortunate warrior. He flung the flailing marine away and turned to face Ligure once more. It seems that your Farzaite has failed you, Gula. Another of your kind has fallen to my staff. The last word trailed away into silence, as he suddenly came to realize that the librarian was no longer there. Broken and bleeding Shaskaon littered the floor of the chamber all around him, but of the Death Watch there was no sign. His sacrifice was not in vain, Xenos. There will be a reckoning between us yet. Okir Law lifted his head and snarled, watching as the defiant psyker turned and slipped through the hatch at the far end of the chamber, the rest of his brethren sprinting past him. Ligure. I will destroy you yet. He roared, casting his arm before him to signal the emerging reinforcements to follow the escapees. As the charging Shaskaon flooded the chamber around him he turned, soon finding the body of the fallen marine in a broken heap where he had cast it aside. He grunted and stooped low, hauling the cooling corpse from the ground. He raised his other hand and a small vibrating spike slid from his wrist armor, glinting as it caught the light. He rammed it deep into the dead marine's throat and drew his head back, emitting a long, sibilant hiss. Done, he let go of the corpse and rose, his face muscles twitching. Your genocide will be the sweetest of all, he whispered, joining the hunt. Plus. Kodian thundered through the featureless tunnels, his keen sense of direction almost subconsciously manipulating his every move. Barolinus sprinted alongside him, leaning heavily on his left leg. Behind him the rest of the surviving Death Watch followed, hunting the shadows as they moved. At the rear of the group, Grungy and the Kadayan struggled to keep up, their faces red with effort. "You are injured," the chaplain observed, keeping his eyes on the way ahead. "How serious are your wounds?" "I should live. I have lost my secondary heart, and I think my leg is broken." "You have fought well, brother. Umbras will tend to your wounds once we reach the Hellrunner. Pick up the pace." He heard Liguor bark. "They are gaining on us." Kodian hurtled around the corner and skidded to a halt, a forest of gun barrels rising to greet him. "Chaplain! Great Anthax Moon, thank the Emperor!" Andrasi pushed his way free of the mass of armed men and hurried to greet him, picking his way over the heaped corpses and scattered drone parts littering the mouth of the boarding tunnel. He slowed as he laid eyes on the gathering Marines behind him, his look of astonishment fading quickly, to be replaced by a frown of concern. "You are lucky. The Tau ship unexpectedly released us minutes ago, and we would have left then if it wasn't for the fact that we are still held fast. Still. But if the gravitic hooks have been disabled..." The free captain reached over and patted the yawning circle harshly, shaking his head. "The boarding tunnel. This dim umbilical holds us fast here until we can figure out a way of detaching it. We've tried everything we can think of to sever it and we're stuck. Explosives do not work. Melta torches are way too slow. We've fought them off this long but we can't keep it up indefinitely." The fallen Kasrikan at the rear of the group suddenly dropped to one knee, twisting at the waist. He swung his rifle up and fired twice, both shots sliding cleanly through the heads of the emerging Shas. Kaon. More of the aliens began to pour into the opposite end of the corridor. "They are here," he shouted, flinching as pulse fire began to smash into the curved walls around him. The Death Watch turned and fired as one, a storm of bolt shells all but obliterating the round hatch and anything passing through it. Still the enemy advanced, their numbers thickening with the passing of each moment. Marines began to fall back steadily, bright energy tearing chunks out of their armor. Within moments even, their ballistic attacks began to falter, a wall of premature explosions flashing across the length of the corridor as emerging shield drones began to mass. "Options, Chaplain!" Andrasi hollered over the tumult, his voice heavy with concern. Kodian heard one of the Marines curse beneath his breath and watched as the hulking warrior stepped forward, his dark features stern and serious. He carried a broad-headed thunder hammer in one hand and a large, ornate storm shield in the other, the face of the silver shield sporting an impressive crafted Death Watch symbol facade. "Stand aside. I will tear the demmed tunnel apart myself," he snarled, his bearded face a rictus of fury. He marched towards the horrified Andrasi and his crew and raised the hammer, igniting the head with a reverberating thrum. "Stand down, Torvis." The assault marine slowed and turned his head, a look of bemusement changing his features. Liguor met his gaze, his cold eyes unwavering. "You could kill us all. Everyone fall back into the ship. I will free us." The marine bared his teeth and then stomped his way past the fearful crewmen as if they were beneath his attention, shaking his head. Liguor nodded to Kodian and waved him on. The chaplain hesitated for a moment and then returned the nod, quickly moving towards the exit. One by one, the others passed quickly into the boarding tunnel, leaving the librarian to turn and face the advancing enemy alone. A thick cloud of shield drones filled the space before him, so dense it almost obscured the tide of Tau hunters following behind it. Liguor closed his eyes and spread his arms out wide, muttering something beneath his breath. Though merely whispered, the words seemed to echo and deepen, rising in volume like the howl of some ethereal wind. A flickering nimbus of light played around his head, swirling energies flashing and sparking as if vying to be released to their full potential. He opened his eyes and begun to walk backwards, the intricate whorls and runes crafted into the gauntlets of his lightning claws glowing with an unearthly light. He passed into the tunnel moments before the air at the very mouth of the opening began to shimmer. Dark light began to spill from the growing phenomenon, as the air itself seemed to bubble and melt. crackling fingers of multi-hued energy snaking from its epicon tray to rake the surrounding walls. The Tau slowed, a ripple of apprehension passing through the massed aliens. Only the drones continued on undaunted, shimmering softly as they neared the growing singularity. There was a sudden flash of energy accompanied by a deep pressure boom and the entire deck shook. Liguor turned and began to sprint as the first of the drones wobbled and then spun away into the yawning abyss, breaking apart even as they rolled out of sight. The rest of the constructs began to crash together as they struggled to hover away, only to be sucked into the rift in massed clumps, unable to escape its irresistible pull. The Shaskaon behind them began to shout and cry, grabbing hold of whatever they could find, their hooves skidding across the smooth floor of the deck. Weapons were hurriedly discarded as they fought to flee, armor and equipment peeling away in chunks to spin off into the gap. Liguor had opened a gateway to the warp itself on board the Larshi, and the resulting forces began to tear its surroundings apart. The entire housing ring surrounding the Iris began to peel away from the wall, groaning as it bended. Sections of the Iris itself rang as they spun away, sparks zipping after them like starfire. The segmented boarding tunnel began to quake, imploding in on itself as the immense pressures began to compact it. Debris swirled into the rift in a glittering spiral, thickening as everything around it came apart. At the very rear of the screaming, shuddering tumult, a single eye as black as the void of space looked on as the entire tunnel broke away from the hull of the ship, coming apart piece by piece as it depressed Urist. Roaring and cursing his rage out into the widening void, Shas Ovir la Kir la Montrikeon swore. Revenge. Part 17. Revelations. The mass shell asteroid wastes segmentum solar 1 solar month later There she is. We have found her at last. Space Marine Chaplain Dalo Kodian opened his eyes and turned his head to the small viewport by his side, feeling the Hellrunner shudder gently around him once again. Gray asteroid chunks cartwheeled past, some the size of land raiders, others as large as a strike cruiser. The cutter trembled again, fighting the effects of passing by another gigantic rock. He studied the vista beyond closely and, after a few moments of searching, saw her for the first time. The black behemoth hung ominously in the void like an ambush predator, almost invisible save for the many twinkling lights glittering across its vast surface. An Asteroot's fortress monastery, Liguor had called her the Proscriptus Rex. That is as much as he knew about her, even now. It had been 25 days since the incident on board the Tau ship. 25 days of running, of fighting to stay alive. He could never have imagined just how difficult such a relatively short journey could be, especially when this journey was taking place in what used to be Imperial space. During this time he had come to know most of the Death Watch well enough for them to begin to open up to him. Perhaps it was his role as a chaplain, maybe it was the fact that they saw in him a living, breathing relic of an age forever lost to them, an age where the superhuman warriors of the Emperor dominated the galaxy. For whatever reason, he had begun to slowly piece together the full, sobering truth of his current situation. The ever-distant Liger had spoke little since the escape, and yet what little he had told Kodian troubled him greatly. Firstly, warp travel. The Psyker had explained that prolonged warp travel in this region was all but impossible now. Something here was affecting the entire Immaterium, though what, he would not say. All he would divulge was that it was the Tau's doing, that the enemy had somehow found the means to quiet the raging power of the warp itself. He had never concerned himself much with the mechanics of this foreboding dimension, though he found himself questioning this. Firstly, he could not imagine even the Tau to possess such power. Secondly, he had argued that surely such an effect would allow for smother travel, not render it impossible. The librarian's answer was short and simple, all would be revealed in time. He would find the answers he sought on board the Proscriptus Rex. In the days following their escape from the clutches of OKIR law, another disquieting fact had become apparent. It seemed that these warriors were not a part of the main Imperium rebellion. They operated alone and towards their own agendas, though it was clear that they fought and died in the service of the emperor. Kodian found himself deeply troubled by this. Why would these warriors refuse the leadership of Kalgar, the greatest of all the chapter masters? Liguor himself had once been ultramarine, as had many of the others. There was no doubt in his mind that these men were still fully faithful to the emperor and committed to seeing the power and rightful dominance of the Imperium realized once more. Again, the same answer had fallen from Liguor's lips. All would be revealed. He turned away from the stars and his eyes found Barolinus, the youngest among them. His helmet removed, he still wore his shattered armor with pride, refusing all offers from the others to have his suit repaired or replaced. I am an ultramarine, he had told them. And I will wear the colors of my chapter until I fall. Brother, how goes your healing? Barolinus turned and met his gaze, his face somber and serious. I grow stronger by the day, chaplain. Umbras has tended my wounds well, he uttered, holding his gaze for a moment. Kodian nodded and then turned to retrieve his helmet, feeling the ship begin to slow. Soon, he told himself. Soon he would discover the truth. A day later he found himself standing before the door of the huge chamber alone, the lights of the surrounding glow globes centered on him. It had taken the Death Watch a day to bring him to before their mysterious commander, a day of misdirection and half-answers, of probing questions and auger scans. Whenever he had asked what was going on or why they seemed to be delaying his requests for an audience, he had received the same reply. We have to be sure. Did they suspect him still? After all they had been through, did they still think of him as some potential enemy spy? It had taken them a day to bring him here, and still they would only allow he alone to seek an audience with the driving force behind all this. Umbras and Barolinus were being kept securely within the training quarters, and Laner was still in his chamber on board the Hellrunner, refusing all requests to give up the Cessus for inspection. Kodian had called on the reclusive Techmarine but once since the incident with the Tau, and he had seen firsthand what had happened to his adopted quarters. It would take the cutter's entire crew just to breach the doorway, let alone bypass the defenses within. He was still considering all this when the doors of the chamber began to grind open, an ethereal light spilling through to bathe him in its glow. Enter. A deep mechanical voice uttered from somewhere above him. He strode through the doorway and slowed, finding himself at the center of a lighted dais. The doors slid shut behind him and he tensed, sensing the shadows all around him shifting and churning. Servos whispered and the floor shook. Augmetic eyes lit the impenetrable shadows like a crimson starscape as a multitude of weapons powered up. Greetings, Ultramarine. A voice uttered, surrounding him. Kodian glanced around him and then bowed his head sharply, clearly aggravated by his current situation. I have traveled far and gone through much. I would appreciate an audience with the commander of this ship, not just his voice and a host of guardian constructs. He answered, his powerful voice reverberating around the vast chamber. There was a moment of deep silence, and then an answer. Very well. The shadows shifted and parted as something large moved towards the center, whining and humming as it advanced. A large plinth slid into view, the silver symbol of the Death Watch glinting at its base as it caught the light. Kodian looked on in silence as the area at the top of the dais exploded with light, a pale blue bubble of blue-gray energy shivering and humming as it came into being. At the center of the energy field, he could make out the outline of some sort of seat or throne, and on the throne sat a robed figure, its features indistinguishable beneath the folds of the flowing cloak. Kodian never even flinched as the entire top section of the platform detached with a resonating thrum and hovered gently forward, the newly revealed underside of the throne sparking and pulsing as it advanced. It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Chaplain. It has been many long years since I last met one of your kind. The individual uttered, his voice distorted and ghostly, no doubt an effect of the strange energy field surrounding him. The chaplain didn't even flinch. He stood his ground, proud and unmoved in the face of this unknown entity. The figure at the center of the field shifted his weight, leaning forward slightly. He caught a glimpse of gnarled fingers, almost white in the cold glow of the protective bubble. I have heard your story, Codian of the Ultramarines. I'm sure you can appreciate my apprehension. To have been lost in the ocean of the Empyrean for so long. Still, all the tests confirm that you are telling the truth, and that you aren't an agent of the enemy. You must understand, Codian, we had to be sure. OKIR Law and the Unity have been hunting us for a long time. You wouldn't have been the first a start to infiltrate our organization. Who are you? Codian asked, plainly disinterested in the individual's explanation. The figure shifted his weight again, settling back into the ornate chair. He raised his hands and clasped his fingers together slowly. A relic of the past, just like you. A brief silence settled over the scene. Beneath his helm, Codian frowned, bemused by the comment. He decided not to answer. He didn't want to give this unknown stranger the satisfaction. Tarsus Ultra, Chaplain. I was there. It was this next comment that caught him off guard. His fingers slackened and then tightened almost immediately, his mind reeling with memories of the distant past. So was I. Was all he could bring himself to say. The figure leaned forward once more, the field shimmering around him. The Tyranids, Chaplain. We saw a great victory against the Tyranids on the Tarsus fields. We beat the Devourer of Worlds back despite all odds, and we won. It was a proud time. Codian remained silent for a moment more and then turned to look about him slowly, watching as the shadows around him shifted softly once again. You say that you have determined my allegiance, and yet you still seem to fear me. You know now that I am no Tau spy. Why are you still apprehensive? As I said, you would not be the first Asta. You are renegades. He uttered, striding forward. The shadows bulged outwards as the hidden constructs responded as one, a thicket of whining guns and crackling blades encircling him. Deactivate. The single word caused the host of machines to freeze, the huge circle of eyes fading to blackness around him. The robed figure threw himself forward and slammed his fists into the armrests of the chair. We are all loyal servants of the Emperor, every last one of us. You understand little of these times, Chaplain. The old Imperium is long gone. Calgar and his alliance Imperialist Solar are but one facet of the rebellion. The Astaroot's chapters themselves are divided into many separate factions. It would surely open your eyes to discover just how fragmented the forces of the Imperium are now. Then tell me. Codian roared, sweeping a hand before him, his mighty voice heavy with frustration. I am tired of fighting to piece together every single aspect of this damned time. I have a mission to fulfill, a mission so important that it could bring about the fall of the Tau. How can I see it through when I know so little of what has happened to our glorious Imperium? The Cessus. Yes, the Cessus. I am expected to deliver this device into the hands of Calgar, and yet I do not even know what it does. I do. The figure answered suddenly, causing the Marine's breath to catch in his throat. You know what it does? Yes. I helped to create it, Codian. Join us. Join us, and together we will journey to Terra. Together we will deliver the Cessus to Calgar and bring about the fall of the Unity. Codian hesitated for a moment and then turned away, shaking his head slowly. No. 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 Not until I start to get some answers. If I am to join you, then I want to know everything. I will go no further until I am satisfied. He turned back towards the figure and walked towards him, his dark armor bathed in pale light. What is your answer? Very well. Though I warn you, Chaplain, you may not like what you discover. I will take that chance. Now make a start. Tell me your name. The figure nodded and then swept his hand before him, deactivating the protective field. He lifted his hands and removed his hood to reveal a pale, hairless head, a face creased with long centuries of age. Despite his ancient appearance, Codian found a face he somehow recognized, a face from long ago. The face of the savior of Tarsus Ultra. Cryptman. He whispered quietly. Part 18. Cryptman. Codian exhaled slowly as the weight of this latest discovery settled in his mind. Things were starting to fall in place, To make sense at last. Lord Inquisitor Cryptman had been a well-known figurehead of the Imperium for a long time, the unchallenged expert on the Tyranid menace. Despite this, he had been declared excommunicate traitorous after his desperate actions had caused the deaths of billions of souls under the advance of Hive Fleet Leviathan. "Is it really you?" Codian whispered. "It is, Chaplain. Hundreds of years of exile have taken their toll on me, but I am still the same person who fought to save the Tarsus sector. Perhaps you are now better able to understand why Liguor and his brethren class themselves as separate from the main rebellion. I currently have under me around 300 Marines. Some were initiated as neophytes, others found themselves joining our ranks as disillusioned defectors." "Defectors?" Codian echoed uncertainly. Cryptman smiled weakly. "There are some that disagree with the beliefs and doctrines of the Alliance Imperialis Solar. Most of those, like Liguor himself, found their way to me after the fall of Kadaya and the Great Fragmentation. The truth can be hard to accept, Codian, even for one as powerful as Calgar. You must understand, we all work towards the same goal. We all wish to see an end to the reign of the Tau. It is unfortunate that we cannot all work together to achieve this." "Unfortunate? I find it absurd that the forces of the Imperium fight a common enemy whilst divided." Cryptman smiled again, his ancient face creasing further. "As I said, Codian, the truth can be hard to accept. You do indeed have much to learn from me. As for my own agendas, one of them is to bring the Imperium back together. A goal, I'm sure you can imagine, that is made all the more difficult for me to achieve by my current exile. I am fully aware of the events leading to your expulsion from the Inquisition." Codian answered sharply, his anger lingering at first and then subsiding a little, his change of emotion hidden from sight by the ever-frozen skull of his helm. "There were many amongst the Ultramarines that did not agree with your expulsion. Your measures were extreme, I will not argue that, and yet many of my brethren agreed with your decision. Many more lives were saved than were lost. Most important of all, Leviathan's advance into the Imperium was stalled." Codian thought back to that distant time. He recalled just how close the Imperium had come to buckling under the advance of the Tyranids. "I sent them against the Orcs." Cryptman continued, a measure of regret in his voice. "I steered Leviathan towards the Octavius system. I hoped against hope that the two forces would expend themselves slaughtering one another. A desperate gamble, by all accounts. Those were desperate times, Codian. Our options were limited. Did it work?" Cryptman did not answer, not at first. He continued to stare at the Marine with those unwavering eyes dark with age and heavy with the burden of all they had witnessed. For a time, he finally uttered, lowering his gaze. "We always knew that there was risk. The Orcs were the most numerous of the Imperium's foes, and yet even they were hard-pressed to stall the advance of Leviathan. The Orcs of the Octavius sector struggled against the Tyranids for almost 400 years, Chaplain. 400 years. Drawn by the call of war, more and more Orcs poured into the sector, unable to resist the challenge. The Green Menace all but disappeared from Imperial space, and for a time, unbelievably, there was peace." The chaplain sighed heavily and shook his head slowly. "So, you are saying that you actually found a way to set the two most arguably powerful Xenos races in this galaxy against one another?" "In a word, yes. The plan did work, Chaplain. In fact, it worked better than we could ever have imagined. By infesting the Orc Empire with gene stealers, we managed to alter the course of the entire fleet. The Tyranids simply could not resist such an abundance of life. The Orcs themselves in turn could not resist the challenge Leviathan brought with it. The Orc thrives on warfare, you know that. I am assuming something went wrong, Cryptman." "For a time, you said. What happened?" The ancient Inquisitor fell silent for a moment and then sighed, his fingers tightening around the arms of his obsidian throne. "As I said, the plan worked too well. We had hoped that the green plague of the Octavius sector and the ravening swarms of Leviathan would annihilate one another. I only pray to the immortal Emperor that he can forgive me for the apocalypse I brought into being. The orcs and the Tyranids found in each other the perfect opponent. For the first time in recorded history, the orc race unified beneath one banner. Entire systems were abandoned as the orcs gathered to answer the call of war. The Tyranids of Leviathan responded in kind. Splinter fleets the length and breadth of the galaxy altered their course to join with the main fleet. Brought together, the orc and the Tyranid almost wiped themselves out. The unbelievable had happened, Codian. Both races abandoned their designs on our galaxy and descended upon one another, each utterly obsessed with the other. Stars themselves shook beneath the apocalyptic conflict. We dared foresee a victory greater than any we could ever have imagined possible. I take it I am to assume that something went wrong. Indeed. Cryptman answered heavily, slowly nodding. As with any plan, there were factors that we did not consider. The Tau. The Tau. With that Cryptman waved his hand and the field reactivated around him, thrumming softly as it ignited once more. You must excuse me, Chaplain. I am old, far too old to rightfully exist. This field is all that keeps me alive these days. I cannot survive long without it. You were telling me about the Tau. That I was. He answered, and with that the lights surrounding the chamber increased, revealing the huge space fully for the first time. Codian looked around him in silence, taken aback by the sheer volume of Zeno's artifacts that lines the walls of the huge hall. Above the silent hulking machines that flanked the walls hung countless weapons and devices, all apparently Tau in origin. The Tau, Codian. How foolish we were to underestimate them. They were young then, you see. Mere upstarts struggling to forge a destiny for themselves in a galaxy already so very old. That was how it seemed to us, anyway. If only we knew then what we know now. We came to realize it. Our cost just how much potential the race had. This device that keeps me alive, even this is of Tau design. Codian began to pace around the walls, his hands behind his back. Most of the objects he laid eyes on he did not recognize, though some of the most ancient-looking devices seemed familiar to him. It would seem that we all underestimated them, Cryptman. Tell me, what did the Tau have to do with the Orc-Tyranid wars? Commander Shadow Soon. Envier. Shaso Armir. Are you aware of these names? No. Should I be? That is unlikely. Those are just a few of the names of the many enigmatic Tau characters that were starting to emerge round about the time you were lost. Even then the Tau had a propensity for advanced change, both evolutionary and characteristically. They were already growing stronger, wiser, becoming more of a challenge. Elements of the Imperium were starting to sit up and take notice, though I fear the Octavius Wars were at that time more important than any other concern. It now seems that the beginnings of the Tau threat were already starting to seed. No one truly knows exactly what happened to the Tau, to my knowledge. Those that do would never speak of it, for it is one of the ultimate secrets of our universe. It has taken me many long years to hypothesis that which I am about to tell you. There was a brief pause, and then he began. You have encountered the Grey Orc, I take it. Codian nodded. We fought them on Ryza. Then I'm sure you are aware that the creatures you encountered are not true orcs, but an amalgamation of orc and Tau. More specifically, orcoids that have been genetically modified with elements of Tau DNA. I am aware of that fact, yes. Cryptman nodded. The Octavius Wars raged for many years. It was during this time that the Unity discovered the means to genetically conquer the orcs. They began to culture the creatures at an exponential rate, though the reasons for this were not apparent at first. You see, the Tau did not simply wish to conquer the orcs, they wished to use them. They were created to serve as a weapon to use against the Tyranids. The Tau themselves had suffered in the advance of the hive fleets. The Eastern Fringe always was a dangerous place, an unknown territory. It seemed as if they feared the Tyranids above all else. So, how did they intend to use these creatures? Quite ingeniously, as it happens. You are probably aware of the fact that they are able to control the Gray-skinned orcs due to the genetic bond the two races share. Little by little, the Tau began to send small fleets of modified orcs into the Octavius conflict. These creatures were soon assimilated by the swarms, as were those that followed. Decades passed and, slowly but surely, the Tyranid gene pool became slowly but surely saturated with Tau genetic material. It was enough to alter the course of the entire war. The orcs were doomed, of course. The entire might of Leviathan and its splinter fleets was reduced to little more than a shadow of its former self, but, in the end, the orcs were wiped out. The Tyranids had won, but it was a hollow victory. The Ethereals now had a rudimentary control over the remnants of the Tyranid swarms, effectively becoming a collective surrogate hive mind. It was a control so powerful and yet so vastly different from the psychic influence of the hive mind that it eclipsed the galaxy-spanning influence. The Tau managed to influence the swarms enough to steer them away from the galaxy and back out into the great void beyond the fringe. Some accounts even go as far as to suggest that they were sent to challenge the Gestalt entity that directed them here in the first place, but I find this hard to believe. One thing is for sure though, and that is that the Tyranids were, at last, turned away from our borders. The growing unity wasted no time in bolstering the defenses of the now conquered eastern fringe. Massive stockade defenses were erected across the entire length of the fringe. Millions of gun stations were shipped en masse to defend the area, and to guard the billions upon billions of null-field generators and drones that even now hang in space there, ever vigilant should the Tyranids return to take their revenge. Upon hearing this, Codian turned away, his eyes finding the many relics hanging on the wall before him. So the Tyranids are gone for good, and not simply another part of the unity. As are the green-skinned orcs. I thank the Emperor for that, at least. He left the edge of the chamber and headed back towards the center of the room, removing his helmet as he did so. He had always found it pertinent to wear his helm whenever he met with an opposing commander. Not only did it hide any emotive reaction, but it also served to reinforce his position and status. Now that Cryptman had opened up to him, he felt it was time to show his true face. "I am sure that you can appreciate my position, Inquisitor," he began, using his counterpart's former title simply due to the fact that he could think of no other. "I am still getting used to this grim time. I feel that I can only fully perform my duties if I am brought up to speed with everything that has happened since we were lost. Of course, Chaplain. A good commander directs his actions through knowledge. Know your enemy." Codian closed his eyes and nodded. "Then you will forgive my questioning. Before Tau came to power, there were three great threats to our rightful dominance. The Tyranids, the Orcs, and Chaos." Cryptman interrupted, drawing his pallid head back slightly. "And Chaos," Codian finished, his mouth twisting into a troubled frown. "No one has yet dared tell me of the fate of the ruinous powers and their foul minions. The Tau may have changed almost beyond recognition, but there is one thing I know for sure. The Tau were able to bring fear to the arrogant and ancient Eldar. They were able to find a way to best the mysterious Necrontyr. They even managed to bring both the Orc and the Tyranid under their control. I accept all this, and yet I will not, allow myself to believe that they somehow conquered that which cannot be conquered. No force in this galaxy or beyond has the power to bring chaos to heel." Above him, Cryptman's face altered. He tipped his head, a look of bemusement spreading across his ancient features. "An interesting admission for an Astarte to make, especially a chaplain. You do not believe chaos can be conquered? Not even by the glorious Imperium? Don't mock me, Cryptman. I am no heretic. Neither am I a fool. Faith is worth nothing if it is blind. The only way we can conquer chaos is to eradicate those who serve to spread its influence. The Imperium has struggled to do this for thousands of years, and yet still the rot continued to take hold. Are you to tell me that the Tau were somehow able to achieve this? In a word, yes." Codian spat a curse beneath his breath and swept Amarm before him, turning sharply on his heel. "Impossible. I will not believe it," he raged, his face contorted with anger. The forces of chaos were beaten back, just all the others were. It is the truth, Kodian, no matter how hard it is to accept. You have seen with your own eyes how powerful the unity is. No one was prepared for them, not even us. Then tell me, he answered, turning to face the Inquisitor once more. Tell me how the Tau bested the forces of chaos. Kryptman tipped his head and closed his eyes. Very well. Part 19. Of all the opposing forces facing the advancement of the Unity, chaos proved the most difficult to defeat. Kryptman began, his voice low and ominous. With the threat of the Orc and the Tyranid extinguished, the Tau now found themselves with two other major forces to contend with: the Imperium and Chaos. The Tau knew little of the warp and its unfathomable denizens. They were a race of blunts, with no psychic ability whatsoever. They did, however, know of the Eye of Terror. Their plan of attack was simple and yet vastly effective. They began to move against the inner systems, one by one, pushing their empire forward. This began with Ultramar. The change had already begun to take place, the great evolution already well underway at this point. Forgive me, Chaplain. I do tend to ramble these days. The full history of the Tau's rise to power will have to wait for another time. To put it bluntly, the Unity played us for fools. They quickly swamped Ultramar, attacking with a strength and numbers undreamed of. The Octavius conflict had come to an end by this point, and the defenses along the eastern fringe were well established, leaving the Tau free to begin to push west into the Imperium. Even as the Unity began to move upon the Ultramar system, the full might of the Tau war machine was still being realized. Several huge and powerful fleets began to emerge, and, slowly realizing that the Tyranids were no longer abroad in our space, the powers that be named them after the various hive fleets that had plagued Imperial space. Kryptman paused for breath, his head sagging a little. Kodian watched as his chest seemed to rise and fall, each breath labored. Rest if you must, he uttered hesitantly, unfamiliar with the concept of emotional concern. Kryptman shook his head and held out his hand. No, Chaplain, forgive me. For one to extend his life beyond its natural capacity, there are burdens to bear, and bear them I must. I will continue. As I was saying, the Tau played us all for fools. At first the Tau attacked as one with thousands upon thousands of ships, a vast armada of vessels. Ultramar was unprepared for the sheer size of this fleet. And she fell, an inevitable consequence only slowed by the stalwart defense of the Ultramarines. At this point the weight of the Imperium's fleets were tied in with maintaining the defenses around the Octavues conflict, ready to bear down on the survivors of the war. They were little prepared for what happened next. The Tau armada fragmented, splitting into the fleets we know today, an unanticipated maneuver. By all accounts, Kraken continued the war against the survivors of the Ultramar conflict, a war that was to rage on until the system finally fell less than 2 solar months ago. Prometheus moved west into the Ultima Segmentum, conquering all before them as they advanced. As the Tau had predicted, the Imperium moved to counter this threat. The Leviathan fleet moved northwest. They passed through the galactic core, seeding the fallen Demiurge home worlds as they went, before heading north to skirt the very edges of the Imperium itself. I have been told of the fate of the Demiurge, Kodian interrupted. And I see where this is leading. They were headed for the Eye. The Inquisitor nodded. They were indeed. The ships of Leviathan were created to hunt down and destroy chaos, Chaplain. By the time the fleet had passed south of the naval base of Cipramundi, it was already too late. They seeded the Orc planets of Gathrig and Dreguk north of the Eye and then descended, sweeping all before them. The majority of the Imperial fleets were either engaged in the defense of the Ultima Segmentum or were heading to meet the advance of Prometheus. Mars had fallen to the suicidal Krutless 2 years before, and they were taking no chances. System by system, Leviathan hunted the forces of chaos back to the very threshold of the Eye itself. Along the way many Imperial worlds were conquered and their populace subjugated, further adding to the fleet's military might. Those worlds that could not or would not be conquered, such as Mordian, were systematically scoured. Drone factory ships fell from the skies like rain to unfold. Amongst the packed hive cities, spewing forth millions of murderous yet expendable machines. The Tau had prepared well for this push, and it soon became clear that Leviathan was by far the most powerful of the fleets yet. By the time war smashed into the naval base at Port Ma, it was too late. The orc worlds of Gathrig and Dreguk were by now churning out greyskins at an exponential rate. The Tau advanced, slowed, and they began to dig in, taking Port Ma as they did so. They knew the wolves of Fenris were coming. Codian's face hardened as he heard this. The space wolves. Yes. Unfortunately for the Imperium, most of the chapter had left to meet the advance of Prometheus. The remaining wolves gathered to meet the closing threat, accompanied by a great fleet sent forth from Kadaya herself. Despite the strength of this vast force, they were ill-prepared for what awaited them. Hundreds of defense orbitals now lined the outlying systems. Every world they had conquered now churned out drones, millions at a time. While the fleet dug in and awaited the arrival of this force, hundreds of Vespid hives were headed towards Fenris, accompanied by around close to 1,000 drone factory ships. At the same time, a vast fleet of orc landers headed southwest of the approaching Imperial forces and descended upon Kadaya. No one is quite sure of what happened from this point. Fenris eventually fell. The wolves were beaten back, the survivors swearing revenge. The entire Gothic sector now belonged to the Tau. Kadaya herself was now embroiled in war. Chaos, Inquisitor. Codian interrupted. You have yet to tell me about chaos. Cryptman fell silent, his grey eyes holding the Marine's gaze for long moments. You don't see it? There you have your answer then, Chaplain. No one did. No one realized that all this was about the Eye. By this point it was thought that the Tau were pushing to surround the Segmentum Solar. In truth, this could have been part of their intended plan. We were to discover, however, that their true goal was to conquer Kadaya. The Kadayan Gate. Yes. Cryptman continued. They intended to seize control of the gate. The Imperium realized this too late. The Unity's push for Kadaya came just as the majority of the Imperial war machine reached the edges of the fight for the Ultima Segmentum. Calgar had by now taken control of the fight against the combined might of both Kraken and Prometheus and was now faced with a soul-destroying choice. He could either continue to fight to keep the two fleets from pushing further into Imperial space, or make the long journey back to Kadaya. To compound matters, Macrage herself still held out against the Tau. Isolated and trapped by the sheer weight of the two fleets, the world was weeks from falling. Somehow, Emperor knows how, he made his decision. Macrage was abandoned to her fate and the Imperial Alliance fled west, praying against all hope that they would arrive in time to stall Leviathan's advance into the inner systems themselves. No, Codian whispered in disbelief, his head falling. He blinked slowly and shook his head, exhaling a long, hissing breath. He found himself unable to imagine the consequences of having to make such a decision. Abandon his home world to defend the seat of the Emperor, or stay and risk his downfall. How could any man choose either path? The choice almost tore him apart. No faithful servant of the Emperor could ever risk an enemy treading upon Terra's holy soil. Anyway, for Kadaya at least, the decision was made too late. The mightiest of the Imperium's heroes met the Tau on Kadaya and the world itself shook beneath them. Unfortunately, the Tau had already established a foothold there. They were too late. Millions died. It was here that the Imperium fully realized the true power and treachery of the Tau. There followed the Great Fragmentation, the event that saw the forces of the Imperium divided to this day. Those who stood with the War Master abandoned the planet and fell back, dividing further in order to defend the shrinking borders of the Segmentum Solar. Those who did not left to pursue their own agendas, to fight the Unity on their own terms. The rest, as they say, is history. Kadaya was lost. The forces of chaos had retreated back to the safety of the Eye like a black tide, sweeping all before them as they fought their way back. It was as if they somehow knew what the Tau intended to do. This caused further problems for the already stretched defenders of the Imperium. Great armadas of Chaos worshippers began to emerge from every corner of the galaxy and head in the same direction, burning everything and everyone in their path in their desperation. Kadaya suffered greatly at the hands of the foul legions as they had fought to bypass the legendary defenses of the Kadayan Gate, and the Unity descended upon the ancient world like carrion birds, sealing her fate prior to the arrival of the Imperial forces. The Unity's plan was complete. Kadaya stands today as a bastion world, just as she has for millennia. Only now it is the Tau that keep watch over the eye. Millions of orbiting gun platforms are perpetually trained on the rift, weapons with the power to nullify the energy of the warp itself. Billions upon billions of null drones are sent into the eye day by day, slowly pushing the immeasurable power back. It has to be seen to be believed, Kodian. Little by little, the Unity are closing the Eye of Terror. Kodian shook his head slowly, the weight of this latest revelation too much to bear. To imagine that the Tau had the power and ability to actually do this shook him to the very core of his being. But why? He asked, his mind reeling. I don't understand. The Tau seek to unify this galaxy. It is their ultimate goal, a goal they will see realized at any cost. They can't conquer the gods of the warp, Kodian, no one can. Neither can they destroy them. But they can contain them. Seal the eye and they will have succeeded in closing the largest gateway into our reality that chaos has. The servants of the ruinous powers knew that, should the eye be closed to them, they would be left stranded, alone. Can you imagine an Imperium without the Emperor? Of course not. They did the only thing they could. They ran for the door before it was locked. Cryptman fell silent, his ancient face creasing with exertion. Kodian could see that even the effort of talking was beginning to take its toll on him. So, what now, Inquisitor? Where do we go from here? I am dying, Chaplain. Time has allowed me to postpone my death this long, but the field is barely able to sustain me now. I wish to see victory before I die. I wish to see the Imperium restored, the Unity scoured from the face of this galaxy. I sense a strength inside you. You are a leader of men, a living link to a past glory lost, a glory that can rise again. Lead these men to Terra. Steal them as only a chaplain of the Asteroids can, a true chaplain of the proud times. Ligur and the Death Watch brethren are strong and courageous warriors, but they are a rare breed, Kodian. The Asteroids of this time are not what they used to be. Kalgar is a strong and competent commander, but he is desperate. Initiates are pushed through too soon. The procedures of replicating the genocide and organs are rushed, hurried by the impending push for Terra. Deformity and mutation are rife within the ranks. Steel yourself as you steel those you lead. Prepare for the worst. Prepare to have your faith in the Emperor and the Imperium pushed to its limits. Keep your eyes on the goal no matter what. Your Imperium exists now in but one place, and that is inside you. Strive to restore it, and I believe that you will find victory. Mourn its passing too much, and you will fail. Will you lead my warriors, brother? Kodian swept his cloak aside and then bowed his head. I will. Cryptman smiled and closed his eyes, almost as if the weight of the universe had been lifted from his shoulders. Thank you. Go now, spread the word amongst the others. I have but one more thing to tell you. Possibly the most important thing you will ever hear. There is still much that you have to learn, and there are things even I dare not reveal at this stage. In time you will see. The enemy of your enemy is your friend, Kodian. Remember that fact and that alone. Do not consider it, do not even attempt to ponder it. Remember. Part 20. Arisen. +++ST. Aprasia Fields +++. +++ The Shrine World of Gehenna +++. Segmentum Solar +++. Is it true? The raised voices echoing around the chamber died down. All eyes turned to the doorway, finding the accusing eyes of ancient Ventress before them. Is it true? He asked again, his voice low yet saturated with an ominous weight. The faces gathered before him hardened in discomfort. None of them had ever known the ancient address his commander in such a way before. "It is," came the reply, deep and resonant. Calgar stomped through the center of the small group to meet with the new arrival, his vast mechanical frame blotting out the lights above. There followed a short silence between the two old warriors, a silence broken only by the constant pulsing hum of the mighty machination. That, and the distant rhythmic pounding of a war already underway. Ventress's scarred face wavered, the steel blue of his eyes softening a little. "How? Sacred Makaraj, how did this happen?" "We don't know," the War Master answered, the depth of his augmetic voice causing the ancient's breastbone to tremble. "Though it has been confirmed, Uriel. The Unity has restored him to health. They have brought him back and placed the reins of dominance around his blessed neck. Several scout squads have already sighted him walking amongst the enemy. Guilliman commands the Tau here on Gehenna." Ventress began to shake, his fingers tightening. "It can't be true. It has to be a trick, an enemy ruse. They seek to demoralize us." "Ancient, it is more than that," Calgar answered quietly. "Leaving the Primarch behind was the hardest thing we have ever had to do. That the enemy have taken him as their own is our punishment, the price of our failure. The price of my failure. It cannot be him," Ventress continued, unable to accept it. "Even the Tau aren't powerful enough to bring our Primarch back to life. That thing out there is not Rabut Guilliman. I will give my life to disprove this if I have to." Ventress turned on his heel to leave, retrieving his precious chapter standard from the honor guard Marine standing in the doorway. "Ancient, wait." He turned to see Saint Clolia the Endymion take a step forward, her mirrored silver armor shimmering as it caught the light. Clolia and her sororitas had joined the war as the Unity had pushed into the Gehennan system. The shrine world was a holy site for the sororitas, a world housing some of the most sacred relics to be found within the Segmentum Solar, including the bones of Saint Aprasia herself. Clolia herself claimed that she had been reborn in order to defend this very world against the Unity. As she spoke, her words seemed to echo in the mind of everyone around her. "We must take care. The Unity have deployed in great numbers along the Saint Aprasia fields. It will be here that the fight for Gehenna will be decided. The Legio Titanicus are even now moving to counter this threat, allowing our forces to prepare for the ground assault. We are not yet prepared to meet the Unity head o." Ventress thrust his armored fingers deep into the metal of the console beside him, causing the saint's words to die in her throat. He tore the entire station from its moorings and hurled it the length of the room, sending it smashing into the opposite wall in a shower of sparks. "This abomination is not our Primarch," he roared, his lined face red with rage. "I will hunt down this heretical impostor and I will bring back his head on a spike. I will make him scream for forgiveness." With that he turned back towards the doorway to leave. "Ready the banner guard. We go to make war with this pretender." The Marine nodded and left, leaving the ancient to turn to face those gathered before him. His eyes found the War Master, his hulking frame towering over those around him. "We left him behind, Lord Calgar. We abandoned him. That is an Ultramarine's greatest shame. I will not allow this travesty to continue a moment longer. By my life, I will end this." Calgar watched in silence as the ancient disappeared through the doorway, the eyes of the others around him turning his way. "Plus he is heading straight into the heart of this war plus Iron Father Gomek growled, his synthetic voice like the growl of some predatory feline. "Plus his heart burns for vengeance. He will surely find death at the hands of the Unity plus. Can you not simply order him to stand down?" Lord Inquisitor Arthas asked, a look of bemusement spreading across his aged face. High Chaplain Nostricles of the Flesh Tearer sneered as he heard this, his pitted face nodding. "He thirsts for retribution, Inquisitor. Such things are the way of the Astaroutes. I wouldn't expect you to understand." "Nostricles is right, Arthas," Calgar uttered, silencing the Inquisitor's intended retort. "It would be inappropriate for me to deny the Ancient his vengeance, no matter what it may cost him to seek it. Then what do we do? Arthas asked, glancing at the field of tactical readout screens beside him. It will take nothing short of miracle to stall the Tau's advance here on Gehenna, let alone prevent Ventress from finding his own death. We aid him. The War Master answered. But the advance, the Inquisitor began. Calgar ignored the Inquisitor and stomped forward towards the door, turning his vast sarcophagus on its axis to face the others as he crossed the room. The war for Gehenna begins now, people. Ventress is right, we have to uncover the truth behind this heresy. Commander Gorth, am I right to assume that the Guard are deployed across the length of the fields in readiness to meet with the enemy advance? They are, Lord. Good. Mugos Van Thadox. Have the Titans of the Gigas Passus Legion entered the field? The flickering hollow image to his right nodded its head in response. Plus the Titans are loosed, War Master. Their systems sing with the joy of the conflict to come plus. Calgar came to a halt, turning his legs around to even himself out. Then the war has truly begun. Whether or not this figure proves to be the Primarch himself or some blasphemous Tau construct, the need to uncover the truth is paramount. If we are to reach this deep into the enemy lines, then we need to act fast, and we need to do so now. Heavy armor will not carry us to the heart of the enemy. Gomik, Nostricles, you are the senior Astaroot's present here. I want you to arrange a strike force of assault troops and land speeders, the best we have. Scour the troops if you have to. I know we have several elements of the Raven Wing, and a few veteran flesh-tearers assault squads. Lady Saint, if you would do me the honor of having your Seraphim sisters joining the attack, we may just see the heart torn out of this advance before it has a chance to take root. May the Emperor guide us this day. With that, the War Master turned and strode from the chamber, leaving the others to begin the hurried preparations. One way or another, the impostor would be revealed. The earth quaked as if in terror as the Titans of Gigas Passus moved to meet the Unity's advance. A dozen armored giants strode towards the shifting mass, their holy weapons thundering and flashing. Explosions glittered across their omnipotent mass as they attracted the enemy's attention, though nothing even came close to staying their advance. Something huge rose from the ground to meet them, carried aloft on multiple legs, a vast machination of smooth taupe armor. The Corvessa factory ship unfurled its mighty guns, its vast domed head turning to face the threat. Hundreds of drones continued to pour from its open sides, an endless mass of expendable firepower that hovered or crawled its way towards the Imperial lines, unmoved and unafraid. Volcano cannons and turbo lasers ignited the air itself as the Titans fired, tearing great burning rents across the factory ship's armored flank. The alien craft returned fire undaunted, though its efforts were to prove fruitless. Even as the mighty machine fell, another rose from the smoldering crater 1,000 meters west, unfolding its armaments to meet the threat. Press on. We will not falter. Ventress roared, his beloved standard clutched tightly to his breast. His jump pack screaming, he bucked and then veered left, passing through the towering legs of the striding Titan. Ahead on the horizon he could see the enemy lines. He felt his heart's hammer in anticipation. He turned his head to see Galdher, the champion of the Banner Guard, accelerate alongside him, his honor blades drawn and ready. The rest of the Banner Guard followed, their axes to hand and shimmering with crackling energy. Our scouts have confirmed the position of the enemy heretic. Ventress sub-vocalist. We are closing in on position. Let us honor the memory of Guilliman, my warriors. Let us wipe this shameful stain from our chapter's honor and show the Tau what little good comes of trying to demoralize a space marine. Ahead, the truth awaited them. Part 21. Evil's Heart. Ventress held his breath and released his grip a little, allowing the ancient cloth to catch the wind. The banner rippled and exploded outwards, unfurling in the air, whipping and thrashing as if imbued with a life of its own. For the Imperium, he cried, feeling his age-old heart stir once again. Honor the standard, came the reply of his brethren. The ancient touched down, the rest of his squad following suit around him. The ground itself quaked. Beneath the advance of the Titans behind them, the air above hissing and burning as each mighty lance or blast carved its way through the indistinct mass on the horizon. He scoured the flat expanse, searching for his target. To the left of them the air shimmered and burned, the huge blackened shell of a Corvessa factory, blocking the entire horizon as far as the eye could see. Stay sharp, brothers. We have to pierce the heart of the enemy and we have to move soon. Otherwise we will be undone. His eyes began to adjust to the blinding firelight and, within moments, he saw it. Around a quarter of a kilometer ahead lay a small abandoned pilgrimage town, a smoldering, alien-defiled ruin. Small yet bright flashes of light sparked across the horizon from in between the forlorn stone shells, sporadic yet unremitting. He focused his hearing and found he was able to single the noise out. A continuous low thunder. The thunder of the Earthshaker. "Traitor to Earth!" he roared, his voice rising in pitch to match that of the cacophony about him. The banner guard seemed to tense as one, almost as the very mention of Imperial defectors caused them to experience physical revulsion. Ventress gripped the pole of the standard tightly in his hands and lowered his body into a crouch, his eyes burning with a fierce thirst. "Let us guide them towards his judgment," he growled, and was gone, borne aloft on wings of thunder and fire. Plus. Keep the supply flowing. Runners and loaders maintain. Maintain, I say. Guvesau Monarch Duersh marched along the line of armor, his hands clasped firmly behind his back. The speaker drone hovering by his side seemed to shudder softly and continuously as it amplified his voice, raising it so as to carry his words over the cacophonous tumult of the hammering guns. Before him the powerful vehicles continued to quake, thrown back one by one as they unleashed shell after shell, stabilizing support legs digging deeper into the soft grassy earth. "That's it. For the good of the Unity, we shall not falter." He paused and lifted his field goggles and, looking out over the ruins of the city, he watched in silence as the shells impacted against the distant hillside. Beyond that hill lay the shrine of the saint. Victory was within sight. "For the greater good," he whispered. There was a brief, screaming whine and something landed heavily before him, throwing up a cloud of soil as it slammed into the ground. He gasped and reared back, reaching for the last pistol by his side instinctively. "Weak-minded turncoat!" Ventress roared, his power sword igniting with a growling thrum. "Asteroots!" The Guvesau sergeant gasped, his eyes widening. He lifted the pistol and fired 3 shots at the hulking shape, only to watch them bounce harmlessly away from his thick chest armor. "Treacherous to the last!" the Marine growled, cutting the man down where he stood. The rest of his squad fell to earth around him, weapons drawn. Brother Ceres spun on his heel and lifted his plasma gun, sending a brace of bright blasts screaming through the air and into the bodies of the crew of the nearest field gun. "Take them out! Take the whole damn line out!" the ancient roared, sprinting towards the artillery line. He reached the first Earthshaker and leapt up onto the rear bed, the entire platform shuddering as he landed. The 2 gunners cried out and fell against the stabilizing arms, curling up in fear. A single sweep of his sword saw the men's treachery come to an end and he kicked the remains aside, slamming the pole of the standard through the thick plate below him with little effort. He tore a single cracked grenade from his belt and cast it through the open barrel hatch before slamming it closed. He retrieved his banner and leapt down from the platform as the huge barrel shuddered, a low rumbling boom resonating through the entire vehicle. The skies above were dark now, the sun itself dimmed by the sheer volume of Tau flyers screaming overhead. He lifted his face up to see something huge and incredibly vast sliding slowly through the air above him. It was a megalodon, the largest of the Unity's aircraft. Objects were pouring from its vast underside like rain. Drones and warriors spilled from its belly in their hundreds, falling earthwards to join the fight for Gehenna. It did not matter. Nothing mattered here and now except vengeance. "Lord Ventress!" The ancient turned as he heard the call, his eyes running across the length of the punished artillery to where Gul'dan stood, one hand thrust out towards outskirts of the ruined town beyond. The living rain still fell there, the skies saturated with countless warriors, war machines, and drones. He could make out several large shapes breaking free of the main mass and heading their way, each one almost as large as a warhound. Crisis Dominators. He growled. Hold the line. The Titans will deal with them. No, Lord. Something else comes with them. Look. Ventress took to the air and landed beside the warrior, his eyes combing the ruins beyond the outstretched finger. Sure enough, someone or something seemed to be advancing with the Dominator suits, matching their velocity. Brilliant blue flashed beneath the sun, fringed with flecks of gold and crimson. It was running. Running at least as fast as a rhino with its engines gunned to maximum. Running towards them. Banner Guard, to me. The rest of the squad began to fall in around the age-old warrior within moments of the command. All eyes falling upon the rapidly advancing shape. The champion Galdhar strode forward to stand by his side, both swords held out ready to counter the threat. Another of the Unity's abominable creations to slay. Allow me the honor, Ancient. Ventress nodded and then turned to the others around him. Ready yourselves, brothers. We may have to meet the Dominators in combat yet if they manage to break past the Titans' guns. Remember the drill. Meltabombs ready. Target the joints and the sensor. Erase first. For the Emperor. The veteran warriors roared in answer and he turned once again, ready to meet the threat. Something large and incredibly fast slammed into the waiting champion with such force that it threw him through the air and into the back of one of the smoldering earthshakers, his twin swords shattering beneath the force of the blow. Galdhar hadn't stood a chance. Ventress reeled back in surprise, his scarred face twisting. Emperor, deliver us. The glowering abomination's void-like eyes found his, and it smiled. Cries of agonized disbelief rose up from the rest of the banner guard as Ventress staggered back, the banner falling to the floor beneath him. For the first time in an age he found himself frozen with fear, swayed by indecision. The banner guard strode forward as one, weapons raised. They were unsure, perturbed by the warrior standing before them, towering over each one of them as an adult would a child. Asteroots. The figure began, its voice like thunder. Ventress shook his head and rose to his full height once more, retrieving the fallen banner as he did so. He looked out at the blue-armored warrior, standing tall as a giant before them. Its white hair and majestic features were all too recognizable to him. He looked upon a face he had seen many times, a face revered by every ultramarine who had ever lived. The face of Rabut Guilliman, son of the Emperor, father of them all. Primarch father, he uttered. The Primarch's gaze fell upon each of the warriors before him in turn. The Ancient looked on, his voice stolen. It was the first time he had ever seen Guilliman's eyes. They were black. Black as the trackless cold of space. I am returned. The giant said, his powerful voice seeming to echo no matter the intensity. My sons. Kneel before me. Kneel before your Primarch. The banner guard swayed visibly, unsure. One of the warriors finally stepped forward and lowered himself onto both knees, his hands falling by his sides. No. The Ancient whispered, his voice still unwilling to spill forth. Guilliman coolly swept his sword across the marine's neck and sent his head rolling away across the dusty earth. The rest of the squad cried out and tensed, axes thrumming as they were raised. The Primarch turned to face them and kicked the corpse aside, his face twisting into a mask of utter malevolence. You should have knelt, filth. You would have died swiftly. Instead you raise arms against your own gene father. I will shatter the light from your eyes. I will empty your veins one drop of blood at a time. Honor the standard. The guard hollered as one, defiant despite their fear. For the greater good. Came the Primarch's ominous reply. Part 22. Titans. The Ancient's hearts missed a beat as he witnessed the charge of the banner guard if through the eyes of another, his body frozen as it was in horrified shock. The thing that was Guilliman stood before them, colossal and unafraid. Where there should have been rage or hatred or any other glimmer of emotion upon that face so revered, there was none. The warriors of the banner guard fell in silence, scattered like so much flotsam before the storm of the Primarch, his huge sword rising and falling without counter. He looked on as Guilliman lifted one of the guard, Brother Semyon, high above his head and flung him into the burning shell of a basilisk without effort, the thick metal bending around his armored form as he slammed into it like a bullet. His black eyes turned to Ventress and he grew cold, as if he had been sucked bodily into the endless void. Ancient. It is your time. Ventress drew the banner pole close to his chest, the ancient cloth above him writhing in the breeze. His scarred face twisted with emotion, a mixture of pain and agonized revulsion. The father of Ultramar is dead, impostor. I see that now. You are an affront, betrayal forged in the Primarch's likeness, nothing more. I will honor the legacy of Robert Guilliman by ending your existence. Guilliman swept the sword of Ultramar before him and cut the warrior rising at his feet in two, sending his bisected body rolling away. His advance was one of measured confidence, his stride long and slow as if there were no other living creatures on the surface of Gehenna except him and the Ancient. This galaxy will unify under one banner, traitor. The Ethereals have opened my eyes to the horrors that are to come. You will stand with us or you will fall at my feet. There can be no other way. Ventress shook himself and stepped forward, ignoring Guilliman's corrupt ramblings. To even suggest that the Primarch would serve as Enno's master was a crime akin to renouncing the Emperor himself. Enough heresy. This ends now. The ground shook beneath the advance of the Titans of Gigas Passus as the two warriors prepared to meet, the Ancient tense and unsure, the Primarch bold and indomitable. Columns of searing fire lit the skies from end to end, the noise rising to unbearable levels. Above him, not a single inch of the Gehennan skies remained. For the Emperor and for Ultramar, he whispered. And charged. The Primarch filled his vision for little more than a fleeting second, growing and growing until all that could be seen was that familiar and revered face, now more alien and unknowable than it had ever been in death. He raised his arms and lunged, bringing the golden rod forward like a spear. Guilliman's expression never once altered as he shifted away from the lunge and grabbed the banner pole, his grip like that of some vengeful god. He threw his sword to the ground and thrust his arm forward. Fingers of adamantium closed around Uriel's neck and he gasped, unable to draw breath. The crimes of Horus replayed again. A son's betrayal of his father. The Primarch uttered, drawing the struggling warrior closer. I will brook no such treachery from you. There was a flash of movement and a lightning strike of fierce pain and he found himself drawn across Guilliman's knee, falling with all the force of a descending lance strike. As I break you, so will I break the back of your treacherous Imperium. He fell to the floor, a mess of splayed limbs. The Primarch appeared, towering over him, an avatar of destruction. He raised the standard and slammed the pole through the Ancient's chest with such power that it embedded itself in the earth beneath him. Ancient Ventress stared up into the burning sky, unable to stand or defend himself. The face of the Primarch stared down at him, cold as the grave, an entity of clear, inconceivable malice. Beyond the Primarch he could see the first of the towering titans as they drew nearer, each mighty footfall jarring his vision. Beyond that, the innumerable flyers and vast ships of the Unity, blocking out the sun as they descended. And beyond, only eternity. Impostor. Guilliman turned as he heard the voice, his expression ever unchanging. Galdher the champion bounded past him to stand over the fallen Ancient, reaching down to retrieve his commander's chainsword. Stand down, pretender. He growled, activating the blade. Guilliman regarded the warrior with scornful eyes, the merest flicker of emotion that soon faded to nothing once again. Galdher's armor was split and buckled in a dozen places. His left arm hung limp by his side, the bones shattered to fragments beneath his armor. He was swaying, clearly struggling to stay on his feet. He wheezed as he drew breath, his fused ribs smashed. Take him. Take him and go. The Primarch opened his mouth to answer and then paused, movement catching his eye. Two of the surviving banner guard limped past him and grabbed the fallen Ancient. One pulled the standard from his chest while the other took him beneath the arms and hauled him to his feet. Seeing this, Guilliman smiled. Pathetic to the end. It sickens me to see you wearing the armor of the Astaroutes. I see before me the sickness that has taken hold of the Imperium in my absence. A sickness that can only be purged by the guidance of the Unity. Galdher did not answer. No. Ventress roared, watching as the champion lunged, his own screaming sword held aloft. He struggled to free himself from the grip of his two wards in vain. Let go of me. I command you to release me. It should be me. It should be me. There was a scream of engines and he fell silent, the two warriors carrying him slowing. Shadows began to descend all around him, the dry earth swirling beneath the downdrafts of more than a dozen craft. Land speeders bearing the insignia of both the White Scars and the Ravenwing came to rest around him, their collective roar drowning out the sounds of the war for a fleeting moment. Marines disembarked in silent, practiced formation, quickly flooding the space around him. Around the vehicles a rain of silver armor fell to earth on wings of fire, warrior women of the Adeptus Auroritas. Lord Ventress. One of the Marines began, leaping down from the ornate speeder before him. The Marine's armor was a deep black tinged with green and partially covered with long ivory robes. On one shoulder he bore the insignia of the Alliance Imperialis Solar, the other an ivory wing struck through with a sword. Captain Ornian. I must be released. The warrior shook his head slowly, his eyes regarding the scene before him with a grim apprehension. No, Ancient. The orders are from the War Master himself. We are to bring you back. He was about to argue when he felt a hand against his shoulder, soft and yet alive with underlying power. He lifted his face to see the gaze of the Endymion, her porcelain features softly glowing with an ethereal light. Return. She uttered, her soft voice filling his mind. For you, this battle is over, brave warrior. Rest. Now. These were the last two words Ventress heard on Gehenna. Galdher attacked, bringing the chain sword down at an angle towards the Primarch's head. Guilliman tuned the blade away with ease and countered, returning with a blow that would have cleaved the champion in two had he not thrown himself back. The sword of Ultramar swept by his waist end. Then rose, coming down at his head almost faster than he could follow. He lifted the chain sword and deflected the strike, spinning to attack again. Guilliman blocked the swing and lashed out with his boot, kicking the warrior off his feet. The champion lurched back, rolling onto his feet once again, almost torn in two by the strike. Forgive me, Primarch. He whispered, stepping forward, the blade in his hand screaming. Only in death. Guilliman answered, decapitating the warrior with a single swing. The champion fell forward onto the floor, his defiant challenge ended. The Primarch stepped forward and raised his eyes of the carnage about him, the shadow of the Imperial Titans falling over him. Heretic. BD son. He reeled, countering the blow at the very last second. The flaming sword rang as it deflected off the blade of his own, flames washing over his armor. Wings of pure white filled his vision as the Endymion landed before him, her silvered form mirroring the flames surrounding them. Two shining eyes regarded him with utter hatred as the seraphim landed all around him, weapons ready. Sauroritas. He hissed, taking on an aggressive stance. So, there is truly no end to the treachery of the new Imperium. I see now how far my father's realm has fallen from his grasp. I will scourge and remake this kingdom one world at a time if I have to. Saint Clolia did not answer at first. Her blazing eyes regarded the fallen Primarch with a knowing sadness, a realization only she could truly understand. For a true son to have fallen so far to corruption is a tragedy, firstborn one. You of all the emperors' sons should have learned from the mistakes of the past. I see the truth behind the lie of your existence, for my eyes shine with the light of the Emperor. I cannot allow another Horus to leave this planet alive. Guilliman froze. A terrible rage burned in his obsidian eyes, an anger so deep and all-consuming the Saint herself shuddered to look upon it. Horus. He whispered, his voice deepening, changing beyond all recognition. You will burn for that insult, Gulacre. You will all burn. With that he turned his eyes to the sky and lifted his arms, his face shaking with an indomitable rage. Execute the Mont Ka. Kill them all. Wipe this planet clean. Overhead, the darkening skies rumbled. Part 23. The Fall of Gehenna. The skies themselves shook with the wrath of the Unity. Huge areas of the firmament above darkened and sagged as the ships of the Mont Ka Corvatra descended, laying waste to everything beneath them. Tau battlesuits, drones and fighter craft saturated the skies around them, so numerous in quantity it was as if the air was a solid mass. Bright lances of burning energy divided the world from horizon to horizon, cutting through the drifting smoke banks as they hunted their distant targets. Swarms of pulse fire zipped through the endless explosions, and death could be seen in every direction. Captain Ornian of the Ravenwing ran his gaze over the all-encompassing forces of the enemy and knew then with utter certainty that Gehenna was lost. There were too many. He banked sharply, passing between the legs of an Emperor class, its indomitable advance shaking the ground, each footfall a peal of seismic thunder that crushed or toppled entire streets as it touched down. A quick rise and then a jink, throwing him and the rest of the pursuing land speeders out of the path of a brace of jogging warhounds, their hunched bipedal bodies rising and falling as they hunted in the shadow of the lumbering colossus. The ancient was still unconscious beside him, his armored form slumped against the mag clamp restraints of the gunner's seat. Whatever the saint had done to him, it seemed she had made sure that he would not be awake to see the fall of Gehenna. Kernion, raise the War Master. Inform him that we have the ancient and are heading back as ordered. He voxed, descending sharply to race through the burning streets, wary of the hunting dominators prowling the stone hab blocks to the southeast. A shadow fell over his right side and he turned to see the speeding dirty white streak of Galgi's speeder pulling alongside him. The White Scar captain's long grey beard and scalp lock thrashed in the wind, his ancient eyes tight and thirsty for retribution, his face almost hidden amongst the thick fur of the pelt he wore at his back. Captain! My warriors and I wish to fight, Dark Angel. Too long have we fled like dogs before the Tau. It is our time to honor Jagatai, with our deaths if need be. Ornian held the warrior's gaze for a lingering moment, searching the White Scar's lined face for any sign of pause or vacillation. There was none. No Astarte is expendable in this war, son of the Khan. You must not let pride override reason. The two speeding craft parted swiftly as a burning factory ship cleaved between them, thick black smoke obscuring everything for a moment. No sooner had they passed the wreck than the White Scar skimmer speared through the choking fumes and fell in alongside the Ravenwing speeder once again. The Unity burned Kogarus to try and keep her warriors from entering this war. Ornian, the sons of Jagatai Khan, are honor-bound to collect their payment of blood. This is as good a theater of war to die with our armor stained with Tau blood as any. The War Master's orders. Calgar will be told we died a good death. Every one of my warriors will fall with 100 Tau corpses littered about their feet. No son of Kogarus would allow himself to die unless this is so. It is our time. Ornian turned away, unable to find the answer to this. He knew better than to try and reason with the feral warrior and his kin. As you wish, Galgis. I will inform the War Master of your decision. The White Scar captain raised his head and nodded, satisfied. He turned to speak to the pilot beside him and then to Ornian once more, raising the ornate curved tulwar he held above his head in salute. Then it is time to enter legend. Win this war, Dark Angel. Honor our memory. Ornian thrust his fist in the air in answer, saluting his brother captain. Die well, brother, in the name of the Khan. Find victory, brother, in the name of the Lion. The warrior answered. With that he turned to the squadron of speeding White Scar craft behind him and raised his sword. Once again. For the Khan and the Emperor. He roared, and was gone. The war cry echoed in Ornian's ears long after. Plus. The war cry of the masked Sororitas was a single shuddering scream, a keening, piercing howl that carried over the battle tumult. Bolters barked and flared a staccato strobe storm. Prometheum flame gouged in mighty burning arcs. Melta beams flashed the air itself to superheated molecules, searing anything they touched to nothing. The Endymion and her sisters attacked with all the force and fury of the mightiest tempest. They were dead the moment they laid eyes on the fallen Primarch and his Xenos allies. The light of the suns above faded to dusk as the 15-00 Dominator Cotter descended to meet them, a wall of armor stretching as far as the eye could see, jump jets screaming. The first suit touched down and the ground beneath its feet shook, sending entire squads of Sororitas tumbling to the floor. As the first bolt pistols opened up in answer, the first sisters began to die, scythed from their feet by the whining pulse chain cannons of the towering warriors. The air turned to red mist within the first few seconds of the Dominator's arrival, even power armor not proof enough against the guns of the enemy. The 10 armored giants rocked beneath the combined Sororitas guns, almost consumed by the blossoming fire. One of the suits stomped forward and staggered, its barrel chest turning to steam and molten metal beneath the touch of a hunting Melta beam. Bright blue energy flashed and sparked around it as the suit's inbuilt field overloaded again and again, unable to cope with the powerful blast. The Dominator shuddered, finally undone, as the beam lanced through its bulk and cut it in two. The victorious sister never had the chance to rejoice in her success. Another of the colossi swung its leg and punted her out into the swirling melee beyond, the blow breaking her apart. The seraphim were as flies buzzing about the heads of gods. The massive Dominators swung their mighty arms about them, multiple weapons systems punching bodies from the air wherever they turned. Guilliman saw all this and smiled. Monster. The saint spat, her porcelain features darkening empathically. The flaming sword in her hand seemed to flare brighter at her rage. Are you so condemned, first son? Have you forsaken the Father so completely? Perhaps it is better that I end the torment of your existence for all time. Woman. Guilliman answered, his voice deeper and more timeless than the slow dance of the heavens themselves. That the integrity of the Father's Imperium is protected by an army of women speaks volumes of its decline. My heart bleeds for the sons of Ultramar, my sons, left to fester and spoil in my absence. I will avenge their memory, and I will paint this soil with your blood. Then I will be martyred for my God. She replied, the glowing corona about her head changing to a rich red glow. Stupid, wayward witch. Guilliman spat. The Emperor is no god. When I have finished with you, I will have an audience with my father and I will bring him to task for the ruin that has befallen this kingdom. The saint said no more. A burning anger twisted her features and she charged, ethereal power igniting about her. The Endymion was a living saint, a miracle of the Emperor. She could burn the heretic with but a gaze, could bend adamantium with her bare hands and purge the sin from a man with not but a word from her holy lips. The Primarch tore her apart without a thought. Hold. It is done. The huge shadows slowed, falling over the bloodied face of the saint. The huge Dominators froze at Guilliman's word, almost as if physically compelled to obey the Primarch's every command. The bodies of the seraphim were strewn about the feet of the towering battle suits, littering the ground in all directions, broken and torn to less than bloodied meat. The Endymion lay sprawled on her back where the Primarch had cast her aside, her white wings broken and torn, her silvered armor rent in a dozen places. Witch light flickered about her pale face, sputtering and dying like the flame of a spent candle. Saint Clolia was undone. Guilliman deactivated the huge sword in his hand, cleaned its blade on the edges of his cloak and then sheathed it, confident in his victory over the Sororitas warriors. His expression remained unchanged as he walked over to the dying female, his stride one of assurance and resolute poise. He picked his way through the waiting giants and lowered himself before the saint, casting a shadow over her prone, bleeding form. It is done, false saint. Let the light fade from your eyes now. Let the heresy end. You're misguided. Cause is lost. He raised a hand to the chaos about him, as if to offer the image to the dying woman. This world is ours. Gehenna has fallen to the rightful power of the Unity. The last bastion of the sick Imperium before the borders of the Segmentum Solar, and she is ours. I rejoice that we are so near to our goal. Know that, as the life fades from your body, we have won. The Primarch's lips spread in a wide grin, revealing perfect teeth beneath. He awaited the dying woman's reply, though when it finally came, the victorious grin soon faded. Poor, misguided fool. Can you not see what has become of you? Can you not see how far you have fallen? My death is of no consequence, I am but a tool, a weapon. My passing shall have no bearing on the outcome of this war, only my actions. I have played my part. I am here, am I not? Guilliman's face tightened as he heard this, rage reddening his taut skin. It is over. Let your life slip away. Not yet, she whispered, raising a hand to his face. The Primarch recoiled instinctively, retreating from the woman's touch. You still fear me? I never did. He snarled, his fingers curling around the saint's hand. She writhed at his touch, pain contorting her features. He took a moment to savor the woman's pain. An arrogant mistake. The prophet. The Endymion whispered, so softly as to be almost unheard. What? What did you say? I leave this legacy, she uttered, the fingers of her other hand pressing against the Primarch's temple. Guilliman shuddered and arched back, though he found himself suddenly unable to break free of her grip. A burning glow radiated from her palm, a searing light that scorched the Primarch's skin and turned it to blister. No, the saint uttered, her armored fingers seeming to sink into the Primarch's flesh. No. The truth. See the lie within. If only for the briefest of moments, doubt. He is coming, Primarch. See it as I have seen it. He is coming for you. Guilliman tore the saint's grasp away and put his fist through her lily-white face, causing the blessed woman to spasm and die beneath him. Raise this world. He roared, rising to his feet, his arms spread wide. Raise this damned world to ashes. Let all know the futility of standing against the unity. Let the borders of the Imperium retreat further. Terra will be ours. The seat of my damned father will be mine. Robert Guilliman screamed with unfettered rage as the skies above him roiled, choked with the innumerable craft of the unity. Gehenna was lost, the last bastion of the outer territories. The borders of the Segmentum Solar lay beyond, laid bare before the advance of the unity. The last boundary, ready to be crossed. The Primarch turned away and strode out into the burning conflict beyond, tall and proud and impervious. The single tear that ran down his regal cheek fell unnoticed. Part 24. Epiphany. Proscriptus Rex +++. The Mastial Asteroid Wastes +++. Segmentum Solar +++. Impossible. The rest of the gathering remained silent despite Berolinis's protests. All eyes hovered uneasily upon the chaplain standing before them. Not impossible. Fact. Codian answered, resolute and unyielding. There is no mistake. Terra is inaccessible. I have studied the charts myself, and they are here before you should any wish to question my observations. We cannot hope to reach Terra unscathed. Even now the Unity move into the outer reaches of the Segmentum Solar. The Corona worlds will already have fallen, that much is cold, hard fact. The INQ. He paused for a moment and then continued. The commander of this ship has revealed to me many truths about the current situation here in this galaxy. He nodded to Andrasy and the rogue trader activated a small hololith projector. A blue-tinged map of the galactic plane expanded out into the half-light. A small red rune blinked to show their position. Other, larger runes were spread across the map like an infection, showing the postulated positions of the enemy fleets. With Ryzagon the Tau hold the entire eastern fringe of the Segmentum. There is nothing between here and Terra but Tau. To access the seat of our Emperor we would have to journey north from here, skim the southern edges of the Segmentum Obscurus, pass beneath Fenris and then between Stygies and Yarick. Intelligence suggests that this area holds a narrow window of opportunity. The Leviathan fleet holds the space around Kadaya, though the region between the Bastion world and The Terran system is left open, unguarded. It is clear that the Tau see this region of space as safe, and that they can imagine no attempts to bridge the gap between Terra and Kadaya. With Prometheus advancing further and further north upon Terra, any attempt to retake Kadaya would sign the Imperium's death warrant. The gathered Astaroutes considered Codian's words in silence, lost in thought. None of them had expected the way forward to be an easy one, and yet, it seemed, everywhere they turned, the path to the Emperor grew ever more treacherous. Umbras rose from his seat and made his way over to the hovering map, causing the image to stutter and jump slightly as he ran an armored finger over the area of space in question. What do we know of the status of the worlds here in this sector, Chaplain? What of Fenris, the home world of the wolves? Does she still stand? Codian shook his head sadly. Fenris is lost, Apothecary. It would seem no one knows the eventual fate of the wolves. Umbras nodded soberly. I see. What of these two worlds, Yarick and Stygies? Unable to answer, Codian turned to Ligor, the Death Watch librarian. HNN. Yarick is the world you would have known as Armageddon. Not even the Tau seek to conquer that hellhole. You will find nothing there except death and ruination. And what of Stygies, librarian? Does she survive? She does, in a fashion. The priests of Stygies went mad after the fall of Mars. The world is no more than a locked-down bastion of the Mechanics, so jealously defended that even the loyalist forces would be aggressively engaged should they attempt an approach. Stygies survives yet, though in truth she is as lost to us as any of the other worlds. Without a word, Umbras returned to his seat, a visible sadness in his eyes. Codian watched his return for a moment and then spoke once more. Then we are alone on this leg of our journey. So be it, this will be our trial. There may well be scattered worlds or outposts still loyal to us in this region of space. If we come across such colonies, then we can petition their aid, perhaps even recruit their craft and warriors. Only time will tell. Then it is our destiny to deliver this Cessus to the War Master on Terra. Barolinus cut in, rising to his feet. That we should risk all to achieve this disquiets me, given that we know nothing of its intended function. Tell us, Chaplain, what does this device actually do? I do not know, brother. I have never once questioned its purpose. Ridiculous. How can we fight with any amount of conviction to complete a mission we do not even understand? This is necessary. Barolinus fell silent and turned to the hulking form of Laner, the Tech Marine. In the many weeks that had passed since Ryza, Laner had become more and more enigmatic, a silent, brooding figure, hardly ever given over to communication. That he had chosen to speak at all was enough to silence the young Astarte. There are few indeed who know the true purpose of the Cessus. To allow the knowledge of its function to spread through our ranks would be to invite catastrophic failure. It is not an issue of trust, young Barolinus, but an action of necessity. Should any one of us be captured by the Unity, they would be sure to extract the information from us by whatever means they could. We cannot divulge that which we do not know. And what of you, brother? Barolinus spat, accenting the final word bitterly. If no one's integrity can be trusted, what is to prevent UFR? My life, brother. I am unable to reveal such information either willingly or under duress. The Ryzen priest made sure of that. There is installed in my brain a cyanide capsule that may either be triggered by my own conscious thought or automatically should I even attempt to explain the nature of the Cessus. You see, I cannot betray this mission if I wanted to. To attempt to do so would mean my death. Barolinus hissed through bared teeth and sat back down, his eyes radiating hostility. Codian wished he had the means and the time to temper the young Astarte's spirit, but even he had to admit that he sympathized with the warrior. Umbras placed a fatherly hand upon the Marine's shoulder and then turned his attention to the chaplain. So, do we have a definitive plan? Reach our destination? Was all Codian could reply. Plus. The soothing sounds of the hymnal drifted through the close air of the chapel, creating a warm blanket of peace that wrapped itself around the shoulders of the praying chaplain. He opened his eyes and looked up at the golden effigy of the Emperor Immortal standing above him. His powerful hands locked around the hilt of his sword. "My father, steal my thoughts," he whispered, reaching up to touch the idol gently. "Deliver us from the clutches of the enemy on this, our most important journey. Stay the hand and avert the eye of the enemy long enough so that we may complete this mission. Give us the strength to restore your Imperium for all time, so that no other enemy may ever again threaten its borders. Once before you have delivered me from death, so that I may undertake this task. I ask of you again. Let your shield guard me and your sword bolster me, so that I may die knowing I have fulfilled your task." He bowed his head slowly and then looked up at the idol once more, placing both his bolt pistol and his Crozius on the ground before the plinth. "So it is that I offer all that I am to you, my father. While ever there is life in your ancient form, I know you can hear my prayers. I know your all-powerful mind and spirit is able to reach to the furthest corners of your rightful domain. Hear me thus, then, as I make my pledge before you as an Astarte should. I, Delocodian, Ultramarine Chaplain, swear to you that I shall do all I can to succeed. My final breath shall be drawn only when I stand upon the same soil as the Emperor of all mankind." He found himself staring into the eyes of the Emperor then, transfixed by the golden orbs. His own words seemed to echo through his mind, over and over again. "I, Delocodian, I, Delocodian." The golden statue seemed to glow brighter, the light glinting across its polished surface intensifying. It became apparent to Codian that he should find the sudden strange phenomenon disturbing, and yet he did not. He felt neither panic nor apprehension as he suddenly realized he could not move. Delocodian, Delocodian. He felt himself falling slowly backwards as the statue was enveloped in a blinding golden white glow. More brilliant and intense than any he had ever experienced, yet not so harsh as to cause discomfort to his eyes. It was as if he was immersed in warm, viscous liquid, as time seemed to slow about him and he felt the ground beneath his back and his arms fall by his sides, outstretched and splayed. The entire chapel disappeared as the light spread, resonating with a sound like the song of a million-strong ecclesiarch choir. The voice in his head was no longer his but female, quiet, and yet more intense than any he had ever heard. "Delocodian, prophet, I have seen him, he is coming. Prophet, chaplain. Chaplain. Can you hear me?" He opened his eyes to see Umbras kneeling over him, concern heavy on his face. Motion returned to his limbs and he sat up sharply, awash with confusion. What is this? What has happened?" "The spike." Liguor growled, and Codian saw a gnarled face awash with blood. Even the librarian's eyes were crimson and bloodshot, the vessels burst. His psychic hood smoldered and sparked. Almost ruined. I have never felt anything like it. Every single one of us on board this vessel were floored by it. Emperor, what was that? As he hauled himself up onto his feet he became aware of the alarms, hundreds of them, all screaming in post-warning. I felt something. I heard my name. At first we suspected the Nicassar, but this was different. Liguor continued, ignoring his claims. The only way I could possibly describe it would be that it felt like the most powerful transmitted astropathic message I have ever known. Servitors the length of the ship began to babble and speak in tongues. The Geller field almost came online of its own accord. The astropaths are still senseless. They speak of rapture, of the hand of God. They say the Astronomicon spoke to them. An impossible notion. Codian said abruptly. I agree. Nonetheless, every last one of them still able to speak said the same thing. The Astronomicon itself spoke to them. And what did it say? Liguor shifted at that, the expression on his face a mixture of confusion and rejection. The same message. The servitors, the astropaths, even a good few of the ship's crew. A voice, both male and female, powerful and ageless. It was a message. Tell me what they said, Liguor. Awaken. Awaken and arise. He has come. The prophet is among us. Kodian pushed past the librarian and propped himself up against the bulkhead, the color draining from his face. He experienced a feeling he had not felt in an age. Nausea. Chaplain. He could not answer. Dalo Kodian was a chaplain of the Astaroutes, a son of the Emperor himself. He knew that the Emperor was no god. He was, without doubt, the greatest and most powerful man ever to have lived, but he was no god. Why then, in spite of this philosophy, did he feel as if the hand of the divine had touched him? It had been a caress more beautiful and terrible than any he could ever have imagined, and yet, despite the subject of the message, it had not been for him. It was a call to war. Part 25. Hunters returned, Vanphilos. Damned bloody screamers. Wherever you turn they are waiting. Grungy roared, tearing his flight jacket from his shoulders. Kodian looked on as the demiurge proceeded to cast the jacket aside and then let his augmetic fist fall to the floor with a dull thump, its retractable chain rattling as it followed. A terrible feeling of impending trepidation settled over his mind. It had taken them 2 weeks to reach the edges of the border between the two segmentum, only to find themselves stumbling into the path of a Nicassar hunter armada. Now, again, they were fleeing for their lives. Look lively, Stockleg. Grungy growled, shaking him from his reverie. Kodian frowned, donned his skullface helm and locked it in place, the ceiling clamps hissing as they connected. Very intimidating. The demiurge smiled, sweeping his long red dreadlocks up over his face. Let us hope the screamers chasing us are a particularly anxious strain. If not, then they will learn to be so. Kodian answered, activating his Crozius. It is our duty to teach them the meaning of fear. Grungy watched as several of the Death Watch jogged past, bolters held ready at their chests. Kodian ignored the warriors as he took up an aggressive stance, the glowing eyes of his helm slowly surveying all around him. HNN. You are wasting your time, Imperial. There will be no Nicassar stepping out of the air to shred our minds on board this vessel. This is an Inquisition ship. Explain. Kodian answered, turning his gaze toward the short humanoid before him. Grungy responded with a look of bemusement before he spoke. Blessed ancestors, don't you know anything about your own organization? This is a black ship, an Inquisition barge. It has null fields so strong you can barely access your own memories without a struggle. Not even the screamers can get inside this tub. No, if we can't outrun these BDS then we'll see boarding action, sure as sure. I hope they are stupid enough to try. By the time they realize that they can't call upon the powers of the warp, and here I will have slaughtered myself a good many of them. I would ready my crackle stick if I were you. He pushed past the demiurge and made his way towards the bridge, drawing and arming his bolt pistol as he did so. Anxious deckhands sprinted past in squads, their armored boots ringing on the deck. He slowed as he recognized one of the faces amongst the gathered throng. Andrasy. The rogue trader slowed as he laid eyes on the towering Astarte. Chaplain. Blessed firmament, the Nicassar have found us. I know, Captain Andrasy. I seek my brothers. They head towards the bridge. The Psyker has been looking for you, Chaplain. It would seem that our path has changed. Changed? Yes. The way to Terra is blocked. The Tau have massed along the northern border. We cannot pass through. No. Kodian raged, smashing his Crozius into the bulkhead by his side. The power weapon tore through the thick metal as if it were paper, sending sparks coruscating across the deck. I will not be denied again. The choice is taken from us. Andrasy answered, drawing his own weapon. We must run. We must run north past Fenris, the only way free of the Tau fleets. It is the only way we shall survive this day. With that the rogue trader joined the tide of bodies and was gone, disappearing from sight within moments. Kodian could barely contain the rage burning in his heart at being denied once more. Cryptman had been sure that the Tau were thin in this region, that their path forward would be free of obstruction. It seemed to him that the Unity were wiser than any of them had given credit for. What is the word, Imperial? Grungy asked behind him. Do we run, or do we fight? It would seem we run. Kodian answered darkly. And in the wrong direction. Plus. The ethereal light played across his black armor, casting an azure glow over his standing form. Covered from head to foot in his artificer power armor, no one who cast their eyes upon Dalo. Kodian could even guess at the glowing rage that smoldered beneath the armored shell. Explain it to me again, Inquisitor. Why is it we still journey north, when the hallowed soil of Terra and our imperial brethren lay to the south? I have a mission to complete, and I will see it completed. No matter what. No living creature in this galaxy will prevent that. I understand your frustration. Cryptman answered, his voice deep and resonating as it carried over the multiple Vox speakers set around the chamber walls. It was only by the grace of the Emperor that we managed to evade the Nikasser. We have, however, hit upon a significant problem. It would seem the Unity have doubled their efforts to corral the Terran system. Our intended path is too treacherous to even attempt to take. No, we have sorely underestimated the Unity's strength here in this region of space. If we are to hope to penetrate this cordon, we need information. We can't take any chances with the Cessus, Chaplain. Kodian frowned, unable to mask his displeasure. Then what is our next course of action, Inquisitor? If we cannot head towards our intended destination, where do we go from here? We have a plan. We do? I am aware of no such plan. That is why I asked to speak with you, Brother Astarte. It has become painfully clear that the Unity's movements here in this segmentum have increased exponentially. We need to acquire a better picture of the lay of the enemy. We must capture one of their kind. And how do you intend we do that? I have spoken with your Iron Priest. We think that we may have come up with a way to divorce a Tau subject from the Ethereal's control, if only for a short time. We know such a thing is possible, for it has happened before. Oshava. The glowing figure before him nodded slowly. Imagine, Chaplain. Imagine if we can do this. To wrest the very defining power of control from the Ethereals would be an achievement greater than no other. The legend of Commander Farza'ite is a well-known tale in these times, a tale of hope to those still fighting the Unity's control, and yet no one truly knows what Oshava found on that dead world. Whatever he found, whatever happened to him, it was enough to cause him to hate his ethereal masters with every ounce of his soul. Enough to cause a great schism within the Tau Empire, a schism that is still being felt to this day. This has to be worth a try. Kodian nodded slowly, realizing that there could realistically be no other course of action. The way ahead had proved to be too treacherous, and they had to ensure that they found the safest path they could through the massing enemy. Very well. He finally answered. I will do whatever you advise, Inquisitor. I ask but one concession. Name it, Chaplain. The Cessus. Tell me of the Cessus. I cannot dash. Please, Inquisitor, spare me your pleas of secrecy. I know its function cannot be openly revealed. While ever we risk capture by the Unity. I merely seek the answer to one particular riddle. When we first met, you told me that you were partly responsible for its creation. Do you remember? I do. Then answer me these questions. How did it come to be in the possession of Anchored Soth of Ryza? How many others were involved in this endeavor? If you cannot tell me what it does, then at least tell me how it came to be. There followed a long pause between the two figures, with only the softly humming field providing any noise. Finally, and much to Kodian's surprise, Cryptman's half-shrouded face broke into a wry smile. Clever, son of Makraj. I applaud your wheeliness, but you forget that you speak with a man whose life's work it has been to seek out the hidden truths in all things, to twist and manipulate every question so as to ensure the desired answer. Very well then, Chaplain. I will indulge you. The Cessus is not a weapon in the conventional sense. Though we hope to use it against the Unity. In truth it was not designed to directly affect the Tau. No, the origins of the device lie far in the past. In a time long before the Tau rose to power. Long ago, there was a meeting of great minds. Many of the Imperium's foremost characters came together with a single purpose in mind. One purpose. One plan. To prepare. For what? The end. Kryptman whispered, almost fearfully. The end of the Imperium. We had always known, since the time of the Great Heresy, that this glorious kingdom our Lord Emperor built would eventually fall. Of course, to even countenance such a notion in those times was a heinous slight of heresy, and yet, he spread his arms wide as if to accent his point. Here we are. Codian's face darkened along with his mood. Kryptman's words caused his stomach to tighten and twist, a consequence of centuries of imperial dogma. Nonetheless, he could not doubt that the Inquisitor spoke the truth. This all sounds very clandestine. It was, I regret to admit. Nevertheless, it was decided that the preservation of the Imperium was more important than any other consideration. It fell to us few to safeguard humanity, to ensure that the seat of the Imperium and the enthroned Emperor would forever be secure. Calling upon our combined expertise, we calculated and planned the design of a device of such power as never before imagined. Focusing our efforts on a central theme, each one of us took it upon his or herself to create a single part of the ambitious project, so as to ensure that no one of us could ever use what we had achieved for our own ends. Many were the minds involved in its creation. It fell to me to devise the device's implications of use. To another, greater mind of the Inquisition, the means to power it. A powerful priest of the Mechanicus oversaw its construction. A prominent member of the Astropathic Council of Terra directed us in its function. A legendary missionary of the Ecclesiarchy undertook the task of consulting the Imperial Tarot to divine the Emperor's will, and a great saint of the Imperium took it upon herself to stand sentinel until the day it would be needed, to send the call that would signal the end time had come. It was an endeavor like no other. The chaplain listened, but found he could not shake the dark feeling of subterfuge from his soul. To imagine such a conspiracy had existed back then, in his own time. Kryptman saw this in his eyes and nodded slowly. I sense you discomfort, Brother Codian, but you must understand that we all toiled with the best interests of our Imperium in our hearts. So you created this weapon in secret, long before the Unity rose to power. Yes. It was to be our legacy, our contribution to survival and stability, though I never imagined myself bearing witness to its application in my lifetime. None of us did. Now that Anchored Soth is dead, I may well be the last surviving member of the Conclave, and I must put my faith in the others that each one of them left a legacy that will allow our collective efforts to be fulfilled. The Unity stand before the very gates of the Emperor's seat, and it is time. Faith? Legacy? Inquisitor, are you saying that you don't even know if this Cessus will work? Nothing is certain, Chaplain. Faith is the very foundation upon which this project was built. I can only pray that, when the time comes, all the pieces will fall into place. He left the chamber and made his way to the bridge, his soul churning. A newfound sense of anxiety and hesitation lingered inside him, unbalancing his humors. The conviction he had placed in the Cessus now seemed suddenly uncertain, his every effort unsure. Part of him wished he had never broached the subject. He rounded the corner and slowed, finding Berolinus approaching at a marching pace. Chaplain, he called, slowing to meet with Codian. I have come to find you. We have a target. Berolinus turned back the way he had come, and Codian fell in alongside him, feeling his spirits lift slightly at the prospect of action. There is a small world not far from here, a world called Vanphilos. The ship's long-range augers have detected the presence of Tau technology. It would seem this world is under the control of the Unity. Then, it would seem, we have our opportunity. Codian answered, discontent clear in his voice. Berolinus nodded and, in silence, the two warriors headed towards the bridge, and the destiny that awaited them. Part 26. Amongst the enemy. Jeftas reach +++. Vanphilos +++. Segmentum solar +++. Rocking slightly beneath the movement of the open carriage, his eyes remained fixed to the distant alien shapes high above, hanging still in the air like bloated flies. The Unity were everywhere, like a plague. One could not look to the skies without seeing a ship or drone vessel. High above the colossal crystal windshields protecting the city of Jefta's reach from the relentless, buffeting winds, the Tau made their presence felt, ensuring that the conquered citizens of Vanphilos could never forget, even for a moment. He sneered and turned away, defiant of their unmistakable message. "Stop here. This will be fine." The carriage slowed, the drone of the anti-grav motivators decreasing in time with the deceleration. 5 Imperials. The gruff navigator snapped, turning to face him. The man's eyes fell upon the leather case at his passenger's side and he paused, licking his lips. "Less you got foodstuffs in there. Lho sticks, liquor. I'll take anything worth a trade." He noticed the look of desperation in the man's eyes. Occupation did that to a populace. He didn't know how long the Unity had been here, but it stood to reason that the Imperial credit had long since depreciated in value since the Unity had come to this world. He ignored the case at his feet and began searching through the many pockets hidden beneath his wind shawl, finally producing a good handful of credits, which he thrust into the navigator's waiting hand. "Sorry friend. All's left is Imperial creds. All any of us got left now the Dem Greys got us under the leash." The navigator stuffed the credits into his pocket quickly, his eyes widening. "You mind your tongue, friend. You don't know who or what's scanning the waves," the man hissed, flicking his head sharply to the left. A few moments later a trio of Corvessa drones hovered past them down the wide avenue, underslung pulse carbines fanning slowly from side to side. "Listeners," the navigator whispered with disgust, as soon as he was sure the constructs were out of earshot. He shook his head and then began to power up the carriage once more, glancing swiftly behind him as his passenger climbed down onto the street. "You be needing me to wait?" "No," he answered, removing the case from the floor well of the carriage. The bass thrum of the motivators filled his ears as he took in the city around him and the carriage left Jefta's reach. He could tell that this metropolis had once been a magnificent place. Its gleaming curved spires towered far above the windshields, glinting as they caught the sunlight. Far below, where the relentless winds could not penetrate, the mezzanine stretched as far as the eye could see. Its size hinted at the sheer volume of people that had once lined the marbled expanse. Now it was all but empty, the trading stalls bare, vendor and citizen alike shunning the once popular area. Propaganda posters and stuttering hollow projections proclaimed the dominance of the Unity, as if the peoples of Vanphilos might somehow forget their incarceration. Once magnificent statuary lay toppled and shattered upon the flags, desecrated by the occupation force. Little wonder then that this place had been shunned, he thought to himself. He dismissed the oppressive melancholy of the square and started to walk, taking in the lay of the occupation forces. Over to his far right he could see a squad of Guvesa handing out recruitment leaflets. Their idling devilfish had its rear hatch open, waiting to receive the inevitable youths drawn by promises of protection and favor in return for a life of service to the Unity. Traitors to the Imperial cause, the soldiers now served the enemy. They fought and died for the Tau, whether through self-preservation or outright fear. Traitors to a man just like him. He decided to steer clear of them and crossed the avenue, heading towards the edges of the expanse. As he passed by one of the crackling projections, a depiction of an orating envoy, he bowed his head and spoke softly. "The Tau VA is all live to serve in the name of the Unity." As he walked away he couldn't help but feel the disgust churning in his gut. To speak those words now caused his soul to twist inside him, but he knew without a doubt that they were listening. He had seen others curse and denounce the Unity before these projections on dozens of worlds, only to pay the price minutes later as the Sentinel drones responded with extreme prejudice. The Tau cared nothing for the lives of those they dominated, they only cared about compliance and servitude. He would show them that rebellion would never be scoured from the hearts and minds of men. Gunfire shook him from his reverie and he picked up the pace, quickly turning the nearest corner to happen upon a grim scene. A 10-strong fire warrior squad were stood over the broken bodies of several men. The crimson stains dashed across the wall behind the bodies, speaking volumes of what had happened. Another public dissident execution. Another flicker of rebellion quelled. He took a deep breath, pushed the anger and disgust deep down inside him, and started forward. The Tau warriors glanced his way as he approached, the lenses of their helmets glinting in the sunlight. One or two of them shifted their position to face him, pulse rifles rising slowly. "The Tau VA is all," he called, picking up his pace slightly. Before any of the Zenos had time to speak, he threw a nod towards the dead men and sneered. "Good hunting, noble Shas. Perhaps, given time, those foolish enough to entertain ideas of insurgents may finally realize the futility of their ideals. We must pray that the sons and daughters of these men learn from the pain of their loss. Move along." One of the Tau snapped, dismissing him with a wave of his rifle. "Mind your own business, Gyula." He didn't heed the warrior's warning. Instead, he made a show of glancing around him and then stepped forward, much to the alien's chagrin. He shook the case in his hand. "Forgive me, but I have journeyed far in the name of the Tau VA." He produced a small ident wafer, though it was clear by the glances the Tau threw one another that they had little idea of what they should be recognizing. "Gyula Intelligence, SACEA Command. I have in my possession enemy technologies that may well expedite the advancement of this suppression phase. It has taken us months to obtain this device, but we are sure that its use here may well see an advance on Terra brought forward by months, perhaps even sooner." The squad Shas Ui of the squad, revealed to be the warrior that had first warned him off, stepped forward and raised his rifle, halting only when inches from the mysterious man's face. The rest of the squad mirrored the commander's actions, and within seconds a wall of thrumming pulse rifles surrounded him. "Drop the container on the floor and back away. Do as I command." He did so without question, placing the case before the cloven boots of the Shas Ui and then backing away, his hands slowly rising. "On your knees," the Shas Ui ordered, gesturing with his head towards the case. Another of the warriors stepped forward to retrieve it. "Please, have a care. The device is very delicate. If it sustains any damage." The Shas Ui smashed the barrel of his rifle across the man's face, sending him sprawling onto the floor. "Silence, Gyula. Remember your place." "I know my place. I serve Ono Kailsharn Gilthor of the Kraken Chanel." "You would risk the wrath of Anon so tactlessly." The entire squad froze upon the mention of an ethereal. They retreated as one, heads bowed, rifles descending. You serve Anon?" "I." "Careful, Shas brother. Speak with a cautious tongue. To question an ethereal's motives or conduct shows a lack of faith utterly inimical to the Tau VA, you know that." "I question nothing." The Shas Ui answered sharply, clearly appalled by his near lapse of control. "I live to follow the orders the ethereals, not question them. You should have identified yourself sooner." He picked himself up and grabbed the case quickly, ignoring the blood streaming from his nose. "Blame is irrelevant. This matter is of utmost importance and we have already discussed too much. Out in the open." He gestured over to the squad's waiting devilfish. "You have shown me that the citizens of this world still harbor the capacity for rebellion. I need to speak with whoever is in command as soon as you can arrange it. For the greater good. Plus. The scream of thrusters shook the bulkhead of the transport, signaling the arrival of the target. The two warriors by the hatch glanced out into the square and then signaled to the others before quickly exiting, causing the rest of the fire warriors to follow without a word. The Shas Ui looked at him for a moment and then followed, gesturing for him to stay where he was seated. He reached down by his side and gripped the handle of the case, feeling his pulse quicken. Time to act. The Tau had searched him for weapons when he had boarded the devilfish, a routine precaution. Of course, they had found none. He was better than that. He quickly placed the container on its side and opened it, the release clamps popping with a hiss. The inner lid of the case was false and he slid it aside to reveal the compact lasgun hidden there. He checked to ensure that none of the warriors were about to return and then snatched the weapon, quickly arming it. The cockpit access door lay just ahead of him at the end of the hold, the pilot beyond that. He picked his way past the seating rows, activated the door release and calmly put 3 las blasts through the pilot's skull, the noise masked by the arrival of the craft outside. He deactivated and slid the pistol into his belt and then closed the hatch once more before quickly returning to his seat to await the arrival of the target. The fire warriors returned within moments and with them was another Tau, much taller and more slender than the armored warriors. He wore long robes of white and gold over segmented ivory armor, and a wide-brimmed head-dress similar to the dome of a Corvette drone. He carried a long cane topped with a symbol of his office, a bisected diamond shape headed by a circle of glowing azure light that fizzed and crackled rhythmically. A hovering shield drone accompanied him, its inbuilt shield generator humming softly. The warriors parted to allow the new arrival to approach him. The Tau did so, his obsidian eyes narrowing. "I am poor O'Gormat, envoy prelate. What is it you need so desperately to show me, Gyula?" He looked into the eyes of the water-caste envoy and smiled. "Noble Poor, I have a gift for you. A gift that may quicken the course of this war." The scowling envoy looked on as he slid the heavy case across the floor towards him and then opened it, revealing the object within. The Tau cast a quizzical eye upon the offering and then looked at him, clearly unimpressed. "You would have me beg an explanation?" "No, Poor. This is a piece of Imperial technology captured from an Asteroot's battle barge in the Ultima Segmentum. My master believes that, should the Earthcast here be able to replicate the device, the advance of Leviathan may be accelerated beyond all expectation." He reached into the case and hauled the device out onto the floor of the hold, clearly struggling with its weight. The Poor eyed the ugly, angular Gyula construct with disdain. "Teleportation technology," he explained with a smile. The Poor's face slackened. How does it function? Allow me to show you." He puffed and panted as he hauled the device down the ramp and placed it on the floor of the square. The Poor's personal orca sat idle mere meters away, its open hatch flanked by the envoy's honor guard. He righted the teleporter and then glanced around him, a wary look on his face. "It is unfortunate that we must test this machine out here in the open. Who knows what loyalties Hidden Eyes may hold. This world is under Unity control, Gyula. Its loyalty is assured." "Of course," he answered, bowing his head. He made a show of quickly glancing over at the bodies of the executed rebels, a gesture he was sure was not lost upon the envoy. "You must forgive my caution, Poor. I have never before been entrusted with such an important task. From what I could gather, the Tio Shanal itself awaits news of this device's utilization." The envoy almost choked as he heard this, visibly shuddering at hearing the mention of the ethereal Council of Tio. The weight of the stranger's words appeared to have a physical effect on the envoy, as his entire body sagged. He gestured to the surrounding fire warriors and they quickly formed a living shield around the precious technology. "Bring it to the hold of my craft, Gyula, and be quick about it. We will discuss the implications of its use." "Of course, Poor. A wise course of action," he replied, doing as ordered without delay. Surrounded by twin walls of fire warrior armor, he began to lug the machine towards the open rear hatch of the bulky orca. "Your name?" The envoy's voice startled him and he slowed. "What is your name, Gyula?" "My pardon, Poor. I am the Kadayan." The envoy's smooth brow furrowed. "A curious name, but it will suffice. I will be sure to remember it, especially if this technology proves successful." "I am sure you will, honored Por," he replied, stepping into the bowels of the craft. Part 27. Kidnap. "I presume you are able to operate this device." "I am," the Kadayan replied, stepping back as the teleporter began to power up, sending out a low hum that resonated through the surrounding bulkheads. The envoy gave a curt nod and then ordered the warriors back with a wave of his staff. "You intend to use it now? Is this wise?" "It is safe enough." Are you familiar with Imperial teleportation technology? Of course not. Such knowledge is the concern of the Earth caste. My apologies. Fortunate then that I took the liberty of pre-arranging a small demonstration in order for you to familiarize yourself with its applications. He explained, producing a small control slate from the inside pocket of his jacket. I have pre-programmed specific coordinates into the device. Using these coordinates I am able to actually displace this craft and send it to another location. I have set it to appear at the far end of this mezzanine. Assuming, of course, that you approve. The envoy's face slackened. Intriguing. And you are able to guarantee that the craft will maintain its integrity? This is my personal transport, Kadayan. The Kadayan smiled and nodded. I give you my guarantee, Por, that this will be a memorable day. The Orca's occupants filed out onto the surface of Vanphilos in one huge, swiftly moving mass. The craft's pilot was the last to exit, a tall, incredibly thin creature that almost seemed to struggle with the simple task of walking under his own volition. It was clear he more than any other was unhappy at having to leave the craft, though he never once voiced any displeasure. Once they were clear, the Kadayan produced the control slate once more. Good Por, today we will witness history being made, he said, pressing the small rune set into the center of the device. The envoy answered him, though what was said, he never heard. He looked on as one of the fire warriors broke away from the squad and made his way over to the devilfish, moving at a swift jog. A pang of apprehension quickened his pulse. Did the Tau suspect something? The hilt of the envoy's staff jabbed him in the leg, rousing him from his reverie. Did you hear me, Gyula? I asked you how long this is expected to take. Not long. He replied, all traces of obsequiousness gone from his voice. Good. And what of the populace? Before you were concerned by the possibility of rebel witness. Do you not think this elaborate demonstration somewhat over-revealing? Perhaps it is time the agents and dissidents of the enemy received a demonstration of our power. The Kadayan answered, his entire demeanor changing. He cast the slate aside and looked toward the devilfish as a low, resonating whine began to rise steadily from the belly of the nearby orca, its landing feet rattling on the flags below. The envoy threw him a bemused glance, a deep scowl weighing on his lipless mouth. What is this? The craft is yet to move. He ignored the envoy and took a few steps forward, his eyes fixed upon the silent skimmer tank. The fire warrior had been inside for several seconds now. What was to follow next was inevitable. The emerging Shas threw himself out of the Xenos transport and onto the ground, shouting as loud as he was able. Every head turned slowly as the rest of the gathering heard this, bodies freezing in surprise. The Tau soldier sprinted across the square towards them, the rifle in his hands rising. The Kadayan drove an elbow into the helm of the warrior by his side, tore the rifle from his hands and blew the runner from his feet in a spray of visceral matter. Before any of the others had time to react, he turned and put a shot through the head of another warrior before driving the butt of the rifle into the envoy's gut, doubling him up. He kicked the glowing staff away across the flags and rolled around the back of the water caste commander. Before the taller creature had time to react, he wrapped his free arm under the alien's armpit and behind his head, then slammed the barrel of the rifle into his chin, pushing the envoy's head up with a violent jolt. Welcome to your fate, Xenos. He snarled, a manic grin spreading across his scarred face. The rest of the hunter-cotter hesitated, weapons hovering diffidently. Gyulakre. The envoy spat. I should have known. It will be a pleasure to witness the extermination of your kind once the final destiny is realized. The Kadayan tightened his grip, causing the envoy to release a quiet gasp. Kre? You are right, Tau, I am a traitor. I betrayed my people and my emperor once, and I will spend the rest of my life atoning for that. You will never escape this square alive, Gyula. You have condemned yourself. Even as we speak, there are forces mobilizing to bring you down. And they will be well met. The Kadayan replied, turning his captive so that he had a good view of the orca. Arrogance will prove to be the downfall of your unity. You speak of destiny, noble Por. Look to yours. Poor Otashvar Gormat's eyes widened as they met with the twin red orbs of the leering Gula skull. The black-armored giant threw himself from the orca and landed heavily on the floor before the ramp, his crimson cape billowing about his back. His weapon roared and two of the fire warriors came apart where they stood, torsos disintegrating as the mass-reactive rounds blew them apart. Forward, brothers of the Imperium! Kodian shouted, thrusting his active Crozius out before him to where the reeling fire warriors waited. Cleanse this nest of Tau filth. The chaplain broke into a sprint, each footfall shaking the ground beneath. More huge armored shapes burst free of the orca's hold and ran after him, sending bolt rounds smashing into the gathered Tau warriors. The fire warriors and the Por's honor guard finally found the presence of mind to mobilize and began to drop, one by one, rifles quickly raised and aimed. The first round of pulse fire hammered into Kodian's artificer armor, each hit a bright, ringing thud. Deep molten craters scored the ancient armor, each one exuding a thin, acrid smoke. The chaplain did not falter. By the time Kodian had reached the envoy and his captor, the rest of the Tau lay dead or dying around him, broken by the relentless fire of the Marines. Only the air-cast pilot still survived. The skeletal creature drew a small pistol from the holster at her waist, considered using it for no more than a passing moment, and then, glancing at the wall of Marines surrounding her, made to cast it aside. The thunderhammer of Torvis smashed her head from her shoulders regardless, causing the body of the slender pilot to fall forward onto its knees and then onto its chest. "Congratulations," Kodian said, nodding towards the Kodian. With that he turned his gaze upon the envoy. "Who is in command of the Tau here on this world? You waste your time, Gula. This world is forever under the control. Who is in command of the Tau here on this world?" Kodian repeated, his armored fingers closing around the envoy's neck. The former Kasrkin released his grip on the Tau and moved away, allowing the chaplain to lift the envoy as if he were lighter than air. Despite the obvious fear in his eyes, the envoy remained defiant. "Imperial fool. If you seek to undermine the command of this occupation force, then you waste your time. The rule of each and every conquered planet is overseen by a water caste council. Kill or capture me you wish, it will make no difference." Kodian tightened his grip just a fraction, enough to cause the envoy to choke and squirm in his grasp. "Where are the ethereals?" "Far from here," the envoy rasped, hardly able to answer. "They do not need to be present to direct the destiny of this war." "Wawie." The chaplain swept the back of his gauntlet across the Tau's face and knocked him unconscious. "Just as your tech marine had hoped," Ligur uttered over his shoulder. Kodian nodded and gathered the cataleptic envoy up under his arm, holstering his bolt pistol in order to do so. He gestured over to where the Tau's fallen staff lay, still pulsating softly. Cryptman and Laner's instructions were clear, he said, looking to Barolinus. "Retrieve any ceremonial items or symbols of office belonging to the captive." Barolinus did as ordered and stooped to snatch the staff from the ground. Moments before the first whine of high-powered engines was heard carrying over the rooftops of the surrounding city. "Reinforcements are coming," the Kodian shouted, stooping low to retrieve the rifle of one of the fallen Tau warriors. Kodian listened to the sound for a moment and then turned to the rest of the Marines. Their response was swifter than anticipated. "We must retreat while we can. Kodian, you realize the teleportation retrieval system will be unable to." "I know, Chaplain. I am no Marine," the Kodian answered, quickly checking over the weapon in his hands. "I got down here by myself. I will get back. Either that, or the Emperor will decide it is time for my trial before the throne. Either way, I wish you luck. Restore our Imperium, Kodian of the Ultramarines." The chaplain's eyes remained locked with the soldiers for a moment. "Try your best to survive. Do not fall until you are sure you have done all you can. Any less would be an affront to the Emperor." The Kodian nodded and then sprinted out towards the devilfish without another word, casting a quick glance at the growing shapes gliding over the distant rooftops of the city district. Feeling the weight of the alien beneath his arm, Kodian readied himself to leave Vanphilos behind. Their prize secure. Did I hear mention of a retreat? The familiar voice caused him to glance over his shoulder. A gnarled, ruddy face stared back, almost lost amid the matted tangle of red hair hanging about it. Thurgus Grungy smiled his wide, broken smile at Kodian, the jacket of his flight suit already removed and cast aside. By Kurgan's hairy rump, I don't think so, Stockleg. I've only just got here. Grungy? How in Makraj's name? What? I'm Demiurge, Marine. Your tech priests would soil their augmented britches if they had even half a hint of what our engineers were capable of. Don't concern yourself, we have a battle to fight. The short alien thrust a finger out at the rapidly approaching craft. I am the Tozlayer, Kodian. It has been over long since I last reaped my quota of grey flesh. With that the unhinged alien turned to look out towards the Tau transport, watching as the Kodian disappeared into the open side hatch. Stay here and you will fall, Demiurge. We cannot fight an entire invasion force. Then perhaps my fate has caught up with me at long last. Grungy answered with a sneer of determination. This is my life, to hunt and slay these grey filth piles. Run if you must, complete your mission and exterminate these damned treacherous BDS for all time. I will not. Besides, he gestured in the direction of the devilfish. Retreat is not an option available to some of us. Your smaller friend is perhaps the bravest of us all. I will not abandon him as readily as you. Blessings of the ancestors be upon you, Kodian of Ultramar. Kodian made to reply, but the Demiurge spun about on his heel and was gone, running as fast as his modest legs would allow. For the first time in his long existence he found himself stunned by the words of another. Stunned, and perhaps even more unexpected, derided. The truth of the aliens. Words stung far more than any wound ever could. There was no more time left to question or argue. The Tau were almost upon them. He quickly passed the unconscious Tau to Ligur. Take him, brother, and set the teleport Homer to return. Only Barolinus wavered, hesitating as the rest of the Death Watch turned and jogged quickly back towards the Orca. Brother Chaplain. Go. Kodian snarled, sweeping his Crozius out in a wide arc before him. Do not argue. Do not question. Honor our chapter's memory and follow my orders without hesitation. The Emperor be with you, Chaplain. Barolinus replied, bowing swiftly before turning and dashing out after the others, the telltale hum of activating teleportation inversion coils rumbling beneath the rising whine of the approaching enemy force. Dalo Kodian stood alone in the middle of the square and listened to the familiar pulse of his marine brethren returning to the Proscriptus Rex, along with their prize. The Demiurge was right. The teleportation technology was designed for Astaroth's use, but with the proper modifications it could be used to transport almost anyone. The Tau was proof of that. In truth, he had given little thought to the Kodian's fate beyond the capture of their target. Now, left behind to face an entire Tau army, he considered what price honor would ask of him. Part 28. The Escape. The first Tau vessels to reach him came screaming out over the tall buildings and passed overhead. The passing downdraft rocking him and causing his cape to snap about his head. The wide mass of a tiger shark plodded out the sun above, flanked by a pair of barracuda escorts, the screech of their collected engines vibrating his chest plate. He watched as the three aircraft spread and began to come about, rising up over the spires of the surrounding buildings in order to turn. Stockleg. Shave my mane, but it's a sight to see you. He tore his eyes away from the sky to see Grungy waving from the hatch of the Devilfish, its engines whining as they powered up. Well, what are you waiting for? The Tau to frag your arse into the warp. Come on, move it. He lowered his head and ran, every thunderous step shattering the floor beneath his feet. He tore his bolt pistol free and armed it, checking the ammunition readout flashing on the inside of his visor. Half a clip. Within a minute he ascended the ramp with a single bound and ducked inside the vehicle, feeling it shift beneath his feet. Grungy was standing behind the door, a manic grin on his face. Welcome to your conscience, Imperial. You had better make a little more room. What? It would seem your newfound sense of ethics is infectious. Grungy replied, gesturing out past him. He looked out of the hatch to see another shape sprinting towards the craft, the sunlight glinting off the silver trim of his armor. It was Torvis, Ligur's assault marine. The dark-skinned warrior shouted something incomprehensible in the racket caused by the howling engines of the approaching Tau craft and thrust his hammer out towards the wide avenue, his pace increasing further. His warning was clear. The Tau ground forces were almost upon them. Codian risked a glance up at the skies as the marine thundered into the hold beside him, watching as the large tiger shark began to disgorge its complement of gun drones. What do you think you are doing? He asked the marine, retreating back into the interior of the craft. To his complete surprise, Torvis lowered himself onto one knee and bowed his head, his storm shield and thunder hammer spread out before him. My duty, chaplain. My life is his. I exist only to wreak his vengeance, to bring naught but rightful death to his enemies. I will not run from that destiny. I will stand and fight while ever their enemies to slay. Then stand, brother, for there are enemies aplenty here on Vanphilos. Codian replied, shifting back to allow the marine to stand by his side. Grungy nodded vigorously in approval. Too bloody right there are. Enough that I may spare one or two for the wedding of your mallet. Marine. I am feeling generous. Torvis threw the demiurge a spiteful glance that the short alien almost seemed to take pleasure in disregarding. Codian left the two warriors and made his way over to the cockpit hatch, stepping over the leaking body of the vehicle's former pilot. I assume you know how to pilot this craft. The Codian glanced behind him quickly and then turned his attention back to wrestling with the controls, his actions causing the devilfish to begin to glide forward. I have a grasp of the basics. Shouldn't you lot be on the bridge of the Proscriptus Rex by now? I wasn't planning on carrying passengers. Plans change. Codian replied. Just keep us moving. We will try to take care of the rest. Yes, chaplain. Ave Imperator. Codian slammed the hatch shut and picked his way back along the confined hold as the devilfish began to pick up pace, the shrill whine of the engines a muted hum behind the thick armor of the hull. Torvis and Grungy were waiting for him. What is the plan? The marine asked, fighting to keep his balance. To stay alive. The chaplain replied. And to kill as many of the enemy as we can. By the leagues, that's a sound plan. Grungy answered. My metal fist aches for Tau blood. Its joints thirst for lubrication, the only kind it knows. Codian ignored the demiurge and moved to speak with his brother marine. The Tau here vex me, Torvis. I was under the impression they had changed, grown larger and stronger like the beast we encountered when we rescued you. You speak of the Shaskaon, the Asteroot's hunters. Monsters like Okirla were engineered to be largest and strongest of their kind. These Tau are of a more typical constitution. Torvis's words trailed off as he realized the chaplain's attention was elsewhere, his eyes set on the scene behind him. He followed Codian's gaze through the open hatch and looked on as the drones launched from the tiger shark beset upon the orca. The constructs unfolded as they fell, multi-jointed extremities unfurling. The disc-shaped arachnoids clambered quickly into the open hold, weapon limbs searching the space. Others spun on their axis to look out at the fleeing devilfish. Once they realize the envoy has gone, they will hunt for us, Torvis announced. The transport took a sharp right into the depths of the city and the scene quickly disappeared. The devilfish tore down the narrow street, the backwash from its thrusters bowling terrified citizens from their feet. Bodies ran screaming in flight as the speeding craft careered from left to right, scraping the facades of buildings and felling glow lamp stalks amid showers of sparks. Codian threw open the pilot's hatch and loomed inside, his armored torso filling the cramped space. Can't this crate move any faster? Without pausing to look behind him, the Codian shook his head. Throne, chaplain, any faster and we won't make the next turn. He began to manipulate the control bank before him and a section of the digitally projected Windshield's interior became a readout screen, the alien symbols printed across the glass utterly unrecognizable to the Astarte. It would seem we have an entire hunter-killer on our tail. Any ideas how we are going to lose them? You tell me, Kadian. You served these Xenos Cretans for a time. Surely you have an idea of how they operate. The Kadian did not turn to offer his reply, yet Kodian could sense the soldiers bristling at his words. The aircraft are our main concern. We have little chance of outrunning the Barracudas. Our only chance will be to deploy the disruption pod. The entire craft rocked violently and Kodian watched through the projected screen as the brace of sleek, snub-nosed flyers thundered past them, blotting out the sun. That was too close, the Kadian said, fighting to keep the transport steady. Sooner or later their crew will compensate. We are living on borrowed time. We need a plan. The chaplain answered. I assume this vehicle has its own armaments. A single nose-mounted burst cannon and a smart missile system. Nowhere near enough to win this fight. Improvise. The Emperor will show us the way. The narrow avenue widened and then stretched away all at once, revealing a vast, open space. The ground either side of the Devilfish plummeted away, leaving a twin-lane strip of road stretching out before them. The suspension bridge was huge, spanning the valley from horizon to horizon. Sparkling blue water twinkled far below. Far up in the azure skies, the Kadian looked on as the distant flyers began to turn and come about, ready for another attack run. St. I may have just signed our death warrant, he warned the chaplain. We'll never make it to the end of this damned bridge. Then do all you can to take them out of the equation, Kodian answered. You say this craft has missiles. Use them. Way ahead of you. The Kadian began to frantically program the intelligent munitions, leaving the chaplain to push his way back into the transport's hold. Torvis was by the open hatch, his eyes fixed intently on the blurred barriers speeding past. It seems we've hit a snag, he observed. Kodian nodded and glanced at the pair of stunted legs standing on the raised platform before him. I'd have to agree with the lad, Grungy called from the open cupola above. It would seem that we are not fraught with options out here. Kodian holstered his weapons and plucked a pulse rifle from the munitions rack lining the hull. Let me see, he ordered, depressing the symbol set into the bottom of the platform, an action that caused the circular dais to descend. Grungy scowled in displeasure as he appeared, their two faces drawing level. What gives? I will not yield without a fight, Demiurge. Save your flying fist for when the enemy are close enough to smell. I intend to delay that time for as long as I can. With that he climbed onto the dais and rose to his full height. Such was his size that he didn't need to raise the platform up. He lifted the alien rifle up through the hatch in time to see a number of speeding shapes scream from the front fins of the Devilfish, twisting contrails spreading in their wake. The smart missiles rose sharply and stabbed through the overhead lattice work of girders before spearing out into the skies, hunting for the approaching flyers. He almost lost the rifle when the skimmer rose suddenly, avoiding a slower-moving vehicle below. In his struggle to maintain his balance, he watched as both Barracudas began to fire ion cannons, flashing like miniature suns as they unleashed their deadly particle streams. A glittering cloud puffed from the two flyers as the pilots realized, a fraction too late, that the smart missiles were upon them. The decoy launchers caused most of the twisting missiles to explode prematurely, though a brace of the intelligent munitions managed to break through the cloud of emitter drones and reflective chaff and spear through the wide intake grill of one of the flyers. The Barracuda's entire left side expanded and ruptured beneath a billowing mushroom of flame, sending the unfortunate craft into a dizzying spin. Look out! Kodian cried as the burning craft corkscrewed into and through the uppermost support spires, smashing girders loose and causing tension cables to snap like straw. A good deal of the descending craft was torn away, fins and armor plate shedding and spinning away. Kodian shielded himself instinctively as the falling craft plowed through the vertical cabling meters before them and plummeted out of sight, thick black smoke extending lazily in its wake. One of the Barracuda's wing-mounted pulse cannon drones scythed towards him like a falling coin and rang off the hull of the devilfish before spinning past his head, shedding matter and weapon parts like rain. Rubble fragments pattered against his visor as the hurtling skimmer punched through a thick wall of dust thrown up by the ion cannon streams, mercifully diverted at the last moment by the missile strike. He rotated as fast as he was able, the pulse rifle still in his grasp, to see a number of woefully familiar shapes loom through the choking gray cloud behind them. Emperor's Oath, he uttered, watching as the long, sleek barrel of the pursuing hammerhead pierced the veil like an arrow. Behind it followed more bulky hovering shapes, all similar and yet differing in the configuration of their weaponry. As if to add one final nail to the coffin lid, the wide, dark shape of the tiger shark slid over the smaller tanks like a miniature eclipse, skimming the tops of the support towers. A glance to the left saw the remaining Barracuda circling wide over the horizon to begin another attack run, ready to reap its vengeance in blood and death. There was nowhere to run. "We have a problem," he warned the others, ducking into the hold. "I know, Imperial," Grungy answered. "Your soldier has already warned us. A fine variety of targets for us to choose from. Who do you recommend we dispatch first?" Codian shook his head and was about to rise through the cupola once again when a sudden melodic pattering rang off the hull, causing the demiurge to flinch. Several small glowing patches appeared by his head, the metal there turning red-hot in seconds. "By the core, what is that?" Codian rose through the hatch and looked up to see scores of large drones falling towards them, their twin burst cannons spinning webs of pulse fire his way. He thrust the pulse rifle up, took aim through the sight and fired, splitting his first target open like a ripe fruit. He quickly shifted his aim and fired again, punching another automaton from the sky. Another shot, another successful hit. The drones were armed well, but they were slow, both in compensation for the speed of the devilfish and in descent. Codian dismissed the lancing azure energy slamming into the hull all around him and silently prayed to the immortal Emperor to help him maintain a steady aim. Within seconds a shower of pulse shot hissed by him and slammed into his shoulder guard, gouging glowing craters in the thick ceramite. The rifle shattered amid a shower of sparks and the separate pieces spun away, metal pattering across his faceplate and shoulders. He cast the remains aside and drew his bolt pistol, aiming and firing single-handed. Another gun drone shattered into wickering fragments, its armor nowhere near proof enough to stop the Imperial bolt round. The rest of the bolts failed to find a mark and he ejected the spent clip, already fumbling at the pouches at his waist. For another. "Here, Stockleg, try these." He heard Grungy call from below, and felt a collection of disc-shaped objects being thrust into his questing fingers. He pulled his hand up to see them. EMP grenades. "Set the timer dial to minimum and throw them, Imperial. Don't concern yourself too much with accuracy." "Arm my pistol," he answered, casting the weapon down into the hold. "Eh? Don't think I'll be rummaging about your armored bloody crotch for ammunition, Stockleg." The chaplain took one of the discs, turned the dial to minimum with his thumb and then depressed the activation button, arming the device. He drew his arm back and hurled the grenade over his shoulder at the descending drones. The grenade burst apart in midair, emitting a blinding flash of light and a shriek of noise. The drones nearest the explosion shuddered and fell from the air, trailing thin gray smoke. Without hesitation he armed and threw two more in quick succession, his actions causing more of the slow-witted constructs to fall, smoldering and dead. He continued to do this until he had a single grenade left. He was about to throw it when he heard Grungy call from the hold below him. "Message from your guard brother, Imperial. You had better hold on tight up there, as it would seem the hammerhead has acquired a target lock." Codian froze. He shifted around to find the wide barrel of the huge hammerhead railgun pointing their way. "Emperor, guide me," he whispered, feeling the smooth disc in his hand. They had but one chance. Part 29. Desperate Tactics. He thumbed the disc timer to maximum and armed it, realizing at once that they were all moments away from destruction. He had witnessed firsthand the unmatchable power of the Hammerhead railgun in battle long before this wretched time, and he had no desire to find himself on the receiving end. The familiar, terrible whine of the gun's accelerator coils carried through the air, warning of the impending devastation that was to follow. The tank's underslung target array flashed, a thin beam of crimson light connecting its sighting lens to the rear of the craft beneath him. Its aim was dead center on the Devilfish's rear hatch. If the shot was on target, then they would die. As sure as anything. The railgun projectile would punch through the hold of the skimmer, traveling at such hypervelocity that it would liquefy everything in its path. He steeled himself and flung the grenade as hard as he could out at the chasing tanks, praying he had judged correctly. Time seemed to slow around him as the desperation of the situation accelerated his enhanced system into overdrive. The ominous railgun's barrel began to glow with building energy, ready to unleash the deadly projectile. The grenade struck the road and bounced, spinning madly. Smaller, faster shapes pushed their way past the tanks and began to accelerate towards them, sleek, two-man skimmers capable of far greater speeds than their larger cousins. The grenade bounced again, turning madly end over end, heading towards the Hammerhead's nose-mounted sensor array. At the far end of the bridge he caught sight of the surviving Barracuda, swooping in low beneath the towering support stanchions to chase after the Tau convoy, eager for its share of the kill. The grenade bounced one final time and, much to his relief, lodged itself in between the array and the tank's hull. He held his breath, made the sign of the Aquila at his chest, and whispered the Emperor's name. "Deliver us, Lord of Terra. We have much work yet to be done." The EMP grenade exploded, sending a wave of rippled electromagnetic energy washing over the smooth hull. The Hammerhead listed badly and dipped sharply, its smooth nose plowing into the road, carving ferrocrete as it went. The railgun shot screamed past wide, though close enough to almost drag the chaplain from the turret. He held on for dear life as he fought to follow the large bullet's trajectory, tracing the shimmering rings left behind all the way to where the shot slammed into one of the vast ferrocrete support pillars, puncturing the thick mast with a supersonic boom. The hole made by the shot seemed to grow and widen by the second, spider-web fractures spreading as the thick stone was first shattered and then dragged through the widening gap, pulled by the powerful vacuum the projectile had created. He watched as the entire integrity of the pillar weakened almost at once, the cracks spreading from horizon to horizon until, emitting an ominous rumbling shudder, it began to shift. He tore his gaze away and looked out behind him to see the Hammerhead tumbling end over end, breaking apart as it went. A number of the other skimmer tanks and lighter craft were caught by the stricken vehicle and were crushed, metal squealing against metal as the highway became clogged by pulverized armor. That was when the sky above him became night all at once. The deep, rumbling quake was a terrible sound, so powerful to shook the Devilfish around him. They were passing directly beneath the pillar when it started to topple, tensioned steel wire pinging and snapping under the strain. They passed beneath the falling stone tower and night became day once again, the bright sunlight hitting his vision slits. The surviving pursuers quickly followed, escaping the collapse of the support seconds before it crashed into the bridge. The pursuing Barracuda, however, was not so lucky. By the time the pilot of the craft had realized the pillar was about to topple, it was too late. With no way to turn or retreat, the flyer smashed into the falling support and turned into a searing fireball, a second before the massive chunk of stone crashed into and through the bridge, cutting it in two. Kodian felt the resultant shockwaves quake the bridge to its very foundations beneath him, causing the bottom of the Devilfish to scrape against the trembling road. He cast a final, hateful glance up at the vast underbelly of the tiger shark and then sank into the hold. Ha! He froze as he felt a hard, ringing slap ring against his vambrace. A mighty effort, Bone Priest saw the tower collapsing through the view screen. An inspired effort. I'll wager it took out a few of those bloody no-snouts behind us as well, Their numbers are depleted. Kodian answered flatly. But we are far from out of danger. If we are to die, we will do so with our hands slick with Tau blood. Torvus said behind them. The Demiurge smiled at this. Spoken like a true warrior, Marine. I have no intention of falling. Kodian answered. Not here, not today. While ever we still breathe, there is hope. Forgive me, Chaplain. The Kodian called from the pilot's seat. But we still have more than enough problems to deal with. Sensors are detecting another wave of drones preparing to launch from the Tiger Shark, and I'm picking up several marker light tracers sweeping our rear hull. We have a Skyray amongst our pursuers, and I don't think our disruption pod is going to hold out much longer. It is set at maximum just to keep the enemy's target locks confounded, but I'm shunting so much power through it that it will burn out before long. Crud. It gets worse. I've just detected another Tiger Shark bearing down on our position, following the highway from the south. It will be upon us by the time we reach the end of this bridge. Then we have to act. Kodian said darkly, holding out a hand for his bolt pistol. The Demiurge passed his freshly loaded weapon to him and scowled, clearly at odds with the concept of falling to the enemy's guns. Torvis snarled and booted the hull before him in anger, the blow so hard that it left an imprint in the thick metal. Damn these filthy Xenogens. They have us. By the throne, they have us. He looked towards the others, hatred blazing in his dark eyes. We are helpless against them now. We have nothing left to fight them with save for the weapons at hand. What about the missile system? Kodian asked, remembering the demise of the first flyer. He craned his neck out into the cockpit and looked up at the ominous spread of the Tiger Shark above. We blew one of their craft from the skies. Redundant. The Kodian answered soberly, throwing the devilfish to the left in order to avoid another isolated and bewildered civilian transport. I tried the same thing again as soon as the Tiger Shark accelerated beyond us. The craft's decoy launchers obliterated them all. We didn't even touch it. Curse them. Kodian spat, hauling his vast frame back into the hold. Then there is nothing else for it but marker light. He looked at Grungy, who stared back with a frenzied, tooth-laden smirk. By the 700 leagues, of course. HNN. Bloody marker lights. The Demiurge threw himself around and began sifting through the stored equipment lining the hold, casting weapons and ammunition aside in his turbulent quest. Within moments he emerged from the scattered heap, one of the Tau guns held in his hand. The short Xenos gestured at the small black rectangular addition strapped to the side of the snub-nosed pulse carbine, an expression of triumph upon his ruddy, scarred face. Ha! Don't you see? We don't need heavy guns to assail them. Those feckless, three-fingered fools will provide the fireworks for us. You have lost me, Demiurge, Kodian began. Grungy brandished the weapon in his hand with a fierce vigor. Brother Stockleg, you have a lot to learn about the sheer stupidity of Tau technology. We don't need our own tank killers. The Unity has been gracious enough to provide them for us. Allow me to enlighten you. With that he jogged over to the cupola platform, leapt up onto the circular dais and disappeared, quickly rising out of sight. Kodian couldn't help but find himself intrigued. Thurgus Grungy felt the rush of the wind in his knotted hair and inhaled deeply, taking in the fresh atmosphere. His augmetic eye whined softly as it adjusted to the illumination difference of the open air, the bright sunlight causing the glass-covered iris to contract. He turned his gaze to the Tau armor hot on their heels, the twists of his matted mane whipping about his head and face like cables. He could see the Skyray nestled amongst the pursuing vehicles, its wide turret rack laden with Seeker missiles. He was glad to see the absence of the Hammerhead, although the quantity and variation of the other Tau war machines chasing them caused him to grimace with displeasure. Still, ancestors be with me, he uttered, lifting the stolen weapon up to his chest. He armed the mounted marker light with a swift flick of his stubby finger and then thrust the gun up, finding the belly of the Tiger Shark. Find your mark, my beauty, he whispered, directing the emerging red laser towards the descending drone rack. He shifted his aim so as to ensure the laser was aimed as far into the exposed space as possible and then, allowing himself an ironic smile, pressed the trigger. The whine of the arming missile could be heard, even from this distance. He lowered the pulse carbine and looked out at the distant armada following them as the Skyray's missile rack came to life, a telltale puff of white smoke rising up from the automated thrusters of one of the mounted missiles. The intelligent munitions screamed as it detached itself unbidden from the rack, streaking skywards faster than mortal sight could follow. By the time Grungy was able to shift his squat frame around to observe its progress, the Seeker missile was loosed and it speared into the open hold of the Tiger Shark, detonating on impact. A brilliant plume of searing fire billowed from the gap, blowing the descended rack clean off its runners. The twisted metal platform landed upon the mast cabling above and bounced over the edge, spinning as it fell away. The gun drones waiting to be released there were immolated to ash in an instant, torn apart by the ferocious explosion. The entire craft shuddered as its belly was ruptured, its unprotected interior torn to shreds by the powerful missile. Grungy laughed and aimed the weapon once again, pressing the auxiliary trigger twice more. Another 2 missiles screamed free of the Skyray and slammed into the flyer, detonating across its immense underside. The entire sky above seemed to grow closer as the Tiger Shark began to list, huge gaping holes torn right through the wide craft. Secondary explosions continued to flash and burst across its length as it began to fall, veering sharply to the right. The Demiurge twisted in the cupola as the growing fireball fell away and grinned, hunting for his next target. A number of the chasing piranhas speared ahead of the skimmer tanks and began to fire. He spied the questing railguns of a TX-42, his eye narrowing. "You'll be my next offering." He activated the marker light and within moments another missile detached itself from the Skyray's rack and screamed as it slammed into the light skimmer, tearing it apart instantaneously. Flaming debris flashed past his face, casting an orange glow over his exposed skin. The explosion caused the other small skimmers so slow, veering sharply to avoid the backwash. This in turn caused problems for the following skimmer tanks, and thus the entire enemy convoy was thrown into momentary chaos, resulting in the demise of one of the piranhas as it was crushed by an oncoming devilfish. Grungy laughed wickedly, delighting in the destruction he was causing. He gleefully aimed the marker light once more, this time at the missile-toting Skyray itself, and pressed the trigger. "Let's see how suicidal you are feeling." Much to his chagrin, nothing happened. He pressed again and again, before realizing what had happened. Finally figuring out the duplicity ahead, the crew of the Skyray had deactivated their missile rack. A sensible action by all accounts, considering. Sensible, but ultimately futile. Sensing the sudden deactivation of the Skyray's munition bank, the simple artificial intelligence of the Seeker missile mounted to the devilfish behind it responded to the Demiurge's request and flared to life, detaching itself from its hull mount. It speared up and then straight back down into the nose of the Skyray, tearing the craft apart as it detonated. The resulting explosion engulfed the other skimmer tanks in one huge conflagration, breaking them to pieces or dashing them against the thick ferrocrete barriers of the bridge. He watched as the few surviving piranhas at the head of the group wavered and lifted at the rear, like boats caught in a vicious swell. Laughing, he powered up the carbine in his hands and emptied the power cell in a flurry of bright pulse fire before hurling the gun itself out at the speeding shapes. "That's how it's done, Marines," he announced, sliding back into the hold. Torvis withdrew his head back inside the craft and nodded, genuinely impressed. "An effective tactic, Xenos, though we do still have several light support craft on our tail." As if in response to his warning, a hail of ringing thuds pattered against the rear hatch. "And another Tiger Shark to deal with," the Kadayan called from the pilot's seat. The Demiurge scowled. "HNN. Well then, let's see you lot do bloody better." Kodian peered down at the small being before him and then raised the pistol in his hand, issuing a curt nod. "My turn, Demiurge." He strode over to the large rear hatch and slammed his fist into the release button, causing the armored disc to fall open with a resounding clang. Through the screen of sparks he watched as the closing piranhas loomed into view, nose-mounted burst cannons wailing as they spat glowing death his way. Burning energy pulses pinged off the bulkhead around him as he stepped forward and fired. His bolt pistol one-handed. The closest piranha shuddered as the pilot's body disintegrated, his fingers wrenching at the controls. It veered away to the left to dash itself against the bridge, sending out a wild spray of pulse fire that peppered the open hold and staggered the chaplain. Kodian gritted his teeth and bit back a cry of pain as he felt his chest armor and shoulder guard grow red-hot instantly. "A fine shot!" Grungy shouted, pushing past the shaken Marine. His eyes were wild with feral anticipation. "Caution, Demiurge," Kodian began, watching ominously as the three remaining skimmers began to close on them. The trio of craft began to disgorge their complement of gun drones as the surviving TX-42 primed its rail rifles, leaving the others to spear forward, intending to draw level with the devilfish. "Caution be damned, Marine. Death's gaze is too lofty to find a stunty like me." Before the chaplain could offer any more protests, Grungy sprinted forward and leapt clear of the open hatch, his short legs treading the open air. He drew his arm up and out behind him and his metal fist detached, its link chain unraveling. The ambushed TX-42 unleashed a brace of whining rail rifle shots that almost tore the chaplain's armor from his body as they flashed past, boring through bulkhead walls and support girders until they exited, pulling everything in the hold unsecured with them, including one of the gun drones, unfortunate to find itself in the bullet's path. Torvis batted the spinning construct aside with his forearm and cried out in anger as he fought the pull of the hypervelocity, the whites of his eyes instantly bloodshot with the pressure. A second later, Thurgus Grungy landed on the smooth nose of the skimmer and sealed the fate of the Tau crew. The Demiurge was aflame with murderous zeal. He swung the fist mace above him and smashed two of the hunting drones into pieces before turning his attention to the craft below. The balled fist ignited and scythed through the armored roof strut, almost taking the head of the pilot as it swung past. The skimmer swerved right, throwing Grungy off balance. He rolled along the smooth hull and landed on his feet on the left wing, arms flailing. The thin roof strip began to lose integrity and peel away, revealing the two stricken warriors beneath. Grungy snarled and lunged forward, his augmetic hand smashing another drone from the air before quickly retracting. He grabbed the pilot and hauled him from his seat, flinging the hapless Tau out onto the road like a stone. "Time to lose some ballast," he growled, descending upon the ill-fated gunner. "Hard right, Kodian. Cut them off." Kodian spun sharply to see the assault Marine lurch back, questing pulse fire shredding the hatch ring before him. "They intend to flank us, Chaplain," Torvis shouted, arming his powerful hammer. The weapon shuddered as it powered up, a sheen of whispering energy sliding over its solid head. Kodian nodded and jogged toward the crew compartment. "Kodian. I heard, Chaplain," the soldier answered, hauling the control stick to the right. The devilfish tilted as it swung right, so close to the walls that the hull shook and squealed. The entire transport rocked as it struck something less immobile and was pushed violently back, the impact throwing the chaplain across the hold. He looked out of the rear hatch to see Grungy and his captured skimmer pass beneath the twisting wreck of the rammed piranha, his fist held high in triumph. "One left," he thought to himself. Torvis was already halfway out of the hatch by the time he shifted his gaze. The Marine swung from the gap, the fingers of his shield hand embedded in the hatch ring. He brought his thunder hammer down on the piranha's hull so hard that the skimmer's nose crashed into the road, tearing the pulse cannon from its mount. The skimmer flipped violently, its back end turning over to smash into the ferrocrete. Within seconds it was gone, a dull, thunderous explosion quaking the bridge behind them. "Only one," Torvis hissed, hauling himself back into the transport. "What? Only one of them, in there?" Kodian realized what Torvis was trying to tell him a second or two before he heard the sound of hooves crossing the hull above. "Arrogant Xenos," he snarled, removing his Crozius from its strap. It was then that the grenade fell through the open cupola and rang as it struck the deck at his feet. Part 30. The Vespid. Kodian saw the grenade land at his feet and in that instant cursed his stupidity. Even as his body reacted to the shock, he knew he didn't have the chance to do anything, yet still he reached forward. Unbidden, intending to bear the brunt of the blast. The grenade exploded and the world turned white. Ultrasonic noise rose sharply until it was far beyond mortal hearing, a fierce, shuddering lance of pain at the brain's center. The concussive force blew him back into the hull, yet the detonation was not enough to kill or even injure him. Blind and deaf despite the protection of his armor, he struggled to right himself, tearing fixtures from their moorings in his bludgeoning attempts. He felt the grilled deck vibrate beneath him as his attacker fell from the cupola, ready to reap the rewards of his successful ruse. Debilitated as he was, he could do little except cling to his life. He felt his Crozius heavy in his hand and swung it violently, feeling the field-generating weapon spasm as it carved through the devilfish's hull, shearing thick armor as easily as paper. Red-hot hammer blows punched into his chest armor, hurling him back to the floor with bone-snapping violence and forcing the breath from his lungs. He was no coward, but he found himself dearly wishing that Laner had been swifter in his efforts to repair his Rosarius, if only to provide him with a measure of extra protection while he was in this vulnerable state. He heard Torvis cry out as if immersed in thick liquid, his powerful voice quickly fading into the rush of the passing air outside the skimmer. The confounded auto senses of his helmet began to slowly reconfigure themselves and light soaked into his vision, sound seeping in a second later. He became aware of raised voices and shouted curses ahead of him. The sound of weapons fire sang loudly and the devilfish rocked, its engines whining. The skimmer touched the road and bounced back up, rattling him around inside his armor. This ends now, he raged, the last effects of the photon grenade fading away to reveal the chaos before his eyes. The Kadayan was in clear distress, buried beneath the Tau warrior. The warrior's pulse rifle was on the floor behind him and he had a short, ornate knife in his hand, the bright metal quivering as he tried with all his might to force it down into the soldier's flesh. Kodian bounded across the hold and grabbed the fire warrior, huge armored fingers enveloping his neck. The warrior dropped the knife and cried out as the marine flung him back across the hold and clear out of the devilfish's open rear hatch. The Kadayan shouted something back to him that he didn't catch. His eyes were fixed to the looming mass of the approaching tiger shark coming in low and fast over the tops of the bridge supports. This accursed bridge seemed to stretch on forever. He tore his eyes away from the ominous scene and looked out to see Grungy and his stolen skimmer swiftly advancing upon the devilfish. To his relief, he could see Torvis spread out across the back of the vehicle, holding on for dear life. The surviving drones were far behind them now, unable to maintain the speeds needed to keep up. Grungy's skimmer disappeared from view as he accelerated, appearing once more moments later at the open side hatch. Torvis clambered across the vehicle and threw himself into the hold, relief clear on his face. The demiurge followed straight after, leaving the piranha behind to its fate. I thought you lost, brother. It is good to see you still with us, Kodian said to Torvis. The marine simply bowed his head in reply. Good to see you too, Stockleg. Grungy huffed caustically, dusting himself down. Luckily, your thanks for my efforts are not needed. I will applaud your efforts once we are out of danger, Kodian answered, watching as the huge shadow crept over them from the rear and disappeared. He spun towards the crew compartment and looked at the projected view screen before the Kadayan, watching as the tiger shark's nose emerged overhead, the rest of its vast bulk following a second later. Will we make it to the end of this damned bridge before they start to deploy the drones? He asked. The Kadayan. Unlikely. Besides, it would seem you didn't hear what I said a moment ago. My apologies, Kadayan. What did you say? That it is not a drone carrier. It's an assault craft configuration. Assault. That's right. The Kadayan replied ominously. They are carrying Vespid. Kodian turned to see Grungy and Torvis staring back at him in silence, their faces tight with concern. Damn. They've loosed a strain on our bloody arses. The demiurge snapped, glancing up at the open cupola. Torvis reeled back and brought his mighty hammer up, his teeth bared. Then we will see a good fight before we escape this ill-fated planet. Vespid. Codian had heard of these creatures, but he had never faced them in combat. Stories had filtered in from the eastern fringe of insectoid creatures fighting for the Tau, Xenos warriors with the power of personal flight and weapons that could drop a marine with one shot. Both Torvus and Grungy's reaction spoke volumes of how feared these creatures must be, even here, in this anarchic future. He could not help but feel apprehension at what was to happen in the next few minutes. HNN. Here they come. Grungy hissed, watching from beneath the cupola. Codian joined him in time to see the underside of the flyer lower and speeding shapes emerge from the space, angular, alien figures with blurs of fluid light at their backs. Mind those neutron blasters, Marine. They make light work of the thickest armor or the toughest constitution. Noted. He replied, readying his weapons. The first enemy beam lanced through the hull and speared past Torvus with less than a meter to spare, passing through the entire craft without effort. The thick metal warped and glowed yet did not puncture, at least not at first. The plate grew thin and then seemed to dissipate like evaporating water, leaving smoldering holes as an indicator of its relentless path. God Emperor, Codian breathed. Huh, don't be too impressed, Stockleg. The armor of these Tau skiffs is like softwood. I could boot my way through this hull if I had the mind to. The Demiurge's quick dismissal did little to assuage his apprehension. If such a blast could cut through vehicle armor with ease, his own carapace would provide little more resistance. More blasts speared through the devilfish from above, causing the three warriors to pin themselves to the walls. Within moments the first heavy footfall rang above them, a sound that caused Grungy to bare his teeth. They are down. Time to reap my quota of shell and flesh? He made to climb the cupola dais, but Codian stopped him. No, Demiurge. Let them come to us. He raised his pistol up and fired on full auto, the bolt shells punching through the roof. Something squealed in a resonating, high-pitched tone and a bulky shadow fell from above, tumbling end over end as it landed on the road behind them. We approach the end of the bridge. The Codian shouted from the cockpit. Another few minutes, and we will be clear, his will allowing. An inhuman shriek carried through the air and the three warriors turned as one, watching as a dark shape descended before the rear ramp, hanging on shimmering wings. The monstrous blue insectoid pointed its strange rifle at them and fired, sending a stream of shimmering green energy scything through the hold. Codian and the others threw themselves out of the way and the beam lanced straight down the length of the space and through the open cockpit hatch to burst through the devilfish's front screen. The Codian cried out as the projection there stuttered and died, leaving him with a glowing hole where the craft's meager physical view slit had once sat. The soldier cursed loudly, his voice heavy with pain at the beam's searing proximity. A good deal of the devilfish's control bank had been reduced to sparking ruin by the shot, and the skimmer began to sway and shudder as a consequence. The Codian's eyes fell upon the flashing warning diodes before him. We're losing speed and power. As soon as we're off this emperor-damned overpass, we're going to have to abandon this crate. Then make sure you get us there. Codian called back as he raised his pistol and put a dead shot round through the Vespid's multi-eyed face. More and more ringing clangs sounded overhead as the Vespid attackers began to land en masse, inhuman claws driving into the hull in order to gain purchase. If they felt any loss at the death of their comrade, they did not show it. The situation was becoming desperate. Stand ready. They are preparing to storm us. Grungy bellowed, the familiar clang of his metal fist ringing through the hold as it struck the deck. The first attacker emerged upside down through the cupola, diamond-hard claws gripping the metal ring as the Chitinous abomination pushed its way through. Codian spied a multitude of twinkling eyes burning with malice, and he watched as the creature thrust its rifle into the hold, and then he fired, shattering its inhuman face. Grungy lunged at the open side hatch and swung his metal fist into the blurred shape descending there. The creature issued a shrill, inhuman shriek and came apart. Pieces of armored shell and gobbets of flesh were sucked into the devilfish's engine intake, and the entire thruster shuddered, a horrific grinding reverberating through the engine. Almost immediately the craft began to lose momentum. Stand fast. I am going to try something. Kodian heard the soldier call out and glanced towards the cockpit in time to feel the transport begin to quiver beneath him. The shrill stutter of heavy pulse fire sang as the burst cannon flared to life. He was about to ask the question when the answer came as a ringing thud, and he threw his head around to see the long metallic rod of a glow lamp bouncing away down the road behind them, sparks spiraling from it. The whine of the burst cannon continued to filter through the rush of passing air, and there was another explosive crack. The devilfish shook and sank rapidly, the interior lights flickering. Another glow lamp bounced down the road behind them. Seconds later another followed, and then a fourth. Despite being rebounded around the interior of the craft, Kodian watched with satisfaction as Vespid fell like rain behind them, smashed from the hull by the falling metal rods. Despite this temporary victory, the devilfish continued to slow that, and as the low, resonating hum of alien wing cases filled the air, he realized that there were still Vespid to slay. Torvis swayed on his feet but bore on as he strode towards the rear hatch, raising his hammer. His storm shield flared brightly as the first neutron blast struck it squarely at its center, its powerful field activated by the ray's kinetic impact. He didn't give his alien attacker the chance to fire again. He swung the hammer and smashed the alien from the craft with a single mighty blow, shattering its hardened body like glass. "Get us to the end of this Emperor-forsaken bridge," he roared, feeling the devilfish continue to slow. Even as he spoke, the narrow road suddenly widened and spread, branching off into streets and avenues behind them. The tall buildings of Vanphilos sped past. They had made it. "Hold on," the Kodian called. The punished devilfish began to decelerate sharply, swerving to a halt by the side of the road. Those few citizens brave or desperate enough to find themselves on the streets scattered in abject terror, running for cover as the scene unfolded. Grungy leapt eagerly from the side hatch before following Torvis out of the rear of the craft, his weapons ready in his hands. The assault marine lunged towards one of the Xenos warriors lying prone in shock before him and brought his hammer down onto its armored chest, crushing the life from it. Behind him Kodian spun on his heel and raised his pistol up, blowing another from the roof of the craft. High above, the tiger shark began to come about, realizing its prey had slowed. "Find cover, now!" The Kodian flung himself out of the craft behind him, a stolen pulse rifle in his hand. He began to scour his surroundings, trying to decide the next course of action. Within seconds he was sprinting towards the nearest building, firing from the hip as he went. Another Vespid fell, shrieking. The chaplain watched the soldier's exit, adrenaline coursing through him. Grungy and Torvis were still engaged in furious combat with the remaining Xenos warriors, a storm of flashing energy and twirling weaponry. He felt his danger sense flare as he spied another of the foul aliens drop from the roof of the devilfish and advance upon his brother marine, its powerful rifle ready in its hands. The beast had him dead in its sights. By the time he had raised his pistol, the Vespid was almost upon the assault marine. Kodian fired and put a bolt through the terrible gun, shattering it to pieces. He fired again and the creature's arm came away in a puff of splintered chitin, and it took a third to finally bring it down. Torvis ducked low beneath cruel, raking claws and returned with a pile-driver blow, turning his opponent's torso to wet pulp in a flash of bright energy. His face was set in a rictus of effort and rage as he threw his body around and flung his weapon into another insectiate attacker, the spinning hammer crushing the alien against the hull of the Tau vehicle. "These loathsome fiends face us on equal terms now, brother chaplain," Torvis cried triumphantly, quickly retrieving his thunder hammer. "They hesitate in using their weapons." He never heard the rest of what the marine said. Even as the words left Torvis's lips, the exact same realization dawned on Kodian. The Vespid could have brought them down easily before now, and yet they seemed almost restrained, unwilling to use their powerful guns to finish their opponents. They weren't here to kill the invaders. They were here to capture them. Part 31. From an unexpected quarter. Kodian looked up to the skies above the city at the distant tiger shark, its broad body glinting beneath the sun as it came about. Another attack run. He looked to Torvis, whose eyes were also on the approaching craft. Another strain is on its way, Chaplain. This fight is just beginning. And we will end it. Grungy announced, letting the remains of another Vespid opponent fall from his grasp into a heap at his feet. No. The others looked at Kodian as they heard this, clearly surprised. The chaplain pointed out in the direction the soldier had headed. I crave a warrior's death as much as any, but I am not yet ready to die. I will not meet my end here. On this forsaken planet, not while I have a mission of such importance to fulfill. Follow me. Torvis nodded without any attempt to disagree. Grungy, predictably, voiced a colorful disapproval. That was an order, Demiurge. The chaplain growled. If we must fall, then we will fall together. Plus. The sound of the tiger shark's engines shook the windows of the Habrise as the craft passed. Overhead. The sun dimmed, the resulting gloom casting deep shadows over Kodian and the others. The chaplain watched the swarm of small shapes emerge from the flyer's belly and then ducked through the doorway and into the building. Footsteps echoed through the corridor and the Kodian appeared, slowing as he laid eyes on the others. At last. Come, this way. We have to try and lose them. The soldier beckoned the others to follow him and they did so, quickly pushing further into the bowels of the building. Within moments they had passed through several doors and found themselves in a small open yard, surrounded on all sides by towering walls. Various glass-fronted elevators lined the yard, as well as several benches and carefully cultivated topiary plants. All four of them glanced up at the skies as the tiger shark passed slowly by above, the noise of its engines funneling down into the small space. The Kodian pointed in the direction of an open passageway to the right and began to jog that way. The others followed, their outlandish presence clearly startling the small group of citizens that turned the corner. Stay with the Emperor's light. The chaplain growled as he passed by the cowering figures. The terrified men and women simply squealed in answer and huddled together, bodies quivering as if boneless with fear. The Kodian rounded the bend and slowed, pushing himself instinctively towards the wall. The group found themselves in an open reception space, quite narrow but long, stretching out as far as the eye could see. Vast windows dominated the right wall, illuminating the many entranceways and elevators lining the left-hand side of the hall. Screams echoed through the air almost immediately as the people there laid eyes on the imposing group, bodies scattering, or simply disappearing behind whatever cover they could find. In here. The soldier flung the first door open and they ran through, entering yet another corridor. Where are you leading us? By the time the bugs find us we'll be little more than spent. The rest of the Demiurge's complaint was lost as muted screams filtered through the hall behind them. The Vespid were on their tail. Keep moving. Kodian shouted, urging the others on. Grungy was clearly more hesitant than the others, his face alight with anger. Kodian snatched a small warrior up and broke into a run, carrying the flailing Demiurge like an unruly child. Find us an exit and soon. He urged the Kodian, ignoring Grungy's protests. The group broke through into a large garage area, a vast cavern filled with civilian transports. The vehicles lay untouched, abandoned by their owners. Given the current status of the planet, it was little wonder that the streets were so empty. This way. The Kodian pointed towards the far end of the garage, to where sunlight could be seen, illuminating the road to escape. The chaplain released the struggling Demiurge and threw his weapons down. He tore a thick length of pipe from the wall and jammed it through the handle of the door, securing it. That should hold them for a brief time, he said, water cascading across his armor. Now go. The door began to rattle and shake furiously, spurring the others into action. Within seconds the first neutron beam speared through the thick metal and out across the parking bay, melting a widening hole through the door as it went. The beam disconnected and a clawed hand reached through the glowing hole, searching for the source of the blockage. Kodian saw this and put a bolt round through the probing limb, shattering it in a spray of arterial matter. We have to leave. Now. The Kadayan called, breaking into a sprint towards the open end of the vast space. He had advanced only a few steps when the bright sunlight dimmed and a furious humming began to filter down the exit tunnel. No, the soldier whispered, slowing to a standstill. The Vespid swarmed into the garage, a thick cloud of alien malice. Kodian cursed beneath his breath and loosed another brace of bolt rounds, blasting two of the abominations from the air with practiced skill. The human soldier before him threw himself down and rolled behind a shining new six-wheel, neutron beams lancing through the air in his wake. He rose sharply and fired a hail of pulse fire into the advancing aliens, their numbers so thick that he could not fail but to achieve a number of successful hits. The return fire hammered into the parked vehicle, quickly penetrating its metal hide and bursting through around the beleaguered soldier. Into them. The chaplain roared, charging forward. He never once paused to consider the recklessness or futility of the charge. He did not allow doubt or reason to stay his advance. Dalo. Kodian was a chaplain of the Ultramarines, and his blood was up. The words of his mentor, ancient and venerable chaplain Cassius, oldest and greatest of the chapter's spiritual leaders, echoed through his mind. An Ultramarine does not fear death. An Ultramarine does not shy away from the possibility of his own demise. None of us are invincible, nor indestructible. An Ultramarine embraces his mortality. An Ultramarine knows that it is his destiny to die on the battlefield, his enemies lying heaped about him. Shine, my brethren, when it is your time to die. Shine with the light of the throne itself, and know that his eyes will bear witness to that final, ultimate sacrifice. The words were as fire in his veins, invigorating his muscles and resolve. Utterly devoid of fear, Kodian charged across the garage, vaulting vehicles as he advanced. Torvis and Grungy were hot on his heels, but they could not catch him. In the blink of an eye he was into the Vespid, his pistol roaring, his Crozius flashing and sparking as it tore through alien flesh. Neutron energy flashed across his vision and he spun violently, his shoulder guard shedding ceramite like cinders from burning wood. He came down hard on the engine shield of a grav carriage, bending the groaning metal as if it were paper. The vehicle shuddered and spun, crashing into the six-wheel beside it. Vespid fire punched through the vehicle in his wake, tearing strips from the dormant transport. Kodian was already gone. The nearest alien landed heavily on the roof of the grav carriage and unleashed a withering barrage of neutron blasts down into the place where the chaplain fell, only for his shots to slam into the bare rockcrete. Kodian ascended at the far side of the vehicle and smashed the Vespid from its feet, shattering both its legs with his awesome power weapon. The creature fell back and Kodian finished it with a final blow, taking its head from its shoulders with an executioner's blow. "Sell yourselves dearly," he cried, killing again and again until his clip ran empty. Torvis and Grungy charged into the alien mass, roaring their anger out across the garage. The huge Marine's storm shield flashed and pulsed again and again as it turned the Vespid swarms deadly blasts aside. He charged into the fray, swinging his mighty hammer from left to right. Inhuman screams pierced the air as bodies fell, shattered, and broken, organic fluids misting in the air. The demiurge skipped lightly over the low roofs of the gathered transports, swinging his weapon fist around his head. He leapt into the enemy without fear, smashing bodies apart. A magnificent day. He howled elatedly, his ruddy skin coated with Vespid filth. My tally soars. The halls of remembrance will echo with tales of Thurgus Grungy until the stars themselves dim. Grungy leapt up into the air and flipped back, his glowing power weapon arcing brightly through the air around him. He landed expertly on his feet amid a sticky visceral mist and continued to lunge and thrash, each blow seeming wild and yet more practiced and precise than it appeared. Kodian waited until the demiurge slayer had bounded by and then holstered his spent pistol. He lowered himself onto one knee and thrust his free hand beneath the vehicle. Summoning all his strength, he rose sharply and flipped the car, sending it tumbling into the advancing Vespid. For Ultramar and the Imperium, he shouted, vaulting the upturned transport in a single bound. His Crozius crackled as it cleaved through armor and shell, its power unstoppable. The inhuman Vespid were fast and powerful opponents, bred for strength and war, and though they faced a mighty foe, the outcome was inevitable. The Kadayan cried out as his weapon was torn from his grasp by raking claws and sent spinning away. He fell on his back and raised his fists, ready to defend himself. His alien attacker landed above him, its clawed feet digging into the rockcrete either side of him. Strong arms wrapped around his shoulders and hauled him up into the air, the deep humming of his captor's wings roaring in his ears. He heard Kodian call from within the whirling chitinous mass, but he could not see him. Torvus and the Demiurge were also lost in the midst of the Vespid mass, little more than flashes of swirling energy and glinting metal surrounded by alien flesh. Caught in the vice-like grip of the Xenos, he felt himself being carried towards the exit of the garage. Captive and helpless. With no other options left to him, he closed his eyes and began to pray. The air seemed to whisper as it rushed past his ears. He opened his eyes as his alien subjugator shuddered and slowed. A series of wet metallic hisses drew his eyes up and he watched as the Vespid's head began to vibrate, chitin sloughing away from it in swift, bloodied puffs. By the time he had realized that the Xenos was dead, he found himself released from its grip to fall to the floor. Viscera mist pattering against his skin. Grateful and confused in equal measure, he quickly hauled himself to his feet and looked back to the fight behind him, ignorant to the wall of Xenos flesh surrounding him. The whine of neutron rifles rose to a crescendo all around him. Then the grenades came. A barrage of small projectiles skipped and bounced across the garage towards the Kadayan and the surrounding Vespid. Each one of the smooth conical grenades came to rest before the strain, spinning madly beneath their hovering feet. A sea of twinkling eyes fell as one, finding the curious, ornate objects as they began to whine in harmony, the tiny runes carved into their surfaces blinking with an increasing regularity. The Kadayan's eyes widened and he raised his arms instinctively, acting on impulse despite the futility of the action. The Vespid around him simply looked on as the grenades reached critical mass and exploded. Vespid tumbled from the air like rain amid the blinding display, dragged down by the fluctuating gravity. Weapons were dragged from their grasp and limbs were pinned to the floor, held fast. Those Xenos on the ground stumbled and fell, emitting clicks and screeches as they crashed down. Kodian froze as he watched the attack unfold, his mind racing. The air inside the vast garage grew suddenly colder, a drop of several degrees registering on his helm readout and the base of his skull began to vibrate, his usually keen perception distorting for a moment. He recognized the symptoms immediately for what they represented. It was the psychic touch of a witch. Bright, flickering images seemed to bleed from the air itself at the far end of the garage to spread like a wet stain amongst the gathered vehicles. Each time he attempted to focus on any area of activity, the phenomenon faded, reappearing several feet away in every direction. An omnipresent whispering saturated the air, indistinct and incoherent, and he felt his pulses quicken, sensing the conflict to come. What trickery is this? He heard Torvus whisper in disgust behind him. The chaplain could not answer. His grip tightened around the haft of his ancient weapon as he started forward, preparing to face this new threat. A shape ghosted past him and he stalled, catching sight of something he struggled to make sense of. A face, a mask, there one moment and gone the next, its void-like eyes finding his before fading into nothing. A dream glimpse, a hallucination. Prophet. An echoing, ethereal voice whispered from everywhere at once. A heartbeat later, the Vespid began to die. Part 32. The Mask. Kodian turned, almost ponderously, and watched as the Vespid warriors at the head of the attacking strain began to shudder and break apart, armored bodies turning to blood mist before his eyes. The aliens responded almost immediately, loosing bright angry blasts of neutron radiation indiscriminately out into the garage, panicked by the unexpected attack. The strange colors and shapes flickering at the edges of his perception danced and swirled around the powerful blasts like living, glittering mist. He caught sight of a figure, lithe, tall and agile, weaving and ducking as it avoided the probing fire before sinking back into obscurity, ghosting into nothing once more. The Vespid mass continued to thrash and die before him, shredded by the whispering enemy fire. He shook himself and gathered his thoughts, fresh adrenaline surging through him. Whatever was happening here, it had provided them with a chance. The Tau-loving abominations were reeling and in disarray. He started forward, accelerating into a bounding run. A powerful leap saw him carried into the Vespid lines and he swung his Crozius Arcanum through the packed alien flesh, the powerful field generated by the ancient weapon disintegrating everything it touched. The glowing, bejeweled barrel of an alien gun rose to meet his violent attack and he quickly wrapped his fingers around the weapon. He tore it free of its owner's grasp and smashed it into the face of the Xenos, shattering weapon and visage alike. He swept the beloved power weapon before him and shattered a line of threatening rifles, the crystals contained within their barrels shattering like glass. He kicked out and felt another body break beneath his boot. Every action saw another warrior of the enemy dead. Something indistinct yet tangible brushed by him and he swung his fist out instinctively, catching the hurtling shape with a glancing backhand blow. The thing let out a cry of pain, surprise and skittered across the floor, coalescing as it tumbled end over end. As he watched, the shape came to rest, flickering into being to reveal a slender, kneeling humanoid. The shock of its sudden emergence caused him to take a step back, raising his weapon instinctively. The creature turned its eyes towards him and spoke, its voice high and melodic, its words incomprehensible. The thing was a riot of color and motion, the gaudy design of its tight bodysuit nauseating to behold. Its masked face swam, writhing with glittering light and fluid energy. Several others stepped from the air to surround it and then were gone again in the blink of an eye, little more than broken motes of shifting transparent light dancing around the cumbersome insectoid aliens. What are you? Codian growled and stepped forward, his thrumming weapon casting an azure glow over his black armor. The creature responded by quickly removing something from its belt and casting it at his feet. The chaplain barely had time to look down at the spinning disk before it exploded, sending his world plunging into darkness. The world flashed briefly and then was gone again, light and sound surging forth only to dissipate. The soundless blackness returned, hot and suffocating. He was on his back and paralyzed, his power armor unresponsive and dead. He gritted his teeth and raised his arm, fighting the weight of the thick carapace surrounding him. The ancient suit of armor that had protected him and saved his life in countless was now useless to him, a leaden weight encasing his body. Light flashed again, and this time stayed, albeit grainy and stuttering. He felt the power pack fixed to his back shudder as it activated once more and diagnostic warning runes began to stream past his eyes, scrolling thick and fast as they listed the affected systems of his armor. Motive power began to return to the inner fiber bundles, allowing him to begin to move. He rolled onto his chest and retrieved his Crozius, its power field deactivated and dead. He soon came to realize that the explosive device the creature had attacked him with had been some sort of electromagnetic pulse emitter, clearly designed to incapacitate but not harm him. He did not let this fact dissipate the rising anger within his soul. Codian hauled himself to his feet as the shadow of Torvis loomed over him. Chaplain. He pushed the Marine aside and activated his Crozius once again, anger seething in the burning pits of his skull helm. You waste time, Marine. Never hesitate to end the lives of your enemy. He started forward, only to find the haft of Torvis's thunder hammer barring his way. With respect, Chaplain, hold. This is not our fight. Codian's hand closed around the haft and he wrenched it aside, his anger boiling to the surface. Not our fight? You dare. This is not our fight. Torvis repeated, his voice taking on a more serious tone. He turned his face aside as a large chunk of Vespid chitin spun past and then thrust his hammer out at the melee. Both the Codian and the Demiurge are gone, Chaplain. The attackers have taken them. We have to make our escape now if we are to survive this fight. We retreat now or we die. Gone. The sudden pang of loss within surprised him. Mourning traitors and Xenos, the very suggestion would have seen the culprit laid low before he had awoken in this terrible time. For the first time since he had opened his eyes on board the escape boat, Kodian realized he had come to regard the two beings as allies. "We fight," he uttered, focusing his rage. "And if it is our time to fall, then we will fall. I am sick of running from this enemy, Torvis. I will run no longer." Before the Marine had time to argue, Kodian surged forward and barged into the fight, driving his weapon through the reeling alien swarm. The Vespid were by now in complete rout, hampered by the relentless assault of the mysterious attackers. "Prophet!" He shuddered as he heard the ethereal voice, the sound gusting through his soul like a draft. He heard Torvis cry out in surprise, and when he turned to look for the warrior, there was no sign of him. Torvis! The assault marine had vanished from sight. The few surviving Vespid were broken and put to flight, heading for the exit, but Torvis was not held captive among them. "Torvis, answer me!" he demanded, activating his vox. Static hissed in his ear, his only reply. The mysterious attackers had to be the ones responsible for his disappearance. He sensed eyes burning into him from every angle, whispered voices thick in the air. Now that the Vespid were gone, he knew he would be next. Kodian's warrior senses were honed by countless years of combat. A mind dedicated to strategy and tactics of combat surveyed the scene, running through every possible scenario. He had seen how these intangible abominations had torn the Vespid apart. Strength and implacability would not see him victorious here. Whatever these creatures were, they were tricky, agile and incredibly fast. They confounded the eye and the mind with their witch abilities. No, strength and resolve would not win this fight. Escape was also impossible, he knew that with a grim and utter certainty. The Vespid survivors had fled this place only because this new and monstrous enemy had allowed it. There was however one single, if precarious, factor for him to consider an advantage in this situation. They wanted him alive. Unseen, the gesture hidden by the flickering specters surrounding him, Kodian smiled a humorless, predatory smile. "I will not be taken," he uttered, straightening his back. He lifted his Crozius and held it out before him, turning in a slow arc. "I will not be taken," he repeated, stepping forward. "I am an Astarte, a son of the Emperor of mankind. I am his word-given voice, his vengeance-given form. I do not know who or what you are. And I care even less. Return those you have taken and leave. Do not risk my anger." The shimmering apparitions before him flickered, but did nothing apparent. He thought he could hear whispering at the very edge of his enhanced hearing, a high, sibilant chatter barely perceptible, even to an Astarte. "Bring them back," he growled, emphasizing each word with a low and ominous tone. "Prophet," a voice answered in perfect High Gothic despite its strange, inhuman tone. "Come with us. I asked you twice. I will ask no more." Kodian spat, spreading his arms wide in challenge. "Take me if you dare." The challenge was met. The living shadows shifted and Kodian spun to meet the expected attack, raising his arms swiftly. Something shining and incredibly swift rang as it glanced off his armored vambraces and he stepped back defensively, sparks flashing before his eyes once again. He brought the Crozius up and parried several lightning fast blows, impulse and practiced deduction, bringing success again and again until the ghost blade glanced off his shoulder guard and turned him aside, throwing his balance. The chaplain allowed the momentum to spin him around and he thrust his weapon out like a knife, its winged head flaring as it struck something solid. Shards of glittering multicolored light burst before him and swam like liquid into the outline of a humanoid figure, the shape stumbling beneath the blow. The figure fell to its knees and then dissipated once more, its pain a palpable, skin-tingling sensation. Another attack came, again from behind. Kodian fell to his knees and twisted, reaching out to grab the oncoming attacker. His first attempt was turned aside with each, the blow weak in comparison, yet executed with consummate skill. He brought the Crozius around and attempted to smash the attacker away but struck nothing save for empty air. "Cowards!" he roared, rising to his feet once more. He thrust his fingers through the glass of the nearest vehicle door and, gripping the metal tight, hauled it free of its moorings. He twisted at the waist and hurled the projectile out before him, watching as the swirling, blinking colors swam around and past the spinning metal. Show yourselves. Face me as warriors of honor would. Face me, or I will fight to the death here in this damned place. Do you hear me, coward filth? Reveal yourselves. Something small and hollow-sounding plinked at his feet, and he looked to the floor as the grenade skittered to a stop at his feet. Not again, he uttered, drawing his leg back and booting the device away. The explosive device slammed into the rockcrete wall at the far end of the garage and exploded, a shockwave of shimmering white light spreading out from it. Even as the grenade detonated, more fell at his feet. And Codian threw himself over the bonnet of a sleek speeder, the expensive skimmer squealing in protest as he reshaped its lithe curves with his immense weight. They all detonated in sequence, their cumulative effect denied. Hidden from sight, Codian withdrew his pistol and slammed a fresh clip into the breech. He rose quickly and emptied his magazine out into the space beyond, bolt rounds screaming through the air. Something cried out and fell, coalescing as it crashed to the ground. Keep trying, Codian shouted, ejecting the spent clip. I will kill you all or fall in the process. He heard a series of light footfalls skipping across the floor, and the speeder dipped once, so slightly he barely noticed it. It was enough. Codian drew himself into a ball and twisted quickly, feeling the depleted force of the anticipated impact slide across his power pack. He brought the pistol around and drove it down, the thick metal connecting with a satisfying crunch. The broken, shimmering cloud quivered and solidified at his feet, and he drove his foot down into the mass, feeling bones snap beneath his boot. He straightened and glared out at the shifting colors, his red eyes blazing. I can do this all day, he began. That would not be wise, a voice answered, and he watched as a shape detached itself from the shifting mists and advanced. Glittering ghost lights flickered and swam as they swirled into a central point, colors bleeding together to form the outline of a body. Shards of every color imaginable were pulled into the materializing anomaly until the creature itself seemed to step from behind reality itself to be revealed, the air bending and sliding over it like a veil. The tall being glanced either side of it at the surrounding ghost images and then at Codian. The activity behind it faded away to nothing almost immediately, leaving Codian and the mysterious figure to face one another alone. The creature was tall, almost as tall as the Marine. It was clad in a dazzling body glove of multicolored diamonds, and wore a thick jacket bedecked with ruffles and frills. Its grinning mask shimmered, the leering visage pulse with a living luminescence. At last, a measure of courage. The chaplain sneered. Come with us. Not a chance. Return my comrades to me and I will allow you and your specters to leave this place unharmed. Deny me and I will fight until my final breath. The enigmatic creature shook its head softly and pointed the tip of its alien blade out at the exit, its every movement fluid and graceful, like those of a dancer. Extend your mind beyond the borders of your own perceptions, Monkey. The being sang, its voice clipped and melodic. Dissolve those barriers of xenophobic conditioning and unfold. All this, the figure gestured about him, is a puzzle consisting of many parts. The pieces move to complete it. You and I, we are but the foci of a single scene. We are not your enemy, prophet. We are here to facilitate your deliverance. Enough riddles. Codian snarled. I have been hunted and hounded from the moment I opened my eyes here in this damned time. I will run no longer. So blunt. The creature answered with regret. So blinkered. I leave you with three choices then, prophet. Fight me, walk away, or follow. We already know the outcome of your decision. With that the creature raised his hand and gestured. The shadows surrounding the garage interior warped and flickered, then came to life, the outlines of a score of bodies shining as they coalesced. Codian looked on as many more of the alien abominations stepped from the air as one, revealing themselves. A howl of displaced air and a low, rumbling thud resonated through the cavernous space. A bright Blinding corona of light swirled into being, tearing a rend in the air itself. Once the anomaly had stabilized, the figures began to step into it, one by one. Kodian's jaw tightened as he watched his options fading away. He knew he had no way of leaving the planet alive. His mind swam with indecision as he fought to understand what was happening to him, and why he had been referred to as the Prophet more than once. First the Nikasar, and now this gaudy creature. He knew, even now, that reinforcements were swarming their way towards his position. His comrades were gone, taken by the deadly specters. "Damn you!" he whispered, staring out at the slowly spinning vortex of black light. All other choices gone, Dalo Kodian began to walk slowly towards his destiny. Part 33. The Last Bastion. The Phalanx, Fortress Monastery Alliance Imperialist Solar Mobile Headquarters Gehennen System Segmentum Solar The Phalanx shook violently, the tremor causing the eyes of Uriel Ventress to snap open. He attempted to sit up, but found he could not. He swayed as the massive vessel rocked again, another dull, thunderous explosion resonating through every surrounding bulkhead. "Ancient! You are awake." He heard the strained, augmented voice and glanced to his side to see the towering, black-clad Terminator standing over him. "Lord Cassius," he uttered, recognizing the ancient being standing over him. Cassius was a truly antediluvian warrior, close to 1,000 years old. The Alliance's master of sanctity, it was Cassius who had bestowed the honor of ancient upon Ventress. It was Cassius who had masterminded the formation of the Alliance, who had ordered the internment of Calgar and had seen him appointed as the War Master. He had taken the mighty Terminator armor of Calgar's as his own after the former chapter master's near-death defending Ultramar. The centuries of warfare and the countless injuries he had sustained fighting the enemies of the Emperor had taken their toll on the venerable warrior. Now, the armor was a permanent fixture, his life support as well as his protection. Cassius was a living relic of the Astaroths, revered and idolized by all those under him. His mighty form was protected by veritable net of Rosariu's field generators, each one of the powerful bejeweled crosses welded to his armor donated from the reclusium of the various chapters joined to the Alliance. The presence of so many Rosarii caused the ancient warrior to emit a dry and constant thrumming crackle, the noise deepening with every gesture or movement, the cumulative protective qualities of the generators a testament to how badly the Alliance as a whole needed him to stay alive. "Rest, young Ventress," the ancient chaplain said. "Allow your body to mend. You have been tested mightily, and you must regain your strength." The Master of Sanctity's voice seemed almost as ethereal as it was mechanical, emanating as it did from the small brass vox speaker set into his larynx. Indeed, most of Cassius's face had been ravaged by war. By visage alone, he was the epitome of an Astaroth's chaplain. Most of the flesh of his face had been scoured away over the countless centuries and the bone of his skull had been plated over with shining silver. The sockets of his long-lost eyes now held deep, glowing crimson augmetics, their baleful stare enough to cause the hardiest warrior to quail. Ventress dismissed the aches and pains saturating his body and tried once more to rise, only to find one of Cassius' huge hands placed gently on his chest. "You are broken, ancient. Your back is shattered and several of your organs are ruptured. You will live, though the apothecaries cannot even begin to restore you until we are out of danger." The ancient let his head fall back against the operating table and he emitted a long, impatient sigh. Everything that had passed before his fall flooded back into his mind. Shame racked his punished body, more painful than any injury. Cassius turned away, sensing his comrade's pain. The saint," Ventress began. "She cheated me. She used her powers to. I know what she did, Uriel. She saved your life. Clolia Arga Enta has fallen, son. The Endymion gave her life in the defense of Gehenna. She will be mourned by all. No. She cannot be dead. She was to be the inspiration, the crux of our victory. Cassius' glowing eyes found the ancient once again as the huge vessel shook around them, the light guttering and dimming for a moment. No, ancient. The Endymions' fate was to fall on Gehenna. It was foreseen in the tarot. Rest now, warrior. We will need your strength in the coming days. Ventress raised his hands to his head and gripped it tightly, fighting the waves of despair coursing through him. Once again, the defense of the Alliance had been denied. Once again the borders of the Imperium had been thrust back. Gehenna had been the last of the border worlds. Now, only the Terran system remained. He whispered a quiet oath of fortitude beneath his breath and sought to quiet his reeling mind, struggling to center his humors. Here, laid immobile and prone as he was, he couldn't help but feel a helplessness weighing on his soul. Lord Cassius, tell me, what of the forces that were engaged on Gehenna? How do they fare? We are beaten and bloodied, my son, but our strength remains. Lord Calgar made the decision to withdraw after the death of the saint in order to facilitate the defense of Terra. The Sororitas, however, would not withdraw. They stayed to fight the Unity unto the death. The demise of the Endymion hit them hard. Their sacrifice allowed the rest of the Alliance to withdraw largely unscathed. We may have lost Gehenna, but thanks to the sacrifice of the Sororitas we move to bolster the defense of Terra. The defenses of Saturn will stall the Unity's advance long enough to allow us to prepare for the final push on our capital world. The majority of the fleet will stay to add their strength to Saturn's might, allowing us to join the defenders of Terra. They will not take the throne without a fight. Ventress could not begin to take in what he was hearing. He could not believe that they had reached this point. There was nowhere left to run. With Gehenna secure, the Demd Tau would soon be crossing the border into the Terran system itself. They were literally at the gates. It was then that another thought seeped into his mind. He opened his eyes and looked to Cassius, his weathered brow furrowing with consideration. My Lord Chaplain, he began, his voice fraught with intrigue. What of the War Master? Cassius looked at him as he heard this, the collective fields protecting him fizzing as he moved. Calgar? He is well, ancient, if not troubled by the desperation of our circumstances. He currently meditates in slumber, awaiting reactivation upon our arrival at Saturn. Forgive me, Chaplain, but you misunderstand. I would have expected to see the War Master here. Instead, I opened my eyes to see you. I sense that there is more at play here than a simple desire on your part to see how I fare. You are the greatest spiritual leader of all the Astaroths, brother. I know why you are here. Cassius froze, his mighty form standing rigid as a statue. His terrible eyes blazed, their cold, burning light intensifying. The mighty digits of the twin gauntlets of Ultramar tightened, the ancient metal squealing as it was compressed. Was it him? By all that is sacred, brother, tell me. Was it him? Was it the Primarch? After a lengthy pause, Ventress slowly nodded his head. His age-old features creased with sorrow and regret as he spoke, the words tumbling painfully from his mouth. It was him. Blessed Macrage, but it was him. I know this with utter certainty, Chaplain. I have looked upon the face of our Primarch too many times to count. I know our father. I cannot say how it is the Demd Tau have resurrected him, or how it is that they have managed to corrupt our most blessed father. All I know is that it was Robert Gilliman that I faced out there. They have the Primarch, Chaplain. They have him. He fights for the Unity. Cassius reeled as he heard this, his back arching. No. He cried, spinning around and smashing a Medici console from its mooring. It cannot be. It cannot be him. It has to be a mistake. There is no mistake. It was the Primarch, Chaplain. They have taken him and perverted his honor. The Unity has somehow convinced him that we are the enemy, that the Imperium has been corrupted in his absence. He fights for the Tau. No, Cassius answered again, this time softer, his voice filled with despair. Damn the Tau. Damn. Their Xenos hides into the warp. The giant warrior priest crossed the chamber and came to rest, his face hidden from view, his mighty fists resting against the bulkhead. What happened, Uriel? In their youth, the Tau were such honorable foes. What happened to change them so? I have fought these aliens since the beginning, and it would seem that they have yet to find a boundary they would not cross. He looked to the ancient once again, his vast black form hidden in shadow, his terrible eyes blazing through the gloom. How is it that they could do what we could not? In just over half a millennium they have all but conquered the galaxy. They have faced and beaten every foe they have encountered, young Uriel. And we are the last. They have done the impossible time and time again. How? The Emperor curse. Their damned name, how? They adapt. Ventress answered after a lengthy pause. They change, they grow. Do not ask me how. They do so, for I could not answer. All I know is that they do. It is almost as if they have the answers already. Somehow, they are able to determine an enemy's greatest weakness and use it to defeat them. It is as if they are programmed to win. They have corrupted the blessed Primarch, ancient. It would seem that no goal lies beyond their insidious reach. Ventress felt a sudden shiver of unease pass through him upon hearing the chaplain's words. Cassius was the living embodiment of the Astartes' spiritual strength and boundless resolve. He was a figure that even the mighty Calgar looked to for support and guidance. Uriel Ventress had known Cassius for literally hundreds of years. The venerated chaplain had always been a figure of awe to him, from initiate to battle brother, to captain, and finally to ancient. This was the first time he had ever heard the Master of Sanctity speak with sadness or doubt in his voice. There descended a protracted and awkward silence, and Ventress found himself struggling to find his next words. As it was, he didn't have to break the silence. After many long moments of personal prayer, with the sounds of the space-borne war raging around them, the Master of Sanctity raised his bowed head and made the sign of the Aquila across his chest. Steel yourself, young Ventress, and prepare yourself for the war ahead. This will be our final stand. Warrior. We will need your strength for the final fight for Terra. Ave Imperator! Ave Imperator! Ventress answered, banging his fist against his armored chest in salute. With that, Cassius left the Medici chamber and ancient Uriel Ventress alone with his thoughts. Master Calgar, I will, peak, if you. The massive blue monolith shifted as the tinny voice crackled over his inbuilt Vox system, stuttered and broken by static, no doubt a product of the gunfire assailing the phalanx. Cassius. The War Master uttered, his augmetic voice deep as thunder. You have spoken with him. I have. It, confirmed. The v.e. the Primarch. Rub, Lemon. He never heard the rest of the broken communique. Calgar roared in anger and spread his metal arms, rotating his mighty dreadnought chassis on its axis. Sparks flew amid the screech of squealing metal as he tore through the walls surrounding him, rage exploding from him like a living force. No. His mighty voice echoed down the ancient halls of the vast vessel, a voice heavy with disbelief and pain despite its synthetic tone. Plus it is true, War Master. The blessed Primarch is reborn to the enemy. I have seen it through the eyes of the ancient plus. The ethereal voice drifted through his mind, stalling his fury with its icy touch. Calgar fell still, turning his sarcophagus toward the pale emerald light emanating from the view slit of the thick chamber door at the end of the dark, featureless corridor. So it is confirmed then, he uttered, debris falling around his mighty form. Our worst fears have been realized, brother. The Gene Father is awake, restored by the unity. Plus yes plus the voice answered, seeming to come from everywhere at once. Plus the Primarch has risen. There can be no mistake. Yet there is hope plus. Hope? Explain. Plus the Endymion's death awoke something within him plus the voice continued, the light streaming from the chamber pulsing softly at each psychic word. Plus I cannot explain it, brother Calgar. All I know is that, somehow, her death on Gehenna was necessary, was meant to be. The saint sacrificed herself intentionally. All this I have divined from the mind of the ancient, using Cassius's eyes as my own. I saw it, the imprint left upon his soul. Clolia left her mark upon him, her legacy. She is gone, her wings spread wide, her soul unconfined. Emperor, did you not feel her release, plus? I felt something. The War Master answered, almost hesitantly. Something passed through the ship. The astropaths called it an astronomicon surge. Its like has never been experienced before. Plus yes. It was this that stirred me from my vigil slumber. Something is happening to out there. War Master. There has been a quickening. Something is awoken plus. Calgar heard this and stomped down the corridor towards the hatch, the floor quaking beneath each mighty footfall. He reached the source of the glow and placed one huge paw upon the thick metal. Awoken? Explain. Plus I cannot, brother. Whatever machinations have been set into motion by the death of the saint. They are much, much older than even you or I. I sense plans and preparations that have lain dormant since our emperor walked upon the worlds of the Imperium coming to fruition. Life itself stirs. Calgar. The depths of ancient times stretch out before me, a chasm of possibility. It would seem that my mind was not created to understand its significance plus. The War Master's powerful fingers tightened, driving deep grooves into the inches thick adamantium. Try as he might, he could make no sense of the voice's prophetic words. All he could do now was trust in the divinations of his brother and advisor, just as he always had. Tell me then, brother. What is to be our next course of action? Even now the fleet speeds towards Saturn. What can you see of the path ahead? Plus all paths lead to the end, War Master. The Unity hammers its fists against the gates of Terra. It is a challenge every last one of us must rise and respond to. Go now, and prepare. When the time comes, I will stand with you, brother, shoulder to shoulder. As it always was plus. As it always was. Calgar answered, withdrawing his limb. Farewell then, Tigurius. Until we meet again on the soil of Terra to make our final stand. With that, the mighty War Master shifted his bulk away from the emerald glow, sank into the shadows, and was gone. Part 34. Lost. He opened his eyes and the nausea hit him like a wall. He dry-retched, impulsively reaching up to remove his helmet and then paused, discipline winning over instinct. His body and mind fought against the effects of the unnatural reality of this place, his eyes watering and aching, his mind churning. He tried as best he could to assess his surroundings and yet found he could not. Even though he could see and hear perfectly, he found his mind unable to process the information it was receiving. Everything about this place was wrong. Do not fight it. You are not designed to understand, Monkey. The geometries of the webway will settle in time. The webway, Codian echoed ominously, glancing around him at the swirling energies. As soon as he heard this, a glimmer of recognition formed in his roiling mind. His gaze found the tall creature by his side. So you are Eldar then, Xenos. Curious. The figure cocked his head quizzically to one side. I was led to believe the Eldar race had long since abandoned the galaxy. Truth is never straightforward, Monkey. Answers are complex by their very nature. Your species has always struggled to comprehend that. Codian sighed deeply and shook his head. Such arrogance. Such contempt. I know little of your kind, Eldar, and I have no desire to learn more. Regard me with all the disdain you like, alien. If you wish to communicate with me, then speak plainly. It was the Eldar's turn to express frustration. The being emitted a harsh hiss of contempt and glared at him, the eyes of his mask flashing a palpably hostile light. There are few of us with patience or tolerance enough to communicate with the brute races. Caught air. The alien paused and stared out into the abyss of the roiling void tunnel beyond as he heard the voice. Then he was gone, his body absorbed into the fluid energy of the tunnel walls in an instant. Codian. He looked ahead of him to see another Eldar standing at the center of the ethereal tunnel. The warrior, a female this time, wore a similar brightly colored body glove over which was draped a loose-fitting, hooded tunic. The Eldar's featureless mask was a smooth, flawless mirror of quicksilver, shifting and rippling with incomprehensible energies. A strange, warm sensation crept into his mind, like warm liquid seeping through his brain. He felt his body relax a little, as if the thick layers of hatred and xenophobia his countless years of service had deposited around his soul began to soften and slough away. I feel you in my mind, witch. I will brook no such foul intrusion, he snarled. In response to this the witch waved a hand and the sensation drained away, though a little of the warmth remained. It was merely my intention to render you more receptive to my presence. I apologize for the abruptness of Khater. He is unused to dealing with what he deems to be agents of the lesser races. We have gone to great troubles to locate and retrieve you, Kodian. We have a great many things to discuss. There can be no room for the old animosities and conflicts of interest that have passed between our two races. Now is the time to unify. Kodian's physical response spoke for him. He took a step back, his hands reaching for his weapons. They were gone. In fact, he couldn't even remember deactivating and holstering his Crozius. See? The Eldar whispered, opening her hand towards him. If we had wished you harm at any point, you would not be stood before me. Let this gesture show that we two are not at war, Kodian. No longer can the Monkey and the Eldar afford to indulge their differences. Ours is a truce forged through necessity. So, there is an armistice between us? Forgive me, Xenos, if I am hesitant to accept such a claim. I have witnessed a great many changes since my reanimation, but a peace between the Imperium and the Eldar? I cannot imagine such a situation. The Xenos Psyker fell silent then, the myriad colors of the swirling webway dancing across her slender body. She seemed to be regarding him, weighing him up. I see it, she finally answered, tilting her head forward slowly and gently. Yes, I see it clearly within you. You are the one, Kodian. It is time. The chaplain started forward as he heard this, his fists tightening. Enough of this damned mystery. I will be goaded no longer, Xenos. So. The tunnel stretched and spread about him, the energies swirling and spinning wildly in the blink of an eye. His breath caught in his throat and he stumbled, taken aback by the sudden change. He looked on in stark bewilderment as the wide darkness spread all about him, a featureless void that felt as infinite as it did cold, like being lost in the trackless depths of deep, starless space. Instinct urged him to call out in shock, but he did not. Instead he gritted his teeth and forced his mind to focus, to fight the indescribable confusion assailing him. He would not be laid low by the infernal machinations of the Eldar. Plus Kodian, plus the alien female's voice called to him in his mind, the thought sound distant and cold, like hoarfrost draft blowing through his skull. Plus Kodian prophet, center yourself, you are in no danger, the illusory stuff of the webway merely shifts to accommodate your primitive mind's eye, plus. He ignored the voice and pushed out, willing his feet to feel solid ground beneath them. The Eldar was still standing before him, hanging there as if in space. Her mirrored face swirled and swam as if in sympathy to his plight, myriad colors playing across its surface like oil slick. What is happening, witch? Answer me. Plus I cannot, Kodian, nor was it ever my destiny to do so. No, we each have our place, as was determined millennia ago. Open your eyes if you truly seek answers, Kodian. Open your eyes to the truth ahead. He would have an audience plus. Relentless waves of confusion battered against his mind, threatening to tear his very sanity from its moorings. This was all too much to take in, to assess with the cold, analytical mind of an Astarte. He froze, the thought echoing through his brain. Perhaps he was the problem. Perhaps it was his own logical mindset that was causing this maelstrom of chaos around him to intensify. He realized then that to fight, to struggle to find reason or sense here, was utterly futile. There was no sense to be made of this damned, emperor-forsaken place, he could see that now. He relaxed his mind and let go, allowing the turmoil around him to thicken and intensify, no longer fighting its inconceivable geometries. Brother Chaplain. At last. At long last, Kodian opened his eyes and the endless screaming stopped. He had never even realized the presence of the terrible sound until it was gone, replaced instead by the cold, deafening void of silence. He blinked. Stupefied, he blinked again. Everything had changed. "Emperor, bolster my fortitude," he whispered, staring out at his surroundings. The webway was gone. The cold, endless void too. Incredibly, he found himself within the gloomy confines of the escape boat, the same vessel that had seen him saved from the destruction of the Guilliman's wrath. Several things had changed since he had last been on board the vessel. The ring of escape chairs, now empty and clean, the remains of his comrades long gone. There was no patina of age or dust within the cramped confines of its interior. Everything seemed sterile, untouched. Not real. The voice. He came to life with a start, as if the presence of the voice had only just registered within him. "Who speaks? Show yourself. Open your eyes, chaplain. I am here." Kodian did not answer immediately. Almost as soon as the rebuke entered his mind, the figure was there. The man was standing directly in front of him, one hand resting upon the headrest of the chair Berolinas had taken. It was as if the figure had been stood in the same place for some time, and the chaplain's eyes had only just registered his presence. The figure was human, there was no doubt about that. Kodian found he couldn't determine his age. Though judging by the lines around his eyes and mouth, he wasn't a young man. His long raven hair was swept back, a single white stripe running from the left-hand side of his forehead right back to simple knot at the base of his skull. He wore a neat, trimmed beard grown to a sharp point. His garb was uninspiring, if not recognizably imperial. He wore a loose suit of black with silver trim, and on his gloved fingers he sported a number of elaborate silver rings, each one set with a different colored stone. "What new trick is this?" Kodian growled. "Do you think me so dim? You assume a human appearance in order to better coerce me. I assure you, friend, that I am all I appear to be," the man answered, taking a step forward. He placed his hands upon the back of the seat before him, and Kodian recognized it to be the very same seat he had taken on the lifepod. "My appearance is my own, chaplain, though everything else you see here is illusion, an illusion created by your own mind. A place of safety, perhaps, or a place of awakening. I cannot answer that. Then answer me this, stranger. Why am I here?" The man smiled softly at this, the lines around his eyes deepening. Despite the masking qualities of his helmet, Kodian visibly bristled. "Forgive me, chaplain, but you cannot truly know how complex an answer such a question requires." "Why indeed?" He gestured around him at the familiar, if out of place, surroundings. "In many ways, I empathize with you. All this, the journey you have unwillingly found yourself undertaking. So many emotions locked within that adamantine astarte soul of yours. Every which way you turn, conspiracies abound. Factions hunt for you, but for what end? Why you, Dalo? Kodian? Why you?" He lowered his arms again and placed a hand upon his chin, his eyes narrowing. "You can trust me, chaplain. I have been waiting to meet you for a very long time. For over half a century I have lingered here in this timeless realm, awaiting the call. Now, at long last, here you are." Kodian shook his head and twisted slowly, his eyes finding the small viewing port and the twinkling stars beyond. He knew them to be false, yet they seemed so implicitly real. He was surprised to find a measure of comfort in the familiarity of their presence. "You claim to be human, yet you answer with enigmatic riddles. Just like an Eldar. It would be unwise of you to continue to test my patience, stranger. Return my comrades to me and allow us to leave this cursed place. We will, Kodian, I promise you that. As I have said, we are not the enemy. I am not the enemy. I am as loyal to the Emperor as you. My being here is one of necessity, my goal, the survival of our race. You must believe that." The chaplain did not answer. He leaned forward so that his helm touched the thick glass. Ceramite squealed as his fists tightened. Very well, the man said after a pause. He let go of the seat's backrest and folded his arms, his eyes narrowing. He issued a long sigh, and then began to speak. Over 6 centuries ago, this small vessel saved your life. Your fleet came under an unexpected attack by the Eldar. Your strike cruiser, the Guilliman's Wrath, suffered critical damage and had to be abandoned. You and 2 of your brethren were the only survivors. Codian's head began to slowly rise from the glass as he heard this. The life pod contained the command squad of your company, including yourself. Captain Euphius, Arteman and Epistolary Lorne Crusoes, the other 2 commanders of your company, never made it out of this chamber alive. Only 3 of you survived. How could you know this? The chaplain snarled, pivoting sharply. We know many things, chaplain. We know you were on your way to engage a powerful Tau expansion force headed for Brimlock. After the destruction of the Guilliman's Wrath, the Eldar attackers disengaged and the rest of your fleet continued on to engage the Tau in war. This was to be the beginning of the end, Codian. The Tau had already begun to change. Shadow Soon's true power was revealed, and the rest is history. Codian's rage was apparent, the crimson lights shining in the pits of his eye sockets intensifying. Explain how you know all this, traitor. Know it? I have borne witness to this and more. There are forces in this galaxy that cannot be known to men such as you, Codian. Powerful, ancient forces. The Eldar attack on your vessel was no coincidence. Had you gone on to Brimlock, you would have perished, along with the rest of your company. At great cost, your death was averted. This small vessel was guided into the shifting tides of the Protea Wash deliberately, chaplain. Your centuries-long entombment, your discovery. It was all planned. Planned by the Eldar. Your being here is the result of machinations that stretch across millennia. Can you imagine what it is to be part of a grand design as large and timeless as this? How can you know all this? Codian raged, repeating his question. He twisted and smashed the nearest chair free of its moorings with a single backhand blow, sending it tumbling across the small chamber. Part of a grand design? Your precious grand design saw the deaths of my brethren. Your grand design saw brothers closer to me than flesh or blood rot and turn to dust within the dimmed eddies of the warp. Someone, somewhere, will die to avenge their loss. You. He thrust an accusing finger out at the stranger. You will be the one to satisfy that debt. The man unfolded his arms and held his hands up in supplication, though his unchanging expression betrayed neither concern nor fear for his own well-being. I understand your anger, Brother Astarte, and I sympathize with your loss. The ways of the Eldar are enigmatic and unfathomable to most. Events were set in place that were necessary, however abominable they may seem to you now. Believe me when I say this, it could have been no other way. Fate follows a very complex but specific path, Codian. Every single facet of existence is linked, no matter how insignificant it may appear. Only the Eldar are able to see this. Only they have the power and the foresight to change even the most manifest of destinies. Yours is a destiny that had to be directed to be realized. You had to be protected. You had to be taken from your life and your duties and preserved, safeguarded, brought here to this dark period. You, Dalo Codian. You are the one. The prophet. Codian thundered across the hold like a living storm of wrath, smashing everything in his way aside. He lunged for the man and wrapped his armored fingers around the stranger's neck, lifting him clear off the ground and slamming him into the bulkhead. The man began to choke and claw at the chaplain's fingers instinctively, his eyes bulging. I am the prophet, Zeno's lover. You are right about that. I carry the word of the Emperor to the darkest places of the galaxy. I am his voice, his sword, his retribution. There is nothing so foul in his eyes as a traitor. The chaplain held him there for a few moments more before releasing his grip and letting him fall to the floor in a heap. A foul, despicable traitor, who would consort with Zeno's creatures, who would even stoop so low as to do their bidding. It took the stranger several moments to regain his breath, the sounds of choking and gagging finally giving way to a whistling, harsh wheeze. There is nothing so foul in his eyes than a traitor, he echoed, slowly stumbling to his feet once more. An interesting philosophy. He cleared his throat and rubbed his neck, his teeth bared in pain. Interesting, considering the current state of the starscape. Have you seen nothing since opening your eyes here, Codian? Do you have even the most vague concept of how many human beings serve the Tau? Of course you don't. Don't speak to me of treachery, chaplain. If I were a servant of the Unity, I would have already tried to kill you. And you would fail? Look beyond that immovable wall of xenophobic, mono-dominant hostility and see the bigger picture. The man raged, baring his teeth. Codian found himself genuinely surprised by his counterpart's change of emotion, his anger subsiding a little. I only speak for the Eldar, chaplain. I do not serve them. I serve the interests of the human race as a whole. Do you still not see? This is bigger than both our species. I was brought here to learn, to prepare, to pave the way for you. We have a war to win, a start. Codian emitted a harsh grunt of a retort, turned his back on the man. I have a war to win. I care nothing of your involvement in this, nor the Eldars. I have a mission to complete, and in all my years of service I have yet to fail in my duties. Release M. So you have it, then? The Cessus. Codian froze. Behind him, the man smiled. Ah. That would be a yes, then. So you know of the Cessus. Is this why you brought me here, to determine its whereabouts? No, only to confirm that you have it. That is enough for now. I confess, brother, I already knew as much. I know you felt the death of the Endymion. We all did. I know nothing of any Endymion. Again, you speak in riddles. My apologies, Codian. I know that if you have the Cessus, then you must have met Ankertsoth, its fabricator. He waited for an answer, but there came no reply. He continued regardless. Cryptman, perhaps. Come, chaplain, open up a little. I know he commands the Death Watch now. And I have seen for myself the colors your Astarte friend wears. Ankertsoth. Cryptman. The Endymion. Even myself. We all had a hand in creating it. The Cessus, our Imperium's last hope. Codian thought back to the incident on board the Proscriptus Rex, when the powerful psychic burst he experienced had bowled him from his feet. I know you felt the death of the Endymion, the stranger had said. He was in no doubt that the event this man was talking about was connected to that strange and powerful happening. You claim to have been involved with the Cessus? Who are you? At that, the man stepped forward and extended his hand. Chivok. Came the reply. Part 35. Chivok. Though I have seen within the Black Library and spoken to its most terrible guardian, I can never reveal what happened there, not to any man nor even the Emperor himself, for I am so forsworn to powers beyond your knowledge. I can only say that a time of inconceivable horror is about to begin. A time when mankind with all the might of the Imperium cannot endure, when the strength of the Eldar fails. Even now, our doom stalks us across the stars. Inquisitor Chivok at the Conclave of Har. Chivok. Codian breathed, recognizing the name immediately. Inquisitor Chivok. I know you. The teachings of the unholy were standard doctrine in the Skolas of Ultramar. Good. Chivok replied, bowing his head a little. It is good that you know of me, Codian. Better even that you know of my work. You must know then that I am no heretic. Perhaps. You do, however, seem to somewhat lioness the Eldar in your writings, Inquisitor. Codian replied. Little wonder I find you here. Chivok's hand lowered as he heard this, his expression hardening. Lioness? No, chaplain, I assure you that is not the case. I respect the Eldar, yes, for they are a race that must be respected. I am no fawning sycophant to the Eldar race. One who has learned such terrible and astounding secrets as I have would understand the precedence with which I place them in the schemes of this universe. At that, the Inquisitor sighed and lowered his gaze. Can you imagine what it is to have wallowed within these warp tunnels for so long, Codian? I sense it, the question lingering at the forefront of your mind. I am no psyker, yet here amongst the shifting energies of the webway, one finds their powers of perception augmented, over time. Yes, Chaplain, I am the same Chivok of that lost era. The laws of time and space hold little meaning here, for otherwise my bones would long be turned to dust. Like you I have been kept, preserved if you will, so that I may be abroad to see this final, grand plan. We have more in common than you would care to admit. Astarte. Codian shook his head and pushed past the Inquisitor, heading towards the LifePod's single-access door. He slammed his palm against the activation rune and the hatch hissed open. Shifting, lurid colors swam across his armor immediately and he cursed, looking out into a void of churning, vivid energy. So this is a prison, he said, punching his fist into the rune once again. No. Yours is a mission that must be realized, Codian. You were saved from capture so that you may continue your holy work. The Eldar. The Eldar. The damned Eldar. I am tired of hearing their accursed name spilling from your lips. Inquisitor. I was told the Eldar had fled the rising power of the Unity. There is a measure of truth in that, though there are many facets to the Eldar race. Centuries ago, the mighty craft worlds turned their prows toward the void and headed out into the unknown regions. Those that brought you here, the Harlequins as we know them, did not. They cannot. They could not abandon the Black Library, Chaplain. Ah yes. Codian uttered, facing the Inquisitor. The fabled Black Library. Many are the tales told of that secret place. You yourself mention it many times in your works. So, is this where we are, Chivok? The Inquisitor shook his head, his face darkening. No, and you should be thankful for that. To even stand within its walls is to risk your sanity. There is no other place I know of so utterly inimical to the human psyche than the library. What I saw and learned there changed me, Chaplain. Sometimes I wish that I had never been allowed to enter its gates. Still, many are the secrets I have learned, not least of which is the very reason I was allowed to enter in the first place. To learn and to prepare for this very meeting, and for the journey ahead. So, you claim that you are here to help me, Inquisitor. Fair enough. Help me return my comrades, and set me on a path that will lead me back to my people, to the ship that even now journeys towards Terra. Do that, and perhaps I will begin to believe you. Much to his surprise, Chivok smiled and nodded his head. That was always the plan. Preparations are being made as we speak to return us to real space. I only ask that you allow me to join your quest, so that I may act as your guide in these coming days. I have waited centuries for you, Dalo Codian. The death scream of the saint was a call, the call to arms. It is time for the enemies of the Tau to respond. Again, Codian felt the uneasy presence of great and unknown machinations at work. He hated the thought that his own actions were being guided by some force or power other than that of the Emperor himself. He knew with all his heart and soul that he would never allow himself to trust the Eldar, no matter what lay ahead for him. The mission was all that mattered. To complete it would be his rock, his center. It would be the linchpin that would anchor him to sanity and purpose when all about him seemed to be chaos. Only the lost understand true terror. Excuse me. You wrote that, Inquisitor. Don't you remember? Strange that I should recall those words here and now. Perhaps you would attribute such coincidence to the meddling of the Eldar. Chivok did not answer the question. Instead he raised his hand and swept it out before him, a gesture that caused the air itself to shimmer and distort. Codian stepped back as a swirling light expanded from a central point and spread like glittering dust, taking on a scene he found immediately familiar. He looked on as a miniaturist, three-dimensional vista of the galaxy unfolded before him, the spiral arms spreading as they unfurled. Entire regions of the vista were shaded in red, like vast angry lesions spanning entire systems and sectors. The stars are ours no longer, Chaplain. See for yourself how far the Unity have spread. See for yourself how small the borders of our Imperium have become. The net tightens with the passing of each moment. The end is coming, Codian. Trust me. Trust me, and we may yet see victory here. Hope remains, and while ever it does, we must fight to preserve it. Chivok paused and walked slowly through the illusion, his passing causing constellations and systems to swirl about him as they were displaced, only to realign themselves as he passed. He cast a furtive eye over the shadows at the edges of the chamber and then looked back at the chaplain, his features pleading and genuine. The Harlequins of the Red Mask saved my life centuries ago. In the midst of the despoilers' 13th attempt to storm the Cadian Gate, I was captured by one of the sons of Magnus. Chivok's words died in his throat as Codian loomed toward him and tore his helmet free amid a hissing of escaping steam. The chaplain's eyes met his for the first time and Codian spat at his feet. The chaplain's burning eyes lingered there for a single moment more and then they were gone, buried once more beneath the gleaming death mask helm. Never utter those names in my presence again, Inquisitor. To even hear them spoken is anathema to me. As it should be, faithful chaplain. It was, however, through the actions of one of the fallen sons that I came to be held here these past centuries. Even then, the ruinous powers suspected something of these dark times. The servants of the Changer of the Ways sought to use the onset of the Black Crusade as a screen, a distraction that would allow them to break this webway wide open and advance upon the Black Library itself. Still, all this is irrelevant to you. What I am trying to make you understand is this. Yes, I have spent many years in the company of the Eldar. And yes, everything we do is affected in some way, however subtle, by the unknowable machinations of that ancient race. But all that is immaterial to me. No matter what you believe, I am not privy to everything they know, nor will I ever aspire to be. I do not care for whatever distant future goal it is that they seek to attain, and they know that. They have reached into the furthest depths of my mind and they see the truth. I serve their cause but for one reason, and that is to see the Imperium of our Lord restored. The extermination of the Tau is all that matters at this point, Codian. To halt the Unity's advance and collapse their damned star-spanning empire is my goal. Whatever lies beyond that is a concern for another time. Codian paused as he heard this and glanced about him, his eyes searching for things he knew he could not see. They are still here, aren't they? They surround us. Yes, of course. I care nothing either for their presence or their intentions. I know what the Cessus was created to achieve and I would give my life to see its function realized. He held up a hand as if presenting the invisible beings surrounding them. They know of the Cessus too. Had they any choice, they would see it destroyed as an abomination. Yet they dare not. They fear it, Codian, and yet they fear what is destined to happen should it not be used far more. Do you see? We are not the only ones bound to events and situations we detest and yet know are necessary to survive. We are not the only ones forced to dance with the figurative devil. They need us and we need them, no matter how bitter a taste it leaves in the mouth. Chivok finished and stepped away, sweeping his hand before him. The galaxy shuddered and disappeared, dissipating into the air. What now? Codian asked. We leave. There can be no further delay. Much preparation has been put into place to assist our efforts. Given that we have no direct way to join with your vessel, we will be deposited on the world closest to its path that is free from the presence of the Unity. A planet named Orn's World located at the southern edges of the Segmentum Obscurus. There we will establish contact with your people. And, once retrieved, we'll begin the next stage of our journey. I see. The others who were with me. They are safe and they will be joining us. Good. The sooner we are back on course for Terra, the better. Chivok heard this and paused, rotating his neck slowly so as to look at the chaplain. We are soon to leave, Codian, but before we do, you must understand something. The Cessus is not yet ready for use. Before we begin the final leg of our journey, the journey that will take us to Terra, there are other plans that must be set into motion. Chivok. I apologize, Chaplain. The Inquisitor answered, the small hold of the life pod softening and starting to distort, as if running fluid. But that is the way things have to be. Try to relax. The rest of Chivok's words became fuzzy and indistinct as the webway dissolved the illusion around him, and the sickening colors of its insubstantial walls leaked in, causing his mind to thicken and turn to soup. Next came blackness. +++. Light. He opened his eyes with a start and was up onto his feet even before his mind had begun to assess the situation. The ground beneath him was soft and malleable, and he looked down to see vivid emerald grass reaching up to his armored shins. The webway was gone. He looked out over endless, rolling hills capped with clear blue skies. The only hints of civilization he could make out were sparse and scattered columns of distant gray smoke, snaking lazily into the skies. Gorthan's Guild. Bone Priest. He twisted as he heard the voice to come across Grungy, standing almost waist-deep in the grass carpet. The demiurge swept his flame-colored tresses back over his head and waded forward, glancing about him in obvious bewilderment. Well, I won't even pretend to have a clue about what happened to us back on Vanphilos, but I'll wager we're no longer there. Even as Codian made to answer, he noticed the rising forms of Torvis and the Kadian ascending behind the short alien, both their faces slack with waking confusion. Chivok, he uttered quietly, his thoughts quickly gathering. What's that? A stock-leg swear word? Perhaps so. He replied, making his way over to the others. He greeted the Marine and the soldier briefly, and then, satisfied that they were unharmed, turned his attention to the surrounding countryside. They were at the edge of a woodland, standing meters away from where the rolling grasslands met the dense tree line. There was no sign of how they had come to be here. Chaplain. What happened to us? Torvis asked, shaking his head. What is this place? Orn's world. All eyes turned to the trees as the four figures heard the voice. Chivok emerged from the shadows, carrying with him a heavy-looking cylinder of clearly Xenos design. Torvis and Grungy responded with equal speed, faces tightening as they started forward. A flicker of apprehension crossed the Inquisitor's face, and he looked expectantly toward Codian. Hold. The chaplain growled. He is with me? The two warriors paused, anger fading from their expressions. What do you mean, with you? Grungy snarled, eyeing the aging man suspiciously. And where in the warp is Orn's world? Chivok placed the strange device onto the ground and held up his hands. Please, let's all of us allow ourselves a moment to balance our thoughts. Transition is never easy for those unused to the shifting energies of the webway. Webway. Codian flinched as he felt Torvis attempt to barge past him, and he grabbed the Marine's arm, slowing his advance. Be calm, all of you. It would seem that there is much to explain. Part 36. Reunion. Chivok observed at a distance as Codian explained the current situation to his comrades, one hand resting intently on his bearded chin. Curses and oaths carried through the air at regular intervals, accompanied by gestures of disbelief and outrage. He continued to scrutinize the exchange until one of the figures, the Death Watch Marine, broke free of the group and strode towards him, his fists bunched in anger. The Eldar? The damned Eldar brought us here. He closed on Chivok and thrust an accusing finger out at the Inquisitor. You consort with Xenos witches, and yet you claim to be a member of the Emperor's Inquisition? You allowed heretical alien sorcery to transport us to this place. Sorcery? Hardly, Astarte. Chivok answered. He raised his fist and slammed it against what looked to be empty air, causing a dull, solid thud. This action in turn caused a ripple to pass through the air, and the others looked on, stupefied, as the air seemed to literally burn away like singed paper, the glowing hole spreading quickly to reveal a towering half-whalebone arch. The others stepped back instinctively as the construct towered above them. An Eldar warp gate. It would surprise you to learn just how many of these artifacts lay undiscovered. On Imperial worlds. This was, how the Eldar transported themselves between spheres. Kodian was the first to break the following silence and respond. He left the others and made his way over to the Inquisitor, casting a furtive eye over the ancient relic before the air swallowed it once more and it sank back into the trees, the woodland appearing to thicken and envelop it. I have explained our situation, Inquisitor, now I see no further reason to delay. What happens from here? We await the arrival of your vessel. The Harlequin Seers have already taken steps to inform your astropaths of our location. It is not that simple. We have security codes. I know, Chaplain, I am an Inquisitor. The codes were obtained from the mind of your Death Watch companion. Now it is a simple matter of awaiting the arrival of your colleagues. He gestured towards the trees behind them. All your weapons and equipment are stowed in the tree line. You are all free to retrieve them. The others hurried past as they heard this, eager to rearm. Only Kodian remained where he was, his eyes fixed on the Inquisitor. There are still many questions that require answers, Chivok. You will answer them if you hope to join us. Chivok met his steel gaze and bowed his head. That is my purpose, Chaplain. I am to be your oracle on this journey. I will answer your questions, but will tell you only what you need to know. All right. This world, Chivok. Why here? Orn's world. As I explained, this was the safest point of exit from the webway in this sector. This planet is a rattling home world, meaning its orbital defenses are almost non-existent. The Unity swept through here and conquered the population almost overnight. Over 95% of that population are gone, Chaplain, absorbed by the Tau war machine. Given the relative desolation of this place, your comrades should encounter no resistance when they come to retrieve us. Fair enough. How will they know where to find us? Coordinates were sent. They will find us, Chaplain, I promise you that. Kodian glanced over to where the others were still busy retrieving their personal equipment. Sure that they were out of earshot, he turned his attention back to the Inquisitor. The Cessus. No one has yet revealed to me its purpose. Nor will I. Chivok answered all too quickly, his face darkening. For your own good, I cannot. I told you that I would reveal only what you need to know, and you will learn of its function in due course. I trust you, Kodian, for I have been shown your destiny. It is a destiny, however, that can be affected by any number of unforeseen circumstances. If you were to be captured by forces that seek to prevent that destiny, then they would. Enough. Kodian growled, waving his hand. I have heard all this before. I know that I can be trusted to deliver it, but not trusted to know what it does. Enough of this damned mystery, Chivok. I do not wish to know how to use the Cessus, I just want to know what it does. Tell me. Tell me now or I go no further. Chivok glanced nervously towards the others, watching as faces turned his way in response to the Chaplain's raised voice. Please, Chaplain, chasten yourself. Walk with me. Kodian heard this and scowled. Nonetheless, as the Inquisitor folded his arms beneath his robes and began to head out in the direction of the endless, sprawling hills, he followed. You have yet to answer me, Kodian said, glancing behind him at the shrinking specks far behind. The Chivok did not answer at first but continued on a little further, his face raised to meet the cool breeze. The Chaplain maintained his pace beside the Inquisitor, and was finding it difficult to keep his stride short enough to stay alongside the smaller man. Inquisitor. Chivok slowed, taking a deep, appreciative breath of fresh, unpolluted air. They did not join the Unity willingly. What? The rattlings of this world. Chivok answered, facing Kodian. They did not fall beneath the yoke of the Tau without protest. They fought, in their millions they fought. Alone and without Imperial aid. They nonetheless fought the invading Xenos even though they knew they could not win. I fail to see what that has to do with anything, Inquisitor. Faith. Chivok answered with a short affirming nod. Faith has to do with everything. Loyalty and faith. Some would call the inhabitants of a world like this lesser creatures. Abhumans. Tolerated. Yes, but impure. And yet they loved the emperor with all their hearts and souls. And now they serve Zeno's masters. Yes. That would make them traitors and heretics, turncoats of the foulest caliber. Yet they did what they had to do to survive, as a populace. They knew the Tau would exterminate them should they fail to comply. In short, they have forever damned themselves in the eyes of the Imperium. Codion snarled and shook his head, feeling his anger rising. Again you divert and prattle. What does this have to do with the Cessus? Chivok smiled and reached into the folds of his robes. Desperation, Codion. Fear. Self-preservation. Sometimes a man has to go to lengths he would never have dared dream of just to stay alive, to ensure his survival. Such were the reasons we created the Cessus. To survive the inevitable coming of the end, no matter what the ramifications. I have 2 gifts for you, chaplain. Here, take them. Chivok handed the chaplain 2 items, placing each one gently into the huge open palms of the Marine. Codion glared in bemusement at the gifts, feeling a fresh surge of confusion wash through him. One was a large oval jewel, its smooth surface flawless and shimmering with a curious internal light. Even through the protection of his gauntlets he could feel a pulsing warmth. The other was a scroll of obvious age, bound by a crimson ribbon. Place the gemstone somewhere safe, chaplain. Guard it with your life, for it is to play an important part soon enough. As for the scroll, untie the ribbon and read it. Perhaps it will provide some of the answers you so crave. Annoyance and intrigue warred within the Marine. Eventually he gave in to the enigma and, watched intently by Chivok, secreted the gemstone in his belt pouch and untied the ribbon. He began to read. Time most distant, future's zenith. In tears, the star sea mourns. Isha's children lament. All is lost to arrogance, grand designs soured by success, dreams are dust. Shattered and done, the progeny set sail for the forever beyond, flight borne on the tides of shame. To dwindle and expire, forever denied. The new star burns too intense to douse, unchecked, untamed. God's despair. Tide surges, the end time is come. Future's path runs red as Cain blood, hate winter rages, the portents scream their siren song. The song of old Hanush is silent, Isha's eye closed in slumber. Asuryan's shrine light flickers and dies. The cosmic serpent reveals the truth and sheds his final skin. The rebirth is denied. The doom of Eldinesh comes to pass, the red moon rises. The Ranadandra is come, let young and old cower before the chaos of the end. The new star will rise unprecedented, all the dread despoilers of the old kingdom quail beneath its fire. Dead king shivers on his maggot throne as the tide assails his walls, his kingdom lost. Locust flees, no longer to plague creation fields, feast denied. Slave puppets, once free, now lie in chains, conquered anew, rebellion's essence bound in blood. Long dead are exhumed, tombs raised. There shall be no flight, no peace in death. Their gods shall tremble. Damned shores become bastion as dark souls return. Exodus flight before the rising swell. Denizens of Under Kingdom cower behind its gates as the tide surges. Shame can be damned in the bowels of the webway, vermin scuttling in filth and terror, afraid of the rage scream storm above. Let them gather souls in shame and desperate haste, past sins quail as the all thirst is quenched. The brightest hope may lie amongst the darkest of shadow, the learned mongrel soul exhumed to see a destiny fulfilled. Many mighty kings shall offer their swords to the tide. None shall escape. None shall escape. Skeins divided, hope defiant. Light and darkness heed, else collide, and be damned. Fractured as is death, no other path leads to hope. Existence tree be raised to its roots, bitter leaves cleansed. Then can hope's light flicker. All forgotten to the core of creation. Then can hope's flame catch the breeze. Let the lost princes of the young gather, shoulder to shoulder they alone may weather the hate winter's wrath. Bright hope's flame still burns deep in the shadows of the dead land, too powerful to extinguish. Forever. Soul Beacon, the horn of Kurnus will sound the call to war. They shall gather, let but some of their names be known. The Revenant. The first and ever lords of war. The lost princes. The wrathful masters. The reapers of light. The stolen giant. The prophet. The last avenger. The entombed ancient. The oracle. The blazing rebel. All these names and more shall stand ready as the Ranadandra dawns and the light of the final day casts her glow upon armor and weapon. Maelstrom, life, and death gather for war, old and young collide beneath the red moon. Origin. Revealed, too sour a taste to accept. It matters not, what is, is. God's splintered reform indeed to counter the twilight. The children rise, menagerie gather in bitter winds of division's death. Choice is murdered for all time, no longer sustainable and revealed. Irrelevance. Diversity is power, the only power left unconsumed. Youth's vigor and appetite insatiable above all else, desperation will rule the firmament. There can be no more old thought. Every shadow will shift, writhe with hidden stirring. Life's last breath must be deep. Let them stand on the final shore as one, faces turned to the tide. I have seen future's zenith. I have seen crux and apex. Past, present, and future united. Enmity is not survival. History rewritten at its very core, primeval puzzle complete. One must tell the tale. Paths cannot be altered, only destinations revealed. Unity. When the ash wake clears, no more division, only unity. The great unity will prevail. Done, he rolled the scroll back up and clutched it in his fist, his eyes finding the Inquisitor. What is this, Chivok? Yet another riddle. Much more. You hold in your hands a translation of an ancient Eldar prophecy, one of the oldest in existence. It describes the rise of the Tau to ultimate dominance in this galaxy. More so, it hints at the course the war will take and the heroes who will rise to meet the unity in those final days. Here. Let me show you. He took the parchment and unraveled it. Codian followed his finger as it pointed to a certain word. On the ancient scroll. The prophet. That is you, Codian. There can be no mistake. The original tablet this is translated from is older than anyone can guess, and yet, there you are. Let me see that. Codian answered, snatching the parchment. The oracle. Chivok continued. I believe I fill that role. You see, I am to be your oracle, your liaison to the clues of the past, as I am given to understand it. Read on, chaplain, you should recognize more. The last avenger? This has to be your demiurge comrade, the last of his kind, honor-bound to avenge the extermination of his people. It would seem he too has an important part yet to play. Codian found himself reading the entire thing again, and though he would not have admitted as such to Chivok, the words intrigued him. This first section. He began, lowering the paper. Ishah's children. The Eldar. As I suspected. It describes the Eldar's exodus. It seems to suggest that they fled the galaxy in shame. A sudden and icy silence descended upon Chivok. His face darkened immediately, and he raised a hand and placed it on Codian's arm. Keep the scroll safe, chaplain. Use it as a guide in these coming days. All is lost to arrogance, grand designs soured by success. Flight born on the tides of shame. What does this mean, Chivok? What did the Eldar do? What did they do that was so terrible they fled? These stars in shame. Chivok issued a long sigh and looked to the horizon, the breeze catching his raven hair. It was as if he dared not meet the chaplain's gaze. They made a mistake, Codian. Armed with the best intentions and more than enough of that legendary Eldar arrogance to match, they decided to try and play at being gods. Creation assumed the role of creator, yet they were far from ready. Creation? Creator? What mistake? The Tau. Don't you see, Codian? Haven't you worked it out yet? It was the Eldar. The Eldar created them. The Eldar created the Tau. Part 37. Revelations. The Proscriptus Rex +++. 3 weeks later +++. Chaplain. He lifted his head as he heard the voice. It was Andrasy who stood in the open doorway of the small reclusium. The rogue trader's eyes fell upon the slip of yellowed parchment in the chaplain's hands, and a look of intrigue crept across his face. Codian's fist tightened around the parchment and he quickly secreted it before rising and fixing his almost omnipresent helm back into place. "What is it, Captain? What is it that is so important you would disturb my meditation?" Andrasy was obviously taken aback by the chaplain's curt retort and hovered there for a moment, his jaw working in silence. He finally plucked up the courage to step through the arched doorway and into the chapel, quietly taking in the serenity of the small, holy space. The way the young man glanced about him at the friezes and reliquary, it was clear that he had never spent long, if at all, in an imperial chapel. "My humble apologies, Chaplain. I was asked to come and find you. Your link seems to be down." "It is. I was meditating," Codian repeated, quickly rolling the paper back up and sliding it into the pouch at his waist. Andrasy nodded, wringing his hands. It is good to see you back here alive and in one piece, brother. We feared the worst when we heard you had been left behind. It is nothing short of a miracle that you all made it back alive." Codian stiffened as he heard this. He looked at Andrasy, his glowing eyes burning into the rogue trader's flesh. "A miracle? Eldar techno-sorcery is no miracle, Captain. We only escaped from Vanphilos thanks to the Eldar." My soul feels laden with filth at the thought of this. Andrasy made no reply at first. He moved further into the chapel and sat down on one of the small pews, his actions furtive and hesitant. His skin softened and glowed in the light of the flickering candles spread out on the altar before him, and he flicked his long fringe away from his face. "My family have had dealings with the Eldar in the past, Chaplain. In my line of work such things carry a measure of inevitability. My family history contains many documentations of trade with the old craft world dwellers. They are a lofty species, aloof and mysterious, yes, but... Andrasy shrugged. I don't know. I just can't understand why you hate them so much. They saved you, Chaplain. You would have died or been taken by the Tau if they had not come for you." Codian took a single step forward and issued a long, rumbling growl. Andrasy flinched, his arms drawing tighter to his chest. "Hate? I am required to hate them, rogue traitor. They are Xenos and they are counted amongst the great enemies of the Imperium. My attitudes are right and they are just. Besides..." He paused, a measure of his anger dwindling. "The sins of their past are grave indeed. How little you truly know." Andrasy hastily made to stand and issued an instinctive bow to the golden effigy set into the wall above the altar before facing the doorway. He reached the arched opening and slowed, looking towards Codian. "I will consider myself chastised," he answered, sweeping a hand over his unruly hair. "I just came to tell you that your presence is required on the bridge. Your Inquisitor comrade is holding a private conference with Cryptman as we speak. It would seem that your colleague is most eager to contact the Alliance. You are formally invited to attend." The free captain finished and bowed respectfully before shifting into the sterile light beyond the reclusium entrance. Andrasy. The rogue trader paused, one hand falling upon the door frame. "Tell them that I am unable to attend at this time. I have to speak with Cryptman. Cryptman will be present via the internal link. I have to speak with him alone, Andrasy. Tell them to conduct the meeting without me. That is all." Andrasy nodded and stepped through into the light. "Please try to forgive my ignorance, Chaplain," he said over his shoulder. "Perhaps it is a product of my background and upbringing, but I just don't have the capacity to abhor that which I do not understand. I tend to reserve my detestation for those who are my enemy through circumstance and action, not those who do not share my racial origins. Perhaps I am naive, and that is my failing. Unlike you, It would seem that I do not have an endless reserve of hate. With that he left swiftly the way he had come, leaving Kodian standing alone in the flickering candlelight. Better for you that you do not learn the truth, he whispered, but Andrasi was already long gone. The semi-living slabs of flesh and metal that were the Praetorians shifted as the door slid open, the floor creaking beneath their weight. Kodian thundered into the chamber, his crimson cloak billowing. Behind him. Chaplain. The voice echoed through the chamber around him, tinny and overtly acoustic. He stepped into the glow emanating from the powerful life support field before him, his eyes finding the figure seated beyond its crackling protection. I have been expecting you since you arrived back on the Proscriptus, Kodian. I know why you are here. Is it true? He retrieved the parchment and thrust it out at the Inquisitor, the edges of the aged paper fizzing as they caught the shimmering field. I know that Shavak has been here, and I know of your history. The Inquisitor told me many things. Cryptman. I need to know if they are true. What did he tell you? Cryptman asked. Don't patronize me. Kodian roared, slamming his fist against the field. The Praetorian servitors mobilized immediately, pivoting as one to face the angered chaplain. They all took a few lumbering steps forward and then froze, weapons systems and motive servos dying in a heartbeat. As one. Each of the massive constructs deactivated. The chaplain watched all this unmoved. There. Now you may rage uninterrupted, if that is your desire. Or, if you wish, we can hold a civilized discussion. Kodian growled with displeasure and backed away a little, the scroll still clutched tightly in his fist. You and Shavak are comrades of old, Cryptman, I know that. He revealed many things to me. Supposed facts that I suspect you would have kept to yourself. Perhaps. Then again, he would have only told you what you were ready to hear. Exactly what is it that is troubling you, chaplain? I assume that you are aware we are about to attempt to make contact with the Alliance for the first time. That can wait. I would know the truth, Cryptman, and I will not leave this chamber until I am satisfied. Is it true? Are the Eldar responsible for all this? Cryptman fell silent. Kodian could see the ancient Inquisitor's expression beyond the field, and it was one of dark displeasure. It was clear that the Inquisitor felt great discomfort with the prospect of disclosing what he was about to reveal. Very well, chaplain. Cryptman finally uttered. I will tell you all I know, but before I do, I will give you this warning. You must not allow the facts I am about to reveal to cloud your better judgment in the days to come. If we are to survive this war, then we must do so by whatever means we can. Even if those means will ultimately damn us in the eyes of the masses. Do you understand? Yes. Kodian answered simply. Cryptman nodded. Then tell me what you know. Kodian lowered his gaze and began to pace slowly around the room like a caged animal. From his body language it was apparent that he was hesitant to speak of what he had learned. Shavak claims that the Eldar created the Tau. Is this true? Cryptman's reply came after a lengthy pause. Yes. Kodian nodded and continued to pace up and down the chamber, slowly and purposefully. Tell me how. I want to know it all, from the beginning. How are the Eldar responsible for creating the biggest threat our Imperium has ever faced? Very well, chaplain, but I must warn you. It is likely that most of what I reveal may be beyond your understanding. You may deem many of the facts heretical, and so be unwilling to hear them. Still, you wish to learn the whole truth. So be it, a start. Here it is. The Tau were an experiment. They were created as a weapon. By the Eldar. By the Eldar, yes. A weapon against chaos, the great enemy. A last, great hope. You see, we may have been fighting the forces of the ruinous powers for many thousands of years, but the Eldar? They have been fighting the war much, much longer. They hold a great racial shame, Kodian, a shame they may never overcome. A shame that eclipses all others, even that of the traitor Horus and his damned followers. Kodian felt his soul churn at the very mention of the traitor Primarch's name, and Cryptman saw this. Ah yes. As an Astarte, the hatred you feel burning in your breast at the very mention of that most foul name is nonetheless but a dim, stuttering fraction of the palpable hatred that all Eldar feel. Every single moment of their lives. The memory of what they caused is ingrained upon their souls. It is their curse, their eternal burden. Why, Inquisitor? What did they do that was so terrible? They destroyed themselves, Codion. They gave birth to something so utterly horrific that its delivery eclipsed their home worlds, effectively destroying the Eldar Empire. They condemned themselves to a lingering, inescapable death. The Eldar race has been gasping its dying breaths since before we even took to the stars. Gave birth to what, Cryptman? To answer that, look to the eye. The largest ever warprey all-space breach. We both know that the Eldar are a highly potent race with regards to psychic ability. The decadence of the ancestral Eldar created a schism so powerful that it tore a hole in the universe, Chaplain. Its birth swallowed their home worlds and created the Ocularis Terribus, the Eye of Terror. The Eldar, in essence, gave birth to a facet of chaos itself, and in doing so they condemned their entire race. Little wonder then that, at some point, they would conspire to atone for their sins. How little they had learned. Codion shook his head slowly and fell still, his glowing eyes burning in Cryptman's direction. You claim that the Eldar created the Eye? Do you realize how monumentally absurd such a claim sounds? Of course I do. That aside, does it really surprise you to learn such a thing? Chaos was abroad long before it almost tore apart our Imperium during the heresy, Chaplain. There were races and creatures that warred for supremacy amongst these stars long before the human race even existed. Our race is young, Codion, younger than most. Back to the Eldar and the Tau. Codion said, stepping closer to the glowing dais. What of their connection? I am already explaining that to you, Chaplain. You see, the Eldar are driven by this shame-to-seek way of ending the threat of chaos for all time. However, their biggest failing, like that of all the other enemies of chaos, is their very self. The vulnerability of the body and soul. The Eldar, it seems, are a perfect effort, at the pinnacle of their development. They are immune to genetic change, unable to evolve. This is why they so stringently expose themselves to such rigorous meditations and disciplines. Like an immune system unable to evolve in order to counter a deadly virus, the Eldar's tenuous existence teeters in the face of chaos. They simply have no hope of countering it. That is their one great flaw, Codion. They were designed to withstand evolution's progress. They are genetically locked. Codion issued a long, audible sigh and looked away, frustration clawing at him. You asked for the truth, Chaplain. The Eldar were designed? What do you mean by that, Inquisitor? Designed, as we all were. Open your eyes, Codion. The clues to our origins have been among us since the dawn of our existence. You are raving. Codion shouted, brandishing his fist. You have lost your mind, Cryptman. I will hear no more of this idiocy. At that the Chaplain swept around and marched toward the chamber door, shouldering past the towering Praetorians. So be it. Cryptman called after him, his broadcast voice reverberating around the dusty space. Run from the truth, Chaplain. But be warned, you were the one who demanded answers. I knew that you would be unable to accept the truth, and yet I revealed it to you nonetheless. Before you leave, let me ask you but one question. Codion slowed at the doorway, one hand finding the frame. He turned his head slightly. Speak, and then be done. He growled. Were we the first? Came the reply. What manner of question is that? The first. The first, Chaplain. The primal race. You know that we were not. You know that there were other creatures abroad amongst these stars long before the human race even existed. They were the creators, the primogenitors. The fathers of the ancient Eldar, the fathers of us all. Codion's imposing form froze in the light of the doorway. Blasphemy. The single word echoed through the chamber, low and quiet and filled with menace. Your disbelief be damned, chaplain. It doesn't matter how hard it is for you to accept. You, like all of us, are a creation. Whether through purpose or accident, it matters not. Life and sentience, they are no accident, no simple culmination of random astronomical events. The chaplain pivoted sharply and the air within the chamber thundered. Several bright flashes strobed across the walls and the gathered Xenorkina as his bolt pistol roared, sending a hail of bolt shots out into the glowing field. Shimmering ripples spread across the iridescent wall as the bolts exploded, plumes of fire bursting at the demise of each projectile. Cryptman raised a hand and the guardian servitors came alive, shuddering as they activated. Each one stomped forward and surrounded the chaplain, so swiftly and suddenly that he had no time to react. Within seconds he was fast, his pistol torn from his grasp. Steel claws wrapped around his arms, holding him rigid. Try as he might, he could not break free. You will hear the truth, damn you! Cryptman shouted, his voice filling the chamber, so loud it caused the brass-ringed speakers to crackle and shudder. Know your place in the greater scheme of things, Astarte. Step down from your pedestal and accept your status. We are children, all of us. Mere children struggling to emulate the greatness of those whose footsteps we follow across the stars. Wars were fought for this galaxy long before we existed. Powerful, ancient races waged those apocalyptic wars, races that were so powerful they could have eclipsed our Imperium without thought. You yourself must have seen their legacy on hundreds of worlds across the Imperium, stood beneath their ancient monoliths and pondered upon the archaic technologies they left behind. Kadaya, the Sentinel worlds, Neo-Jeddah, Arthas Moloch. These worlds and hundreds more hold the clues to their legacy. Kodian did not answer. His rage was clear, his glowing eyes burning into Cryptman. The ancient Eldar, in their boundless arrogance, attempted to emulate their creators. Their all-consuming hatred of chaos drove them on to do so. So it was that they discovered one of these legacies on a world close to the eastern fringe, one of the last surviving worlds of their creators, the first or old ones. On the world of Arthas Moloch they uncovered an ancient gene temple of the old ones, and beyond that, traces of their final efforts, a small system, a stellar nursery, if you will. It was here that they discovered the final legacy of their long-lost creators. Every life form within the infant system was unique in that, biologically, they were resistant to the insidious corruption of chaos. It was there that they found the Tau, their last great hope. Their weapon against the great enemy. Am I right in assuming I have your full, undivided attention now? Again, Kodian remained silent, though he seemed to have ceased struggling. I will take your silence as a positive response. I know how hard it is for your kind to accept change. Chaplain, to strive to learn beyond the confines of your dogma. The Tau are change-given flesh. They were designed to adapt, to learn, and advance. Using the ancient technology they discovered, the Eldar bioengineered the ultimate creature. They trawled the life pool of this galaxy in search of the most powerful genetic traits and they stole them in order to create a super race. From the Orc they took the ability of racial memory and genetic malleability. From the QORL, the power of hierarchical pheromone control, racial unity, and caste mentality. The Kroot provided evolutionary control and manipulation, and the Jokero, the ability to construct and design unconsciously any aspect of technology needed to counter or solve any given situation. Even we were harvested, Kodian. They took from us our sense of inquisitiveness, our thirst for conquest and exploration, our need to expand. So many traits were stolen and it would take an age to list them all. The Eldar reaped their genetic harvest and forged it into the Tau, instilling their own ingrained hatred of the forces of chaos. Then they conjured up a great and powerful tempest around the system in order to isolate their progeny and preserve them, to allow them to grow. And so the Tau were born. Cryptman nodded and the Praetorians released the chaplain before stepping back into the shadows. In silence. Kodian stooped low to retrieve his pistol, hesitated for a lingering moment, and then placed it back in its holster. So the Tau are the ultimate creation then? As interesting as all this is, it fails to answer one fundamental question. What happened? Kryptman answered, speaking each word slowly and purposely. Beyond the field. His eyes widened. Why did they go so wrong? In short, no one knows the answer, not even the Eldar. All we do know is that, sometime during the Tau's growth, something happened to them. They encountered a foe or obstacle so utterly inimitable to them that it caused a great and unforeseen schism. Some Eldar suspect the Tyranids were to blame, that perhaps the complex Tau gene pool was compromised, mutated by Trianid influence. Others claim that the emergence of the ancient Necrontyr triggered some inherent factor within the Tau, a product of their legacy. We just don't know. What we do know is that this event initiated an acceleration within each and every Tau. It effectively kick-started an evolutionary boost that continues to this day. You see, the Tau were not the perfect creation they were supposed to be, Chaplain. They are flawed, and that flaw is why we are where we are today. Imagine it. Every one of the traits implanted into the species has been magnified beyond imagination. They are the masters of their own biology and are able to gain any knowledge they need in order to prosper, able to change both physically and mentally in order to deal with any situation. They exist to bring an end to chaos, an urge so strong that they conquer and enslave and consume for one purpose, and that is to build an army capable of destroying chaos. They learn from every conflict and adapt to every situation that arises without exception, all the while driven ever onwards by a will to dominate and succeed that mirrors our own. They cannot stop, Codian. They cannot yield. They were designed to win. So how do we beat them? We open their eyes. With that, Kryptman manipulated something set into the armrest of his chair and a small hololithic projection shimmered into being before him. Codian immediately recognized the figure it portrayed. It was the Tau ambassador they had captured on Vanphilos. He looked to be held in a small cell, and Codian guessed that it was one of the many on board the Proscriptus. Our captive, Kryptman confirmed. He may yet hold the key to the downfall of the Unity. How so? Oshava, the legendary rebel of the Tau. Oshava's rebellion is proof that the Tau are able to break this cycle of conquest. Oshava's expedition found the world of Arthas Moloch and they encountered the eternal guardians that the Eldar had left to stand sentinel there. It was there that he discovered the truth behind his origins, and it was also there that he discovered the true extent of the treachery of the ethereal caste. When the on leading the expedition was killed, the all-consuming control was broken. He and his followers were free. The Inquisitor gestured towards the projection. It is our hope, Chaplain, that we can somehow find a way to counter the ethereal's control. Your brother Laner and myself think that we have found the key to do just that. If we are able to permanently divorce a Tau from his genetically induced enslavement, we may be able to win this war. I see. And if you cannot achieve this, then we will use the Cessus. Kryptman answered, his voice growing cold. And we will see a war that will eclipse the stars. Unsurprisingly, Codian found himself utterly without a response. Then we had better pray your plan works. He finally managed to answer. Part 38. Dark Designs. All eyes turned to the double doors of the bridge as Codian entered, voices falling to silence. He stepped into the massive chamber, each footfall reverberating through the vast space. Chaplain. Chivok smiled, tipping his head in greeting. The Astarte did not answer. Instead he moved past the Inquisitor and stood before the Astaroutes present, greeting each one in turn with a warrior's handshake, hand to forearm. Brother Chaplain, it is good to see you alive and back here, Liguor said, his words sincere. The librarian's thick lightning claw gauntlets were gone, and Codian found himself gripping a bare bronzed arm covered in wards and decoration. It is good to be back amongst familiar faces, brother. Imperial faces. He cast a glance over at Chivok, who looked to respond with a certain disappointment. This pleased him. I am told we have a plan, he said, taking in the surrounding tactical displays and hololithic charts. Liguor tipped his head solemnly. We do. I trust your meeting with Cryptman was satisfactory, and that you gained the answers you needed in order to clarify your thoughts for the daunting journey ahead. The question came completely out of the blue and it caused Codian to take a step back. Liguor merely met his gaze and awaited his answer. Many supposed facts were revealed. He whispered ominously in reply. If even half of what Cryptman told me holds truth. It does, Chaplain. Liguor answered, cutting him off. And we of the Death Watch are amongst the few brethren who know this with utter certainty. It is why we do what we do, and why we have divorced ourselves from the Alliance. If you can take the word of any Astarte on board this vessel, take mine. The librarian's powerful eyes found his for a lingering moment, his gaze sharp and ominous. There has been enough division amongst our kind, brother. Codian found himself beginning to understand why these Marines were acting beyond the influence of the Imperium then. Liguor's sincerity was without question, he could see that. He still knew little if nothing about why the Marines here had separated themselves from the rest of the remaining Imperium, but could sense that belief played an important part in that separation. The plan, he said again quietly. Liguor nodded slowly and faced the gathered mixture of Astaroutes and bridge staff. Now that we are all present, it is time to discuss our next steps. Adept. He gestured toward a black-robed engineer who bowed his head and began to manipulate the rune bank before him. A rising whine echoed throughout the chamber and the glow globes dimmed sympathetically, a growing orb of sterile white light forming before the adept. Silence fell over the assembly as the hololithic projection yawned into life, a perfect scaled image of the galaxy. Many glowing runes lit the image, pulsating softly like miniature crimson stars. Masses of these small lights were clustered about the projection, and Codian took them to be representations of the positions of Tau forces. The librarian indicated several areas encircling the segmentum solar, the image rippling as his finger passed from one pulsating crimson mass to another. Our intelligence, if reliable, places the current Tau advance in these key areas. It would seem that the fleets Kraken and Prometheus are merging, an event we have feared for many years. We know this to mean only one thing. The advance for Terra is underway. A quiet murmur passed through the assembly, as each and every one present had their worst fears confirmed. Liguor shifted his hand and slowly encircled the Terran system, the large azure rune that represented Terra pulsing softly at its center. They are closing the net. The Tau have the Alliance on the back foot and they know it. We have sent an astropathic communication via the Makarios array, but we don't even know if the grid is still intact. All we can do is await an answer. In the meantime, we must redouble our efforts to close the gap between the Cessus and Terra. Forgive me, Brother Liguor. Chivok cut in. But there is more than a simple need to deliver the artifact to its required destination. The Cessus must be prepared for use as well as relinquished to the appropriate authorities on Terra. We still have much to do before we can complete our mission. Codian emitted an audible growl at the Inquisitor's interruption. Liguor shook his head silently to quiet him and stepped aside, bowing his head at Chivok. Perhaps you could explain further in the absence of Cryptman, Inquisitor. The comment was subtle, but Codian picked up on Liguor's hidden anger straight away. Cryptman should have been present to head the meeting, and yet it was clear that he would be remaining absent. The others gathered here seemed aware of this already, and Liguor of all of them was clearly the most displeased by this. He felt he could sense a rift beginning to grow between the Inquisitor and the Astaroutes in his service. In the weeks following Vanphilos, the ancient Inquisitor had become increasingly withdrawn and secretive, spending longer and longer locked away within his chamber and refusing conference, and no one knew why. Chivok's arrival had brought about a change in him, and Codian for one did not know why. The change vexed him greatly, and he found himself directing the blame at Chivok. The Inquisitor's eyes lingered on Codian for a moment before he turned to the projection and began to point out the various positions of the encroaching Tau fleets. We still have a huge area of hostile space to cross before we are able to rendezvous with the Alliance fleets, and then we can't be sure they even know we are coming. That aside, we still have to Ensure that the Cessus is prepared for use when we hand it over. It is up to us to make sure that it is not only delivered but also primed and ready. I will not lie to you all, the journey we need to take to achieve this will test each and every one of us far more than we have ever been tested in our lives. We, as a race, stand facing the twilight of our existence, and we are going to have to confront trials that none of us could ever have imagined. Speak your mind, Chivok. Kodian snapped, his raised voice turning every head. Chivok's face twitched, but he maintained his composure. He pivoted sharply to face the projection once more. As you can see, there are currently no safe paths through to the Imperial fleets that we know of. At this moment in time, this is of no consequence. Another collective murmur washed through the gathering. Kodian drew himself up in preparation to answer, though this time it was Barolinus who answered, the younger Astarte's face flushed with anger. He stepped forward, his fists bunched. Of no consequence? How can you say that? The future of our Imperium hangs in the balance. Chivok held up his hands for calm, clearly apprehensive in the presence of the towering marine. Please, hear me out. The activation of the Cessus is a huge undertaking, far larger than anything else ever attempted since the near-physical demise of the Emperor. Our immediate problem is not its delivery. We need to find a way to power it. I see. Kodian answered, stepping forward. So enlighten us then, Chivok, for we know too little about this device to be able to guess how to do that. The Inquisitor fixed Kodian with a cold, steely gaze, a dark and damning knowledge lingering behind his eyes. Even before he uttered the first few words of his reply, Kodian knew what was coming. The Eldar have promised us the solution to this. Even as we speak, my former hosts move to secure what we need. I know precious little of how this will be achieved, only that our efforts are being observed and augmented by these mysterious creatures. In the meantime, we have other pressing concerns. He looked to the librarian beside him. Brother Ligur. Ligur nodded and then turned to the gathered faces, signaling to one of the deckhands standing beside the door to the bridge. We have had a breakthrough. Precious few such achievements have been made since the Tau rose to power, yet we have finally managed to secure ourselves a major victory here on board the Proscriptus. Brother Laner, you may enter. Kodian felt a surge of anticipation at the mention of his brother's name. It had been too long since he had seen his tech marine comrade. The doors of the bridge hissed open and Laner stepped through, his huge frame filling the space. The arms of his servo harness were folded at his sides and his back, yet still the warrior had to negotiate himself through the opening. Laner entered the bridge and bowed to the surrounding warriors, the eyes-lits of his helm pulsing a glowing emerald green. As he spoke, his voice was deep and mechanical, more so than Kodian could ever remember before. Brothers, comrades, I bring you tidings of great import. The integrity of our enemy has been compromised for all time. He held out a hand towards the open doors and the others looked on. A collective gasp whispered throughout the chamber as the creature there stepped through into the light. Standing there, regarding each face with a mixture of bewilderment and fear, the captured water caste envoy froze. The creature's mouth worked silently as if struggling to find speech. A large area at the center of its face was covered with gauze, indicating an obvious surgical procedure, recent, given the freshness of the dressing. After several moments of terrified silence, the Tau lowered himself slowly onto one knee and bowed his head, a visible tremble running through his body. Poro Gormat, envoy prelate. Laner uttered, introducing the Xenos to the stunned audience. Slave to the Unity no longer. Kodian was the first to break free of the mire of shock. He started forward, his footsteps ringing on the deck in the near silence. Explain, Laner. What is that? He thrust a finger out at the alien, doing on the bridge of this ship. Making history, chaplain. Stand, envoy. The alien did as ordered, slowly rising to his feet. He seemed to flinch at every word or movement around him, his eyelids fluttering in apprehension almost constantly. Standing by his side, Laner literally towered over the slender alien. The mission to Vanphilos may have been testing, but it has borne fruit, Kodian. We have achieved that which we set out to do. We have an ally in this creature. The chaplain took another step towards the poor, bending at the waist so as to examine the Tau. Gormat lowered his head fearfully, his eyelids almost turning translucent as they vibrated. After a few tense moments Kodian rose. An ally? How can we possibly trust a Tau? If such a union were possible, would it not have been tried before now? It is all a matter of biology. Laner answered, indicating the gauze at the center of the envoy's face. With that he walked away from the scene and returned moments later, carrying with him the envoy's captured staff. Gormat regarded the symbol of office with a glimmer of recognition, his black eyes widening for a moment, then he simply turned away, a curious and unreadable expression passing across his face. It was Cryptman who came to me with the idea. Laner continued. He theorized that the ethereals of the Tau somehow exuded a powerful pheromonal control over the rest of their race. Furthermore, in their absence the commanders of the other castes had to ensure, albeit unwittingly, that the ultimate control of the ethereals was sustained. He extended his arm and proffered the alien staff. His suspicions proved correct. This artifact was found to generate an artificial pheromone near identical to those generated by the ethereals. The device was neutralized and the olfactory receptors of the subject creature removed. Within hours the subject started to display symptoms of extreme withdrawal, but this soon passed. You see before you a member of the Tau race now utterly divorced from the influence of the ethereal caste. Envoy. The alien bowed his head at Laner and then found Kodian's fiery gaze. Poor Gormat, envoy prelate. He paused, thought passing over his grey face. Former envoy prelate of the final sphere expansion, or ESL Leith to the fleet of Anno Endris. Shiko Vash or ESL Nan. Kodian emitted a low growl of irritation, cutting the Tau's rambling introduction short. My apologies, Gula warrior. Gormat will suffice. Xenos will suffice. Kodian uttered, a murderous hostility in his voice. Are you so ignorant, creature, Tau, that you cannot sense the absolute hatred I hold for your kind? It is all I can do to stand in your presence without tearing your head from your shoulders. Perhaps you had better convince me why I should continue to restrain myself before the urge becomes too great to suppress. The envoy held up his hands and backed away, pleading eyes finding the Tech Marine's helm-covered face. Please, try to restrain your anger, warrior of the Emperor. I am your enemy no longer. Your engineer and your medical caste have opened my eyes to the deceit that lies at the heart of my people. Ours is an empire built on lies and manipulation. We are a race of drones, slaved to the machinations of our ethereal masters. Every action I have ever undertaken in the name of the unity I have done so unwittingly, despite thinking I was acting under my own volition. Gormat fell silent, a look of what Kodian took to be disgust twisting his smooth features. Oshiva. He whispered, his voice tinged with a deep sadness. By the Tau Va, I see it now. All this time we thought of him as the worst traitor, and yet now I finally see the truth. Gormat twisted on his heel and made quickly for the nearest bulkhead, his slender fingers reaching out in order to steady him. Whatever pain of betrayal he felt inside, Kodian was unmoved. I await your answer still, Xenos. What can you offer us in payment for your continued survival? Justify your presence or prepare to meet the end of your existence here on this bridge. Gormat tensed at hearing this. His fingers tightened against the dark, brass-trimmed wood. What can I offer you? He rose and faced the chaplain once more, smoothing down the folds of his ceremonial robes as if in an attempt to regain a little dignity. Gula, you have no idea. Your alliance fights with bravery and defiance as they struggle to turn aside the extinction fleets. They cannot win. Enough, Tau. I will hear no. They cannot win. Gormat said again, this time much more defiantly. The Unity are too powerful to stop. They will smash through the defenses of your home system and they will take the seat of your Emperor as their own. You know nothing of the Unity's myriad plans for this galaxy. Kodian took a step forward, his hand finding the hilt of his Crozius. Gormat continued regardless. I will teach you all the secrets of the Tao if it will bring about an end to the Ethereal's rule. I will reveal their plans to build an army of your kind. I will reveal the pacts they have made with the unknown denizens of these stars, creatures you know of only in stories and legend. I can tell you what they plan to do with the Emperor. Enough. Kodian roared, drawing his Crozius with a thrum of crackling power. Hear me, Gyula. They will use him to further their own ends. They will corrupt him and turn him to their cause. Kodian thundered across the remaining space and drew his arm back, azure sparks trailing behind the skull-faced head of the murderous weapon. As they have done to your warrior prince, the Guilliman. The chaplain froze, his boots squealing as they slid across the deck. The power weapon halted inches from the envoy's head, the field surrounding it deactivating instantly. It hovered there, causing Gormat's features to quiver unbidden. What did you say? By the fortress of Hera, Tao, repeat that last statement. Your first one, the warrior prince. The Guilliman. He is awoken, Gyula, and he fights beneath the banner of the Unity. Even as the first sharp intake of breath hissed through the air of the bridge, Kodian was gone, the double doors leading out into the ship twisted and hanging forlornly. At the center of his private chamber, Cryptman's eyes slid open. Part 39. Hard Truth. The Ziggurat Imperialis, seat of the High Lords the Imperial Palace Terra All eyes turned to the massive arched doors. The shadowy giants standing guard there shifted in the half-lit gloom, golden armor glinting. The sound of the huge doors grinding open was thunderous, echoing through the impossibly vast space. Pallid cherubs trailing banners and censers flitted away from the light that spilled into the space, illuminating the ancient mosaics stretching across the floor. Armored shapes appeared, casting long shadows across the glowing bridge of light. The sound of armor plate and steel-shod boot rang through the dry air, intensified 100-fold by the acoustics of the immense space. The arrivals were Astaroths, clad in gleaming blue and gold ceremonial armor. The personal heraldry of the War Master decorated the right shoulder guard of each warrior, marking them out as members of Calgar's Chosen. My honored lords, presenting the honor guard of the War Master. A faceless and hidden herald servitor boomed, its augmetic voice reverberating throughout the chamber. Representatives of the War Master and Lord Solar, commander of the Alliance forces. My lords, prepare for hololithic audience. The lead Astarte, his flawless armor almost entirely hidden beneath a flowing ivory cloak, started forward from the procession as the rest of the warriors fell to one knee in perfect unison. The cloaked figure stopped as he reached a huge inlaid golden aquila and knelt himself, producing a small object from beneath his vestments. The object was a small and perfectly formed golden idol of the War Master clad in armor and flesh, seated upon the throne of Makaraj, just as he had been before his internment into the ancient dreadnought armor. Not that the figures arrayed around the edges of the circular chamber could have picked out these details. The 12 most powerful men in the Imperium sat illuminated far above the floor of the audience chamber, so far in fact as to seem little more than shadowed pinpricks of light. One by one, flickering holographic representations of each of the High Lords of Terra appeared before each lofty throne, eyes cast down upon the new arrivals. Open the link, spoke the twisted, avian form of Crucius Magmador, master of the Astronomicon. The figure far below bowed and did as ordered. There followed a short, whispering rush of building power, and the air above the outstretched idol frosted and swirled, quickly forming the same kind of grainy image as those surrounding the curved walls. Marnus Calgar's majestic face formed out of the very air itself to look out upon the assembled High Lords, his regal features proud and clad in flesh, just as they had been in centuries past. Lord Calgar, spoke the wizened matriarch Constanta Ann Velanet, the abbess sanctorum of the Adeptus Sororitas. We have gathered here as requested, to receive word of the continuing war effort. How goes the fight against the Unity? Magmador cut in, his high, sibilant voice almost a screech. My gathered lords, I bring news of the war, though I regret to inform you that little of what I have to report is of a positive nature. Then perhaps you had better put us out of our misery, Lord Calgar, spoke the Grand Master of the Officio Assassinorum, Lord Fraudator Regos. The image flickered as it bowed, the oversized face tightening with suppressed anger. We are put to flight. Gehenna saw a defeat for the Alliance, a defeat that would have been compounded had we attempted to stay and face the Unity. I made the decision to withdraw for the good of Terra. I see, spoke Anne Velanet, her pale, lined features wrinkling. And what of the Endymion? We of the Sororitas were hoping to hear of her own account of this war. Does she fare well? She is lost to us, matriarch. The saint gave her life to face the Tau's greatest weapon. An audible cry of despair rose up from the Abbess Sanctorum's position in her personal hollow image. Dissipated, breaking apart. The light illuminating her seat faded, casting the distraught woman in darkness. Unmoved by her pain, the other High Lords looked on, faces set in stone. Perhaps the loss of Gehenna and the surrounding inner territories was an inevitable occurrence. Spoke Gregator Consolatin, Adeptus Supremus, Master of the Administratum. This war has drained our resources to their limits. We can simply no longer sustain the rate at which we are having to produce. By the Emperor, Consolatin, hear yourself. Cut in Lorn Vesto Sol, Lord Commander Militant of the Alliance Guard. We are a war for the very survival of the Imperium itself. You cannot put a price on this war, neither in terms of manpower nor fiscal cost. This is survival at its rawest, Adeptus Supremus. Nonsense. You know nothing of the workings of our Imperium, Vesto Sol. Nor the cost. Another voice cut in, a powerful mechanical tone. The huge hollow visage of Grand Mugos Germengargon Acosix, Fabricator General of Mars Posthumus, turned its gaze towards the fiery Lord Commander. We are not an inexhaustible commodity, Lord Commander Militant. Mars is gone. All are blessed. Forge worlds are gone, either destroyed, captured, or far beyond our reach. We simply cannot afford to sustain any loss. Enough. A thunderous voice cut through the arguing, shocking those responsible into silence. All eyes fell upon the golden-helmed visage of Captain General Pugnus Imperatorius of the mighty Adeptus Custodes. The bronzed skin of his ancient face contrasted starkly with his flowing white beard. Set at the center of this shock of hair, his perfect teeth were bared. Enough of this petty squabbling. You are High Lords one and all, the masters in state of our Emperor's realm. Conduct yourselves as such. Can we not set aside our differences of opinion long enough to discuss our next course of action? Our Imperium teeters on the brink of total destruction. None of the other lords were able to offer an immediate answer. Vesto Sol is right, at least in principle. Imperatorius continued after a pause. This is a war of survival, and as such we will do whatever is necessary to survive. We will fight and work and produce, regardless of limitation. Failure to do so can mean only one thing, defeat. There is too much talk of retreat and concession. Regos chipped in. Soon we will find ourselves backed into a corner from which there is no escape. Can we not steel ourselves to take the reins of offensive action? Please, let Calgar speak, uttered Suni May Singh, Grand Mistress of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica. Her eyeless hollow representation shifted to face the War Master. The death of the saint was suspected, War Master. We felt it even here. Tell me, what do you know of Saint Clolia's final moments? What was her message? Calgar's visage wavered, a visible confusion tightening his features. I regret to say, mistress, that I know of no much message. I was regretfully far from the scene of her death when our lost Primarch took her life. Interesting. The blind woman replied after a lengthy pause. And yet every single astropath on Terra felt what we now know to have been her death song. She spoke unto us, the blessed Endymion, though we know not what she said. It was much more. Magmador cut in. The Astronomicon royals still at its passing. The great light of the throne reacted, mistress. The Primarch Imperatorius uttered, his mighty voice cutting through the heated debate. So, the suspicions were true. Guilliman is restored. He is. The Primarch walks amongst men. The entire chamber fell into silence, a deep foreboding void of sound. Not even the cherub swarms made a sound, the incessant beating of their grafted wings fading into nothing as if in empathic response. It fell to Lord Inquisitor Covenant, the inquisitorial representative, to break the silence. So, how does one set about making war with the son of the Emperor himself? Not even the Inquisition has such countermeasures in place to deal with the re-emergence and betrayal of a Primarch. Betrayal, growled the War Master in reply, isn't inappropriate to describe the current status of our Primarch. He is not of his own mind. The enemy have somehow managed to compromise him. As Horus was compromised, War Master. Regos sneered. Do not allow your love for your Primarch to blind you, Calgar. Look to history. The betrayal of the Emperor's first sons almost tore our Imperium apart. That same betrayal saw our Lord cast broken upon the throne. Regos. Imperatorius roared, his visage shuddering and breaking up beneath his rage. Speak not of that which you little understand. Fraudator Regos' image darkened, a sneer of contempt drawing his lips back over his teeth. And yet, Custodian, the fact remains that Guilliman serves the enemy. Whatever the cause of his betrayal, his heresy cannot be ignored. Lord Inquisitor. Abbess Sanctorum. Grand Provost Marshal. Ecclesiarch. The Assassinorum Grand Master looked to each of these faces in turn. Together, each one of your organizations exist only to uphold the law of the Imperium and ensure that heresy, dissent, and impurity are scoured from its borders. Surely, there can be no compromise in the execution of your collective duties? A traitor is a traitor, an enemy is an enemy. There can be no gray area if this organization, this Imperium of ours, is to survive. The law is utterly resolute, answered Lodon Darvister, the Grand Provost Marshal of the Adeptus Arbits. Regos speaks the truth, however unpalatable it may be. I concur. Ecclesiarch von Winterthur echoed, bowing his ancient head. Heresy is heresy. Our dark and shameful history has taught us that he must be brought low. Covenant answered calmly. Compromise is naught but self-condemnation. Primarch or no, he murdered a saint of the Imperium. Anne Velanet whispered from the darkness, her cracked voice heavy with spite. Can there be any greater crime against the Allfather? Guilliman must be destroyed. Calgar's mighty face quivered to hear such things. Steeling himself, he bowed. Then I can plainly see that my audience is at an end here. Until the next briefing. Before any of the High Lords could voice a protest, the War Master's shimmering face dissipated and his honor guard quickly rose as one. In silence they turned on their heel and left the chamber, the massive doors slamming shut behind them. For several long minutes, there was only silence. Voicing himself for the first time since the Lords had gathered, the Paternoval envoy of the Navigators spoke, his voice seeming to cause a chill to descend over the entire chamber. It would seem that we are at odds with our own War Master, Malchus Vamberidicus observed. This cannot bode well. There has been enough schism amongst the members of the Alliance. Can we trust Calgar to do what is necessary? We must. Von Winterthur answered. The soldiers and citizens of our Imperium are harried. Enough. Faith has been sorely tested these past few centuries. Entire worlds have fallen beneath the yoke of the Tau. Heed my words, we are in danger of seeing another plague of unbelief. Should word spread through the remaining kingdoms that one of the mightiest warriors of our Imperium has turned his face from the Emperor's light and sides with the hated enemy, it may prove to be the undoing of us all. He must be stopped, no matter the cost. Agreed. We must use every resource available to achieve this. If Calgar cannot be trusted to destroy Guilliman, then it is up to the Inquisition to end this heresy. I fear that perhaps only the Grey Knights are strong enough to achieve this. High above, Regos hammered his fist into the ancient lectern. I will hunt him. Perhaps we cannot allow Calgar to see us working against him to destroy the wayward Primarch. No, this could shatter the relations between ourselves and the Alliance, at least. The Astaroot's factions. Guilliman must die, that is certain, but it must be a death unconnected with any of us, at least in the eyes of the War Master. I will set my assassins upon the Primarch. I pledge the efforts of every temple at my disposal to achieve this. A slow-burning murmur of agreement whispered throughout the chamber as, one by one, the other High Lords concurred. Only Ancient Imperatorius remained silent, his burning eyes fixed upon the Grand Master of the Assassinorium's triumphant and determined face. Regos saw this, and smiled. Part 40. Old comrades, new enemies. Is it true? He had found himself asking the question with an unexpected calmness and clarity. The doors to Cryptman's chamber had opened upon his arrival and the hulking guards within had stood immobile, cold and deactivated. The Inquisitor had been waiting. Yes. Even as the single word echoed through the chamber in reply, to his credit, he did not react. His twin hearts hammered a single shuddering beat. His fingers tightened. He fought down the urge to cry out, to lose himself in anger, to surge forward and tear the Inquisitor from his seat. He did not. He found himself able to utter but one word, the tone of his voice controlled by only the flimsiest emotional walls. Explain. I cannot. Cryptman had answered with genuine sincerity. I can only confirm that he is risen, restored to health by the life cast. His mind is poisoned, his eyes blind to the truth. He fights for the enemy. How could a son of Macrage respond to that? How could a keeper of the chapter's sanctity allow himself to hear such an incredulous claim? Rabut Guilliman, the greatest of the Primarches, the father of his chapter and a score of others. Guilliman had resisted the great heresy, when brother had turned against brother, when warriors sworn to uphold the honor of the Emperor had turned their faces towards the darkness and eternal damnation. Rabut Guilliman had not. He ducked low as the whining buzzsaw arm screamed past, his reverie almost causing him his head stripped to his waist, the muscles of his honed physique strained against his skin as if they would burst through. The training servitor spun wildly, the speed of its rotation increasing. Weapons arms flailed in deadly arcs as screaming saw blades, crackling power bludgeons and all manner of other cruel weaponry hunted for his flesh. The servitor's aggression pattern was set to maximum, and Codian felt the thrill of combat surging, washing away the anger and confusion within. The heat of battle always brought with it a clarity of mind Astarte could not find from any other source, not even meditation. He could think over no better way to both work away his frustrations and center his thoughts. A crackling power spike speared forward, hunting for his abdomen. He shifted to the left and twisted, bringing the head of the Crozius down in a hard, chopping motion. The spike rang and spun away, sparks bleeding after it. The hoarse, raking thrum of a chain blade intensified as the weapon swiftly made to take his legs, missing as he leapt just high enough for the blade to scream by beneath. Codian landed and turned into the servitor's pole-like torso strut, feeling his bare back slam against the cold metal. He raised his free arm and grabbed the nearest extremity before bringing his weapon up and shearing the large scissor claw there away with a swift, rising blow. The servitor started to rotate again and he rolled forward, passing between two more weapons arms before landing on one shoulder and coming up in a controlled roll onto his feet. His armored boot flashed out in another weapon went spinning away, twisted and broken. The blow set the unit off balance, if only for a second. He saw this and shouldered forward, his arm drawn back ready to strike. The servitor was still turning, its targeting systems realigning after the blow. He brought the Crozius forward. The spike came out of nowhere and drove into and through his collarbone, cutting his advance brutally short. The immediate flash of intense pain caused him to cry out and he brought the weapon down, carving the servitor's cogitator unit into two ragged halves. He felt his collarbone grind against the spike, a fresh surge of pain hitting him as the unit slumped, pushing him down onto one knee. Pushing yourself too hard, I see. The unexpected voice startled Kodian, so much so that he forgot the pain surging through him and hauled himself free, the triumphant spear coated with thick, congealing blood. He slumped down on the edge of the combat dais and looked to the door of the chamber to see Grungy staring back, leaned against the frame. Perhaps you ought to get that looked at. It will heal. The demiurge gave a nonchalant shrug and shifted his weight onto his feet, a glint of amusement in his eyes. I'm sure it will. Feel better for that, Longshanks. It wasn't much of a fight, from what I saw. Perhaps it was exactly what you needed though. He gestured towards the grisly wound. A warrior needs reminding from time to time that he is not immortal. To live as we do, you have to expect death to come from every blow. Expect to die. Such expectations will keep you strong, keep you focused. A good look, by the way. Much more fitting of a warrior. Advice. Kodian answered coldly. From Azenos. Grungy sneered and dismissed him with a wave of his hand. Get over yourself, cloud breather. Extract that rod from up your arse and try to cultivate a sense of perspective. A king is only a king if he has a throne to squat on. The Tau are the rulers of this galaxy, my friend, and you are the Xenos, the unpalatable minority, the alien to be purged. You have no business acting and talking as if you are my better. Grungy shook his head and waddled over to the dais where he slumped down beside the injured chaplain, chewing his scarred lip thoughtfully. We are stuck. Did you know that? What? Stuck. Stranded. As in no way forward. If you'd have stayed instead of storming off in a sulk you would have found that out. We can't get to Terra, Bone Priest. The Tau have seen to that. We have no obvious way of delivering your precious Cessus. Kodian shifted uneasily as he heard this, the pain in his shoulder subsiding almost immediately. Are you sure? Your brethren certainly are. The Tau envoy is working with them to try and discern a safe course through the enemy fleets, but it may be some time before we find ourselves on the move again. We have hit a dead end. Kodian rose, his ascent visibly unsteady. He reached over and slammed his palm into the console at the dais edge and the lights of the chamber intensified. So, we have hit a dead end. Damn this cursed place. Beside him, Grungy regarded his augmetic hand thoughtfully. You know, I feel I've spent too long on this soulless imperial tub. I need to clear my head and speak with the ancestors. I feel perhaps you do too. What say you join me? Kodian's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Join you? Demiurge, what are you talking about? Follow me. Grungy replied, hopping from the dais and onto his feet. And bring your armor. When not in battle, a warrior must preserve his dignity. The low hum started with a deep, thunderous boom that rolled beneath the darkness like a wave, its echoes rumbling as they dissipated through the bowels of the black void. The crackle of activating lights followed, dim at first, but growing in intensity at the passing of each moment. Even as the vast space began to illuminate, casting the black shadows away, the large circle set into the center of the chamber floor ignited, a cold, blinding azure glow creating a column of shimmering light. Dancing wisps of ethereal energy appeared at the center of the column, bleeding into existence as if caught immobile after traveling at great speeds. Within moments, a crude, misty outline began to form. Moments more, and Thurgus Grungy stepped from the thick beam and out into the silent chamber, a smile of recognition spreading across his twisted face. Home. He whispered, stepping aside as the column darkened and rippled once again. He looked behind him as Kodian emerged, his body language betraying his bewilderment. Grungy found himself staring at the Marine's face, his real face, not the leering skull he had come to recognize. It was only then that he realized that, in the combat room, he had seen the man beneath the armor for the first time. He smiled and raised his hand, offering the view to the dumbstruck chaplain. Welcome back. By Thor, but it's good to be among the ancestors once again. Kodian didn't understand what he meant by that, not at first. It took him several seconds of silent observation to actually realize where he was. The grudge bearer. Grungy smiled again and beckoned him to follow. Ah, my soul lifts already, Longshanks. Her spirit welcomes me home. Codian's face tightened as he purged the disorientation and shock within him. The layout of the alien craft, the vast deck spaces with their overtly industrial design, the coolant groves and thick riveted bulkheads, all started to look familiar. He had left this craft months ago and now here he was again. Incredibly, where moments before he had been stood on the deck of the Proscriptus Rex. How did we do that? He asked quietly. Teleportation. No. Not as you know it, Bone Priest. Your Mechanikus have quested for an age to learn the greatest technological secrets of the Demiurge. They never were able to accept the prowess of our engineers. Even so, you didn't answer. We have just crossed the gulf in the time it takes for an orbital teleportation to occur. That was faster than warp travel, Demiurge. The machine in your quarters. I built it. Grungy answered, almost as if hesitant to admit responsibility. I have taken 2 life oaths. In my years, Bone Priest. The engineer's oath was the first. The translation matrix is a fairly simple machine to build, even with Imperial tech, if you know what to salvage. I managed to link your ship to the matrix just over a month ago. Codian said nothing, but found himself marveling at the stark simplicity of it all. He knew he should have felt anger at the Demiurge's actions, both in the theft he suggested and the fact that he had kept his abilities from them, but he found he could not. So much had happened these past few months. And, despite the anger he still felt burning within him at both Cryptman and the Tau's revelations, he could also sense a change within. Many facets of the smoldering core of faith within him were cooling, unraveling despite his best efforts to maintain their vigor. His hatred of the Xenos, the strict principles of the Codex, these and more seemed to be growing almost redundant, unnecessary. It was as if this dark, uncertain future had somehow begun to fundamentally change all that he was. Inside, a prospect unthinkable for an Astarte. The problem was, he was more than a warrior of the line. He was a chaplain, the very essence of both the warrior and the chapter made flesh. To even suggest that his own faith might be sliding. Why have you brought me here? Grungy looked away from the quivering coolant pipes he had been inspecting and exhaled sharply. His nostrils flaring. To reflect. One must look to the ancestors when he has no answers of his own, brother warrior. I return here now and again, just to keep myself grounded in commune with those who have passed. It also does me good to check that the grudge bearer remains undisturbed. Feel honored that I have chosen to share this with you. Reflect. Codian answered. Here? I am not Demiurge, Grungy. Why would I find solace on an alien vessel? Grungy shook his head softly and then flicked a thumb out in the direction of a gloomy corridor. Beyond. In truth, even as the words had left his mouth, Codian realized how blind the momentary confusion had made him. Think back to the moment you first opened your eyes here in this dark time. Grungy continued. Regardless of the realization passing over Codian's face. And the tomb you left behind. The cramped interior of the life pod was just as he remembered. The bodies of his lost comrades lay where they had died, little more than desiccated husks, skeletal and mummified by the centuries. Artemon's ancient artificer armor gleamed beneath the lights, the golds and blues sparkling beneath the dust. Captain, he whispered, bowing his head respectfully. The other honorable dead were arrayed about their captain, seated in eternal silence. Maximus. The company champion cut a regal pose even in death. His broadsword rested, hilt up, across his chest and down between his armored legs. His shield lay at his feet, the golden imperial eagle, facing the ceiling. The others, battle brothers Polonius, Andryer, and Lestri had been young by Astaroth's standards, part of the same squad as Barolinus. He still remembered standing at the door of the lifepod, his hand outstretched. No more room, brothers. A hurried series of responsive nods had seen the rest of the Marines leave without protest, intent on seeking out the next available pod. A heavy sadness weighed him down as he thought back to that time. Could he have saved more lives? Had those Marines escaped, gone on to continue the Emperor's ceaseless wars? He knew he would never be able to answer that. He looked to the floor at the center of the small bridge at the shrouded body of Chrysus the Epistolary. Such waste. Though he had administered the final rites to these fallen warriors, he considered their final resting place, the tomb the lifepod had become. Perhaps it would be fitting to ask the Demiurge if it would be possible to cast the vessel adrift in a flame, a fitting tribute to those inside. Here in this nightmare time, there would be no safe place to lay the bodies of these men to rest. He nodded thoughtfully to himself, the idea gaining merit in his mind as he considered it. To be back amongst you one last time is my honor, brothers of Macrage, he whispered. And I will carry your memory with me wherever fate may direct me. Ave Imperator. Touching. Every muscle in his body froze as the soft voice echoed through the space. It was a voice he had never heard before. He twisted his head to look out at the access hatch, and the dark armored shadow standing there. Another Astarte. Check the description for the links to the author.